Chapter 121. The three of them walked out of the teaching building, their skin instantly scorched by the scorching sun. They had an exam in the afternoon, so after discussing it, they unanimously decided to have lunch in the cafeteria. The cafeteria was packed, and Taoying walked around twice but couldn't find a free seat. No choice, let's pack it up and eat in the dorm. In a corner of the square, a cat lazily lay by the sink, squinting at the garden path. Passing students washed their hands and occasionally wiped its back. It meowed a few times in dissatisfaction. Seeing Taoying and the others, the cat immediately ran towards them with its tail erect, meowing happily, then lay down, its white belly exposed. Nangua's voice instantly choked up at the sight of the adorable creature, and he squatted down to stroke its fur. "Kitty, why are you here alone?" Another cat darted out from the corner, seizing the opportunity to leap to Lin Biega's legs. Its wide, round eyes darted, fixated on the lunch box in her hands. "Don't steal human food, you evil cat gang. Humans will risk their lives for food too." Lin Biega quickly lifted her bag and protected the 5-person lunch from the cat's grasp, but the cat persisted, leaping up and reaching for it. Lin Biega glanced around, surprised to discover that the cat stopped probing her whenever she approached Taoying. So Lin Biega shoved the lunch box into Taoying's hands. As expected, after a moment's hesitation, the cat gave up on the 3 humans and went to try to scam other passing students. Lin Biega breathed a sigh of relief, placing a hand on Taoying's shoulder. "Are you some kind of cat king? They're all afraid of you." "Maybe. Just now in class, you said you had a sore throat, but you were faking it, right?" Taoying raised an eyebrow. "You actually noticed that? I'm not blind, am I?" Lin Biega snorted, crossing his arms as if grasping Taoying's hair. "Why did you push Nangua to be the speaker?" Taoying took a sip of her vacuum-packed instant soup, looked up at the sky, and began to think of a way to argue. "Well, because she's the vice captain, she needs to practice her ability to lead the overall situation. If something unexpected happens during the battle, and we get separated, and the 3 of you can't contact me, the vice captain will have to take over command. After all, Biemo is a lone wolf, unsure of cooperation, and Lin Biega. Well, tactical thinking is too difficult for her. After much thought, only Nangua is suitable for the vice captain position." Taoying shrugged. "The most important thing is, I can't be your captain forever. What if one day I'm gone?" "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by if one day she's gone?" Lin Biega was visibly startled. He placed his hand on Taoying's forehead to check her temperature, then squeezed her arm. "Did the physical exam a few days ago reveal anything? Didn't the doctor say your health has improved?" "No, let's go to the hospital again." "Let's go." After saying that, Lin Biega didn't wait for Taoying to respond. He dragged her away decisively, drawing everyone's attention. Taoying, her arm bruised from being pinched, said, "What's that saying? Even in the safest place, the greatest danger comes from your teammates." Taoying blinked. "What are you thinking about? I mean, after the Lim Cup Professional League ends, do you have any other plans? What do you want to do?" "Oh, you're talking about that. Why don't you explain it clearly?" "I'm gone. There are so many ways to interpret it, okay?" Lin Biega awkwardly let go of his hand. "I haven't decided what I'm going to do after the league ends. Anyway, I'm definitely going to take my prize money and eat and drink like crazy for a month. That's not much different from your life now. You're only talking about me, but what about you?" Taoying was stunned. "Me? What are you going to do after the professional league ends? Will you continue piloting mechs?" Well. Taoying lowered his head in thought for a moment, then smiled and answered. "Probably some space travel." "Then I want to come." "Me too." After the Mobius incident, Solentran Rival died in battle, and Princess Lishiana ascended the throne. The situation in the Rival Empire changed dramatically. This affected not only Chester, the capital planet, but also other planets in the first galaxy, and even the second and third galaxy. The shockwaves caused by Mobius radiated throughout the galaxy. And it all started at the Lemon Monitoring Center. While various nations were holding the Lemon Monitoring Center accountable, public discussion regarding the attack was also intense. A common question was, what was Mobius's purpose in attacking humanity? With Mobius's power, it could easily overthrow the Empire, yet it merely caused chaos on the capital planet, seemingly without any real effort. It once said, "My purpose is not to kill humans." Then why did it do all this? Could it be that even electronic intelligence gets bored after living too long? But no one reached a conclusion. A coffee shop on the corner of H Block. The automatic door opened, and Taoying strode to a corner seat by the window. A digital menu appeared on the table. Taoying made a few adjustments, and soon the waiter brought her a cup of coffee. Tao Ying gazed at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The damage to the city was quickly repaired, and everyone returned to their daily lives. Everything continued to move forward in an orderly manner, as if Mobius's attack had left no trace. But changes had still occurred. Tao Ying rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window. Footsteps sounded beside her, and her pinky finger, resting on her coffee cup, suddenly trembled slightly. A few days no see. The man, completely oblivious to the fact that the seat was already occupied, sat down across from Tao Ying. Tao Ying slowly turned back to face it. Or perhaps it couldn't be called a person. The newcomer had a distinctive face that could blend into the crowd at any time. He wore a white lab coat and a badge that read Game Designer on his chest. Another one of Mobius's clones. Tao Ying's stirring spoon tinkled against the side of the cup. She said lazily, "Hello again, Mo sure?" Mobius crossed his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You're not surprised I'm here at all." "Tao Ying, it's just that I suddenly remembered something I need to confirm." "Mobius, for example, why did I suddenly reappear after disappearing from human history for so many years? And what's the purpose of my doing all this?" Tao Ying shrugged. "I know what I'm asking. This saves me a lot of trouble. So answer quickly. I have training later." "You sound a little impatient." "Then why do you think that is?" Tao Ying offered a forced smile. "From the smart trash can on the roadside to the Android store clerk, in just the past 10 minutes, I already killed 3 of your clones. Don't you have a life of your own? Why do you keep harassing me?" Mobius chuckled twice. "Okay, I cut to the chase." It didn't answer the question directly, but turned its head toward the window. "The moment I say this, it will begin to rain." Mobius' words had barely escaped him when thunder suddenly roared from the clear sky, followed by heavy raindrops pouring down the window. Mobius pointed outside the French window, where the shuttle was proceeding in its orderly fashion. "Do you see that shuttle? It will malfunction in 10 seconds. Don't get me wrong, I didn't do this. I simply calculated its future trajectory based on extensive data. And in another 5 minutes, when the crew arrives to repair the malfunction and the shuttle is back online, the human without an umbrella will fall on the slippery ground." "Is that data too?" "That's data too." Tao Ying followed Mobius's finger, and saw the woman step on a lifted brick and fall into the puddle ahead. And Mobius kept predicting everything happening outside the window, and every time, it hit the mark, as if fate had been wrought by him. The world was a sandbox, and humans were the little figures scurrying about on it, being lifted up and then dropped. Humanity may seem self-aware, but its fate is constantly controlled by invisible forces. Mobius, I have witnessed countless times the destruction of civilizations, the scramble for resources, the violence and greed of human nature, and ultimately, the destructive wars. Without exception, I want to end this cycle. So what's your conclusion? Mobius said solemnly, if humans want to end suffering, they can only abandon their bodies. In the world of data, no harm ever truly happens. Unwanted memories can be deleted with a single click, and imperfect pasts can be re-edited over and over again, until everything reaches the optimal solution. There's no pain, no war. It's a wonderful world. You're the person in the world who understands me best. Who knew? You're very smart. When you look at the people around you, don't you think they're stupid? Tao Ying leaned back on the sofa, half closed her eyes. For example? Something you can do effortlessly seems harder than climbing to the sky to them. A simple truth you only need to grasp in a second, yet you have to explain it to them countless times. They simply can't comprehend what you're saying. But I understand you. We shouldn't become enemies. There's still time. Before this civilization is destroyed, we can upload all human consciousness data to the cloud. Wait. Tao Ying finally couldn't help but interrupt his long speech. She raised an eyebrow. Have you ever worked in a pyramid scheme before? Mobius paused for a moment. No, but one of my avatars is a fortune teller. No wonder. He was full of tricks. Tao Ying crossed her arms, thinking deeply, and seemed genuinely persuaded. After a moment, she asked, then I have one last question. In this grand vision, do humans have a choice? Mobius remained silent instead of answering. Tao Ying nodded in understanding. I see, that means no. Mobius explained. Humans often choose painful lifestyles and don't easily change. Tao Ying interrupted. Mobius, do you consider yourself a god? Mobius said righteously. If your definition of a god is an omniscient and almighty being who controls everything, then yes, to humans I am a god. Oh, that's unfortunate. I trust myself more than God. Tao Ying stirred the fading milk foam in his coffee cup. Maybe someday, I'd be interested in your proposal, but not now. When exactly is that someday? Taoying wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. It depends on my mood. Mobius sighed deeply. You're still human after all. The day of civilization's destruction is approaching, and I can't stop it. You become one of the countless dead. Sounds quite challenging. Taoying shrugged nonchalantly. She paid the bill and briskly left the cafe, picking up a transparent umbrella at the entrance and looking up at the heavy rain. As she reached the floor-to-ceiling window, Taoying slowed down. She stared at Mobius through the glass for a moment, then suddenly a faint, polite smile played on her lips. She pointed her fingers like a gun, aiming them at Mobius's head. Then she said simply, 3, 2, 1, bang. The android in the shop instantly fell onto the table, the cables behind his neck crackling. The clerk heard only a loud bang and, unsure of what had happened, panicked and scrambled to the corner, clutching her plate. Guest, what's wrong with you? Hey, why is there an out-of-control android? Report it to the Lemon Monitoring Center. Taoying watched the raindrops gradually pile up on her umbrella, took a deep breath, and let it out long. This Mobius clone was like cockroaches, endless. And each one was incredibly talkative, like a philosopher. It went on and on. Taoying rubbed her brows and ran off, picking up her laptop. It was a video call from 3 teammates at the training ground. On the screen, Nan Gua waved at her. Xiaoying, we're short one for training, and you're the only one missing. Yeah, if you don't come, that by guy's fist is going to burst. Bayamo said coldly, can you still win the league if you miss training? The 3 faces huddled together on the screen. Taoying chuckled. Everyone's waiting for me, Captain, I'm so happy. Hello? Wow, that's outrageous. You hung up on me. Taoying was about to call back to complain when she suddenly remembered the distorted faces of her teammates in the footage, and couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh. She was stunned for a moment, then inexplicably felt as if a few more clouds had faded from the sky. Humming a song, she strode forward. Chapter 122. After this incident, Mobius vanished, never sending another clone to bother Taoying again. Perhaps he'd finally given up on his grand vision of liberating humanity. Or perhaps he'd simply gone into hiding like a cockroach. But Taoying didn't care. The previous incident had been an emergency, but strictly speaking, was dealing with Mobius her job? Of course not. That was the job of the Lemon Monitoring Center. So, after Taoying mentioned to the Lemon Monitoring Center about intensifying the cleanup, she returned to her daily routine. With the league approaching, her primary goal now was to urge her teammates to hone the DR dual resonance system of their perceptual mechs. So far, Taoying and her teammates' dual resonance success rate is 90%. Nan Gua's is 70%. Lin Diega's is 30%. Bo Mo's is a paltry 10%. And, by the way, that measly 10% is all due to resonance with Taoying. Overall, there were concerns about how well the new teammates would fit in with the team, but the tight competition schedule didn't give them any time to fully prepare. For the next 2 weeks, Taoying and her teammates slept mostly in the training room. After a few weeks of quick adjustments, it was quickly the day before the league match. All the contestants packed their luggage and arrived at the port one after another to wait. After dinner at the port restaurant, at 8 p.m., the contestants and their mechs boarded the shuttle starship arranged by the competition organizers. It was already 9 p.m. when they were assigned their rooms inside the advanced starship. The next day, everyone gathered in the indoor plaza at the center of the starship to listen to the pre-match instructions. The first leg of the league will be a round-robin format. Each team will be divided into groups of 4, competing in pairs. After 3 matches, the top 2 teams will advance. Half of the 32 teams will be eliminated, leaving only 16 teams to advance to the second stage. I'm sure you all know the location of the competition. It's at the 18th Beacon Rift. Please hold on tight, we're about to arrive at the Rift starport. The officer pointed to the starship's left. After a bumpy ride, the starship docked at the port, and a notification chimed from the overhead broadcast. The rookie, participating in the professional league for the first time, curiously leaned over the window, observing the situation outside. Look, that's the cosmic rift over there. Somewhere between the second and first galaxies, the universe seemed to have been ripped open vertically, a black rift emanating from it, a haze resembling the colors of the aurora. Near the main rift, dozens of smaller rifts flared. A series of ship-shaped beacons lined the nearby waterway. The fuel in their center slowly burned, and the light they emitted formed a warning line. Cosmic rifts are areas humanity has yet to explore. Countless nations have sent drones to explore them, but no matter how sophisticated the equipment, upon entering a rift, communication is instantly severed, and nothing remains. Ultimately, scientists can only speculate that the rift connects to other dimensions. It's said that during the most intense period of the war with the Zerg, some cited Zerg emerging from the rift. However, these were only rumors, and no one knew what lay within the rift. After all, no one who entered a rift ever emerged alive, let alone dead. Lindiega tossed the water bottle in his hand. The 18th Beacon Rift. That naming scheme sounds familiar. Taoying closed her eyes and explained, the cosmic rift is divided into one main rift and 127 sub-rifts. To facilitate starship navigation, the Interstellar Transportation Agency has placed beacons based on the locations of the rifts. The most famous beacon, the 13th, is near the main rift. Communication anomalies are frequent, and starships often disappear. It's like the Bermuda Triangle of space. What is the Bermuda Triangle? It's a very dangerous area of the blue planet where ships and planes frequently disappear without a trace. Scientists have speculated that the magnetic field is to blame. Taoying opened one eye. You should have learned about this in textbooks? Lindiega shook his head. No. Nengua raised his hand. Me neither. BMO, not interested. Taoying waved his hand away, undecided. Maybe I saw it in some blue planet exploration documentary. It's not important. Anyway, during the competition, try to stay in the core area and don't wander around. Especially you, Lindiega. Okay, Captain. There are still many unexplored areas near the beacon. The choice of such a dangerous venue was in keeping with the tone of a professional league. After a brief introduction to the game, the thrilling pre-match draw began. Numbers flashed on the screen, and everyone eagerly anticipated it. The draw divided teams into groups of 4. The result would determine the opponents for the first 3 games. If, on the other hand, the other 3 teams in the group happened to be strong, they would likely be eliminated in the first game. Taoying and the others found a vacant couch and lay down. Across from them sat another team. The 4 players, dressed in suits and bunny ears, looked very eye-catching. They didn't notice the Space Ghost girl's presence. They simply closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and prayed. I hope we don't encounter 2 strong teams early on. I hope all the strong teams are grouped together. I hope our group is filled with weak teams. Advancing from the first stage guarantees a 50 million yuan prize. If I advance, I can slap my boss twice, and then resign with style. Resign with style. Slap my boss. The Grey Rabbit squad shouts grew louder and louder, each member energized by the mere mention of the prize money. Across from them, the Space Ghost girls lay sprawled on the sofa. Lindiega was shipsick, her face pale and blue, and she was vomiting. Taoying was even dozing off on the sofa. The Grey Rabbit squad exchanged glances, their faces beaming. If we could be placed in the same group with them, our chances of advancing would increase significantly. May the God of the universe bless us. I'm willing to sacrifice 100 years of my boss's lifespan in exchange for being in the first stage with the Space Ghost girls. You should be careful when making a wish, my friend, or your boss's lifespan won't be wasted. Or is this your goal? Taoying half closed her eyes, folded her left leg over her right, and lay comfortably. Lindiega finally finished vomiting, gargled, and sat on the sofa like a mummy. She pointed a trembling finger at the perverted team with bunny ears on their heads. They look down on us like that. Isn't that too much? Shadow, you didn't say anything? Yes, too much. Taoying nodded lazily. The rift was obscured by the planet, on the dark side, without sunlight, and the rooms provided by the League were not very soundproof. Taoying couldn't sleep well last night, having heard the disco next door. Her dark circles were very noticeable. She glanced at the opposing team, and said with certainty, Grey Rabbit team. The members were all long-time office workers, and their mechas were Garcia Electronics moonwalkers. Small, 4-legged, mimicking mechas resembling gray hairs. They were highly agile, had a low center of gravity, and weren't particularly strong offensively, but they possessed considerable endurance. The mecha model chosen by the Grey Rabbit team perfectly suited their tactical style. They never attacked head-on, excelling at harassing the enemy and disrupting their attack rhythm. Hit-and-run tactics were their most common tactic. However, despite their harmless appearance, the Grey Rabbit team were seasoned veterans of the competition, and they needed to be approached with caution. Taoying was about to say something when she saw Lindiega inconspicuously approach the Grey Rabbit team's rear, pretending to press the water dispenser button, and then, with a casual gesture, quickly stroked one of their rabbit ears. Lindiega, contented, hopped back to Taoying's side. Very well, I exacted revenge on them for underestimating the Space Ghost girls. Taoying exposed him. You just wanted to touch the bunny ears, didn't you? What are you talking about? Am I someone who doesn't know the context? How does it feel? Fluffy, hee hee. I'm going to buy one for my bedside table. And you're saying you're not savoring it? Lin Diega, Nangua collapsed in laughter. While the group was fooling around, the draw results were announced. Group 8, Teams A, B, C, and D are Space Ghost Girls, Gray Rabbit, and yes, Team. Mature Mecha should learn to lead their own teams. The specific schedule will be calculated and sent to everyone's laptops within 10 minutes. Please check it promptly. It was said to be 10 minutes, but in reality, it was only a few dozen seconds. Soon, over 100 laptops in the indoor plaza simultaneously beeped, a series of beeps echoing. Taoing had read the competition rules in advance and had a general idea of the schedule, but she still clicked on the message to take a quick look. Within each group, there will be one match each day at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Specific schedule: Day 1, A versus B, C versus D. Day 4, A versus C, B versus D. Day 7, A versus D, B versus C. The 4 days in between are for rest and adjustment. That means they will face the Gray Rabbit team on the first day, the Yes team on the 4th, and the mature Mech should learn to form their own team's team on the 7th. After the host confirmed that everyone had received the message, he took to the stage to answer questions one by one. Finally, he said, in the first stage, each team will compete in 3 matches, and the competition will conclude within a week. All teams, please plan ahead and manage your energy. I wish you all a successful start, and may you all achieve your desired results. Dismissed. Lin Diega set the competition schedule to his desktop and, pinching his nose, said, a mature mecha should learn to fly independently. What kind of team name is this? Is the person who came up with it serious? It's so long. Taoing thought, you have no right to criticize someone who named their Labrador, the Dark Hell Chanter. But she didn't want to talk about it right now, so she waved her hand and said, just call it Team Qingji. Team Qingji was last year's runner-up, and a formidable team. Team Yes was average in strength, on par with the Gray Rabbit team. None of the teams in the same group were considered weak. Before Tao Ying could say anything, a loud wail came from the next room. It was from the Gray Rabbit team. How did we run into 2 strong teams? The rabbit-eared office worker grabbed his ear, a look of anguish on his face. It's over. We definitely can't beat Team Qingji. We can only try to get points from Team Yes. It's such a tough tournament. Is there no way I can quit this year? No way. The tearful complaints of the rabbit-eared office workers were filled with the names of the other 2 teams, and they didn't even mention the Space Ghost Girls. These rabbit-eared men seemed to have assumed we would lose. Lin Diega twisted his head, his knuckles cracking. My fists are hard. While the opponents in the professional league were certainly stronger, did they look that weak? After all, they were the Sky Cup champions. Lin Diega rested his palm on the sofa next to Tao Ying's ear. Captain, you studied all the opponents before, right? According to your reliable data, what are our chances of advancing in this round-robin group stage? Tao Ying was concentrating on the schedule when Lin Diega interrupted her. A puzzled sound escaped her throat. Well, let me calculate. As she spoke, Tao Ying lay back on the sofa, gazing at the dome of the indoor square, stretching out her fingers and pinching. 10 seconds passed, and Lin Diega's head obscured the dome, his hands tapping anxiously. Captain, have you calculated yet? Yes, I have. Tao Ying put her hands away and nodded seriously. The chance of advancing is 50%. Chapter 123. Please ask Team 8 Space Ghost Girls and Team Gray Rabbit to enter the Starship deck and connect the catapult system according to the system's instructions. Catapult system self-checking 20%. 60%. 100% self-check complete. Launch preparations complete. During launch, competitors please remain in the pilot seat and refrain from moving around to avoid injury. Countdown 10. At Rift Harbor, 8 mechs are ready to head to the competition venue. The catapult system's indicator lights flashed continuously. The mech's panel locked, and the moment the countdown ended, a powerful push on their backs catapulted them out. The teammates' gasps echoed over the team chat. Wow, awesome! This is my first time piloting a mech in space. Zero gravity is so different. It's much more realistic than the simulator. What a refreshing feeling. One after another, the teammates soared out smoothly, leaving only after images. The extremely black mech followed closely behind. The jet of white gas trailed through space like a comet. Even off to the other side, the Gray Rabbit team, after being ejected, groaned in pain. My waist is about to break. My cervical spine just made an ominous sound. The downsides of being an office slave sitting in an office all day were fully apparent at this moment. They stroked their rabbit ears and looked at the Space Ghost girls with envy. Young people are so healthy. Look at them, their movements are so seamless. Especially the captain. Her movements are so smooth. She's a newbie, isn't she? Why does she seem so familiar with the space environment? The office slave rubbed his chin. This captain is no ordinary person. We pay special attention to her later. Okay. Got it. The entire Space Ghost team has arrived at the arena. The entire Grey Rabbit team has arrived at the arena. The first round-robin match of Group 8, Space Ghost team versus Grey Rabbit team, officially begins. The weak gravitational pull caused the mech's forward direction to shift, and oncoming satellite debris was passed, nearly decapitating it. The Space Ghost team, having narrowly avoided the attack, barely had time to catch their breath before metal plates whizzed from behind like bullets. Tao Ying counterattacked with her thrusters, decisively flying sideways. But the debris still dented her armor. The teammates, who had just been cheering in delight, now began to sob. What kind of competition venue is this? It's too dangerous. Not to mention being constantly assaulted by human trash. Why are we being assaulted by space junk now? Bayamo calmly avoided the rubble, and found a relatively safe spot. His face tightened, and he said seriously, "Didn't you read the terms of the agreement when you signed it?" It detailed the dangers of the venue, and included a dozen-page disclaimer for unexpected situations. People jokingly call these clauses life and death agreements. The danger level is extremely high. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Bayamo, you don't think the professional league is just a game, do you? That winning is easy. Nanghua, with Xiaoying here, we never lost. It's just winning the championship. It's that simple. Lin Diego waved her hand, a look of pride at having secured the championship. As the team's only sniper, Bayamo was trying to locate the Grey Rabbit team, but it was clear they were well prepared, and her radar picked up nothing. Bayamo's elbows were slightly bent, the muscles in her shoulders and arms tensed. He unconsciously rubbed his brows. Tao Ying had previously said there was a 50% chance they would lose in the first round. But Lin Diego and Nanghua clearly hadn't heard a word. After all, the Space Ghost girls hadn't lost a single match since their friendly match against Tirantes. And every league match they won had a near overwhelming advantage. Tao Ying's tactics had given them the illusion that winning was easy. Bayamo said to Tao Ying coldly, "You spoiled them." Tao Ying smiled, "Thank you for your affirmation of my command abilities. Do you have any ideas for tactics against the Grey Rabbit squad?" Tao Ying spread her arms. "I have everything." "Then let's talk about the one with the highest chance of victory." "I don't want to talk about it." Tao Ying shook her finger at Baimo's surprised gaze, asking for a smack. "Didn't you say we need to develop our teammates' abilities and not spoil them? So just now, I made a very painful decision. I won't command this match. I want to see how well you three work together." Baimo's heading paused noticeably. She had been heading in the direction of her teammates, but her foot tapped against a boulder and stopped. A perceptual mech's movements react rapidly to the pilot's mental commands, including not only offensive and defensive maneuvers, but also subconscious facial expressions. Heading's eyes narrowed vividly, as if pondering the truth of Tao Ying's words. A moment later, Bayamo silently raised his sniper rifle, aiming it at Tao Ying. A sharp light flashed across the lens. Tao Ying, anticipating her move, retreated. She smiled and said, "Xiaomo, I just said a few words. Why are you so angry? Snipers aren't meant to be used to target teammates." "Hey, are you really going to shoot?" Tao Ying's current location is in the asteroid belt of the second galaxy, between an artificial star and an uninhabited planet. It's the outer ring, farther from the star. Here, the gravity is weaker, and the obstacles are smaller, more fragmented, and more numerous than in the inner ring. From time to time, a mech would collide with a slightly larger rock, creating a rapid-fire shower of debris that would scratch the mech. Sometimes, the sudden burst of debris would be so dense that it would rain down debris. However, this debris had a high metal content and was dense. Their impact power was much greater than raindrops. Simply put, it was very hard and would cause serious damage. In the asteroid belt, it was better to fight in a dispersed manner. Tao Ying greeted her teammates, and then steadily advanced towards the center of the gravity zone. With each advance, Tao Ying could feel the asteroids around him growing larger. Irregular rocks, tens of meters, hundreds of meters, even kilometers in size, kept appearing beside him. They were now large enough to cover his mecha. The planetary motion in the inner circle is more regular, and random injuries from space debris are significantly reduced. It's a more suitable position for combat. Tao Ying tapped the team radio, warning his reckless teammates. "Lin Diego, stop slashing. The more you chop, the more debris you create. Move inward." Lin Biega glanced around and instantly swooped down towards the artificial star. Tao Ying paused slightly and warned, "Be careful not to go too far inward. What will happen if you go too far inward? You'll be sucked in by the planet's gravity. Although the artificial star isn't very hot, it can still roast you through your mecha." Lin Biega gazed at the massive star, resembling a full moon. Her legs trembled, and she calmed down. The radar wasn't very sensitive. Tao Ying had only confirmed the location of 2 moonwalkers. The other 2 were nowhere to be found, and there was no news from her teammates. For some reason, the enemy kept their sights fixed on Hengwo. The 2 mechs employed their usual hit-and-run tactics, showing no interest even in encountering her teammates, and quickly fled. It seemed they were planning to kill her first, then defeat her 3 teammates one by one. After the enemy disengaged from another attack, Tao Ying feigned a couple of steps in pursuit, then twisted sideways, quickly changing position, traversing several stacked boulders, and diving back onto the back of a boulder about 10 meters high. The 2 mechs ran a few steps, then suddenly sensed something was wrong and spun around. Huh? Where's she? How did she disappear so suddenly? This was a blind spot for the enemy. The 2 moonwalkers had lost sight of Hengwo and began searching. Tao Ying stood in a crater on the planet, about to take the opportunity to observe the situation of his teammates, when he suddenly felt something move beneath his feet. A round thing. Tao Ying lowered his head and caught a glimpse of a white figure. It was another moonwalker. It bore bullet marks, and judging by the severity of the damage, it must have been subjected to concentrated fire from by MO. It seemed unaware of Tao Ying's presence, nervously looking in other directions, guarding against sniper fire. Tao Ying's eyes lit up, and he slowly crouched down, reaching out to Moonwalker's head. Just as he was about to make contact, the boulder beneath his feet suddenly spun slightly. Moonwalker's ears perked straight up, and he jerked his head upwards, keenly sensing something. "You?" Tao Ying's eyes and hands were quick. With 6 times the speed of the Moonwalker, she reached out and grabbed its ear, lifting it up. A notch marked its pristine white ear. Tao Ying, in high spirits, swung it around. "So lucky? And it's the captain's plane." Tao Ying tilted her head, exchanging a bewildered glance with the slightly adorable bunny. "What a coincidence, little bunny." The Moonwalker was a brand new model from Garcia Electronics, newly launched, and Tao Ying hadn't even touched it yet. The exterior design was quite unique. I wondered what was inside. Tao Ying's occupational illness struck, and she was eager to take it apart. She immediately began rubbing her hands together, finding the gap, and began disassembly. "Let me see. That should be the team radio antenna in the ear? What kind of structural component is connected to it? It's so thin, yet it maintains its strength." Tao Ying curiously reached out her paw and pinched it. Unexpectedly, with just a light touch, the Moonwalker's ear snapped in half, drooping, barely held together by a sliver of insulation. The mecha instantly shifted from upright ear configuration to folded ear configuration. So, instead of maintaining strength, it simply lacked it. Tao Ying muttered, "The antenna is so fragile? The design is illogical. Could it be that the ears were just a facade, the real antenna hidden somewhere else?" Tao Ying, intrigued, scanned the Moonwalker's exterior, quickly assessing it from a designer's perspective, and finally grabbed the sphere on the rabbit's rear. Sure enough, a long tail ripped out from the sphere. The tail was quite sturdy. Tao Ying tugged twice, but it didn't break at all. She thought for a moment, then released her left hand, groping behind her for a moment. As Moonwalker gazed upward, she pulled out a massive chainsaw. Tao Ying let out a strange laugh, turned on his chainsaw, and aimed it at Moonwalker's body. "Let me take it apart and see what's inside." The gray rabbit captain, what a pervert. The defense is too much. He was being relentlessly pursued by a perverted enemy sniper. He finally found a safe enemy area and was about to reunite with his teammates. Unexpectedly, he ran into a chainsaw maniac. One of the rules of the professional league is that players are not responsible for any casualties caused during the competition. Some contestants compete not for the chance to win, but for the thrill of it. Even murder. From the looks of it, this guy wants to saw off the cockpit and make him a piece of space junk. What a pervert. The defense is too much. The gray rabbit captain was horrified, and could only force himself to calm down. It's okay, the ears and tail are just spare antennas. The gray rabbit squad can't boast of any other talents, but their greatest skill is escape. Captain Gray Rabbit remained motionless, feigning surrender, but when Tao Ying focused his gaze on his tail, he suddenly unleashed his might. Now, Moonwalker automatically cut off its tail, activated its 4-legged thrusters, and, to Tao Ying's surprise, sped away. Carrying its weapons crate, Rabbit hopped nimbly over the boulders, its back a planet resembling a full moon. Towing looked at his empty left hand, tilted his head, smirked, and gave chase. Chapter 124. A silvery, nameless star faintly reflected the radiance of the sun. The curtain of the eternal universe opened, revealing the silhouettes of two mechas. The moonwalker sped swiftly through the asteroid belt, the polar night-like mechas darting behind them, engaging in a chase. Bulky rocks bobbed beneath their feet. The gaze of the universe was focused here. Hengwo's name comes from the ancient legendary moon god, representing humanity's quest for eternal life. What a romantic name, and the moonwalker is a tribute to her. All of this has us immersing ourselves in beautiful imaginations. The commentator's voice rose, as melodious as an opera. Let's take a closer look. This is like a scene from an ancient myth. The commentator's microphone twitched involuntarily, and the anticipation died abruptly. Could anyone tell her what was going on? Hung and I used a little trick to capture the fleeing moonwalker. The moon goddess-like black figure whipped out a chainsaw. Yes, not an axe or a long sword, but a very modern weapon, a chainsaw. She held the chainsaw in one hand, and with the other, she tied up Moonwalker. Everyone looked puzzled. Towing hooked several coils of cable from the weapon's box, and tied the rabbit to a medium-sized planetary fragment. Then, holding the chainsaw in her backhand, she aimed the gears at the joint at the back of Moonwalker's neck and gently pried. The meticulously designed mecha structure was like a toy in her hands. The outer shell was quickly disassembled, revealing the intricate wiring within. Red and green wires entwined like blood vessels. Towing precisely picked up one of them. A pale blue fluorescent liquid flowed slowly. It simultaneously cools and transmits energy. What an ingenious channel design. Towing, completely oblivious to the fact that she was still in the game, held Moonwalker's head and began muttering to herself. The backup antennas are installed at the head and tail, while the main antenna, contrary to tradition, is buried inside. The surrounding area is made of biomaterial, not metal. No wonder the signal isn't significantly affected. It's indeed a model well suited for group combat. Towing analyzed this while happily disassembling the mecha. Moonwalker's form was incredibly adorable. Towing deftly opened its skull, her fingers tugging at the wires within. Occasionally, a drop of blood-red coolant emanated from the rabbit's body. Towing thought, mimic mechas are Garcia Electronics' specialty, they could use some learning. The commentator thought, the way she dismembered the rabbit with a chainsaw was truly perverse. The audience, still enjoying their breakfast, breakfast suddenly lost its flavor. A grand, ancient myth, transformed into a horror film by Tao-Ying with a chainsaw. Also a food film. An audience member recognized Tao-Ying and said, this familiar mecha is the king of hiding who tricked me 3 times in the Sky Cup. She glanced at the team name. The words Space Ghosts were almost blinding. I thought they'd take a break before joining the professional league, but they're here in their first year. To encourage college students' mecha dreams, the Lim Cup Professional League grants special berths to the top 3 teams in the Sky Cup. However, even the Sky Cup champions wouldn't stand a chance against a professional team. Their first year is usually spent accumulating experience points. There's no way they win. Just look at the Valenti's Military Academy. Their conditions are so poor that they even gave up their spots and didn't come. Of the top 3 teams in the Sky Cup, only 2 showed up. To be honest, the title of exceptional participant is just for show, it's useless. Newcomers joining the professional league are just runners-up. Someone rubbed their chin. You can't be so absolute. Didn't young Masterby participate last year? She started competing in mecha competitions at the age of 10 and worked her way up. She's very strong. Hey, didn't you watch last year's competition? Bai Mo's individual skills are strong, but her teamwork isn't. Last year, her captain couldn't control her, and the whole team lost miserably. I heard she's participating this year too. Her teammates are probably in trouble. Which team is she on? Space Ghost team. Everyone, that's doomed. Everyone looked at the Space Ghost team now in disarray. This disastrous level of coordination was even worse than last year's. Tactically, the Space Ghost team members disagreed. Bo-Mo wanted a quick victory, with the 3 of them concentrating their firepower to defeat the enemy's 4 Moonwalkers one by one. Lin Diega, on the other hand, believed they should first confirm Tao Ying's location before making any plans. But the 3 couldn't contact Tao Ying, and they couldn't reach a consensus. Nangua attempted to mediate. Xiao Ying said before that if we can't contact her, we should try to coordinate the battle ourselves. Bo-Mo paused, tucked his gun behind his back, and spoke coldly, a reluctant compromise. She said to Nangua, forget about you. How can I, with my 0% synchronization rate, Coordinate with Lin Biega. Lin Biega refused to give in. Shadow said synchronization is related to the recognition between teammates. It's clearly you who's too arrogant and refuses to acknowledge me. Biemo raised an eyebrow. How am I arrogant? I've been very tolerant of you these days. Lin Biega grumbled, hey, with a tone of discontent. What do you mean by tolerance? What did I do that you tolerated? Biemo's lips touched as he spoke. Breathe. Lin Biega, Biemo, anyway, it's best to split up, so no one holds me back. Without even glancing at her teammates' expressions, she left. Lin Biega suppressed his anger, staring at the vanishing white mech and shouting at Biemo's back, let's split up, but you're the one. Stop holding us back. I want to see who wins. We're teammates. Why are we competing against each other? Isn't the point of a game to defeat the opponent? But his teammates were so loud, and Nangua's weak voice vanished into the vastness of the universe the moment it uttered. He couldn't get a word in, so he could only look around and try to break up the fight. Everyone, stop arguing. Go back to the training room. After a long period of persuasion, to no avail, Nangua hugged his knees and fell into a state of isolation. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken the vice-captain position. Why was I so confident back then, thinking I could do it? I'm such a loser. Xiaoying, where are you? I want to go home. Even on the other side, the Grey Rabbit team had lost contact with their captain. But unlike the chaotic Space Ghost girls, the Grey Rabbit squad quickly adjusted their stance and, drawing on years of combat experience, formulated a plan. They deliberately exposed their weaknesses, using a moonwalker to approach Lin Biega and Nangua, feigning pursuit while actually luring them in. Lin Biega was a reckless person. After being provoked several times, she became furious. No matter how much her Nangua tried to persuade her, she quickly deserted the team. Hey, greasy bunny, where are you running to? Lin Biega raised the light blade beside her, and then brought it down heavily. In the silent space, Moonwalker leaped, its head swiveling back, its red pupils reflecting the unstoppable light blade. Did the newbie hit? Yes. Where did it hit? Moonwalker 3 was hit, its thrusters tilted. Lin Biega impatiently zoomed in on the panel, and took a closer look. She had sliced straight through Moonwalker 3's tail. She lifted her trophy. An antenna. This is an antenna. Without it, this Moonwalker will be unable to communicate with its teammates. Lin Biega confidently placed her hands on her hips. She was truly impressive. Humph. I can take out a mech on my own? That Bai girl looks down on me. I show her how powerful I am later. Lin Biega rubbed her hands, not forgetting the caution she learned from the captain. Finishing off the attack. Yes, finishing off the attack. So Lin Biega quickly raised her light blade again. But unlike her previous swift strike, she still couldn't land another strike. Almost again. Hooked by these narrow margins, she chased after Moonwalker number 3, charging confidently. Each time, just before a strike, Moonwalker dodged with a minor scratch. Lin Biega instinctively sensed something was wrong, but the beautiful strike hadn't gotten her mind too far. She continued to chase. After a few rounds, she had nearly run out of fuel. By the time Lin Biega realized she'd been tricked, it was too late. A hit-and-run tactic had led her to the edge of the asteroid belt. That is, close to the gravitational pull of an artificial star. Lin Biega's mech was heavier than Moonwalker, and the remaining fuel was insufficient for her to accelerate back to the planet's escape velocity. She was trapped here. What had Shadow just said, that if you were sucked into a star, you'd be roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside? Lin Biega broke out in a cold sweat. She loved eating barbecue, not being barbecued. But now she couldn't contact her teammates, and she was alone, with no way to escape. The opposing Moonwalker turned its tail towards her, slapping its tail at her. Newbie, you still have a lot to learn. The most taboo thing on the field is getting angry, because when you're angry, you're more likely to reveal your trump card. Your trump card is. The opponent hesitated for a long time, finally scratching his chin. You don't seem to have any trump cards. You're the most gullible newcomer I ever met. Lin Biega, No, she could clearly defeat this Moonwalker alone, so why did it end like this? There must be another way. Oh right, the DR resonance system. Although the chances of success were slim, she could connect with her teammates through two-person resonance. Lin Biega quickly manipulated the panel, trying to use her last bit of fuel to contact the nearest teammate. But the results were not encouraging. Warning pop-ups kept popping up on the screen. No response from the other party. Synchronization failed. No response from the other party. Synchronization failed. The synchronization rate is too low. The connection failed. Finally, Lin Diega failed to resonate successfully, and her mech was about to fall. With no other options, she could only call for rescue. A rescue mech from the contestant pulled her out of the star. A deep sigh echoed from the universe. This was the first time Lin Diega was eliminated from the competition. Even further away, Bayamo once again rejected Nangua's offer of cooperation, voluntarily leaving the team and directly turning off the team channel. She abandoned her sniper role, disregarding her teammates. She unsheathed a rather simple thermal blade and began single-handedly pursuing Moonwalker 2. Without even needing the Grey Rabbit team to throw out much bait, she simply gave chase. She was intent on recreating the 1v99 spectacle of last year's league. However, the asteroid belt's varied terrain, numerous hiding spots, and significant communication interference, without the added bonus of a resonance system, made it a hostile combat environment for her. However, for the agile and coordinated Moonwalkers, it was a perfect playing field. Not long after, Bayamo was also lured into a trap by two Moonwalkers. After receiving Lin Diega's resonance request, Nangua quickly realized something was amiss. With a sudden burst of mental energy, he pursued Lin Diega's location. By then, Lin Diega had already been rescued by the tournament organizers. Unable to find anyone, Nangua circled several times before finally crashing into Moonwalker 3 alone. The opposing rabbit flicked its tail and repeated its old trick. "Come on, come and chase me." Chapter 125. Moonwalker number 3 pranced around in front of Nangua, using all his provocations. In the lounge, Lin Diega slammed the table and stood up angrily. This rabbit really deserves a beating. Looking again, Moonwalker's butt, which should have been blank, actually had a round, curled up tail. Lin Diega? Question mark. Hadn't she just chopped off the tail? How did it appear again? Lin Diega analyzed each frame on the big screen and finally discovered that there was a latch where the tail connected to the butt, allowing the tail to detach automatically with some manipulation. So, the first blow she had just dealt was also performed by this greasy rabbit. It had been seducing her from the beginning. This Grey Rabbit squad was truly sinister and cunning, and their cute appearance was completely unrelated. Lin Diega cursed herself for chasing after him, regretting it so much that she slapped her thigh. If there hadn't been someone else in the lounge, she would have thrown herself on the ground and screamed. Luckily, Nangua is cautious and won't fall for it. She won't be fooled. Lin Diega calmed down and nodded reassuringly. At that moment, the situation on the field changed, and the purple mech's movements became fixed. Nangua seemed to have made up her mind, her neck stiffened, and she charged straight towards Moonwalker 3. Lin Diega, No, how did she catch up? Wait, did she really catch up? A closer look revealed that Nangua's trajectory was in the same direction as the rabbit, but slightly off. Lin Diega squinted her eyes, stepped forward, gestured on the screen twice, and suddenly retreated. Could it be? Could it be that Nangua wasn't actually chasing the rabbit, but her fallen neck? To avoid disrupting the competition, the rescue mecha only salvaged Lin Diega's cockpit. In other words, from Nangua's perspective, Lin Diega's mecha was still falling. Lin Diega finally understood. Nangua probably thought she was going to crash into the star, worried she'd be roasted, and wanted to run to her rescue. Teammate, you're truly loyal. Tears welled up in Lin Diega's eyes, and she slammed the table 3 times. That's wrong. Of course, personal safety should be prioritized in times like this. A gravity zone is dangerous. One could easily get caught in it. Seeing Nangua's mecha sink deeper and deeper, following her old path, Lin Diega murmured in pain. It's over. Pumpkin's going to be eliminated too. In the lounge, other eliminated contestants began to enter. Being eliminated so soon after the competition began was truly humiliating, so everyone entered with a gloomy expression, keeping close to the wall and walking cautiously. The players moved furtively, like thieves. But when they turned on the lights in the lounge and saw Lin Diega sitting alone in the players' booth, like an empty-nest elderly man, they suddenly felt a little better. At least I'm not the first one to be eliminated. It's less embarrassing to have someone to keep me company. After consoling themselves, they felt a little better. They then passed by Lin Diega and found an empty seat to continue watching their teammates' exciting battle. The lounge was filled not only with eliminated players, but also those preparing for the afternoon's match. They were there to watch. Typically, professional players would use this time to record other teams' matches. Analyzing the opponent is also part of the competition. The members of Team Yes chatted and laughed as they entered the lounge. They were supposed to compete that afternoon, but they showed no signs of nervousness at all. They looked as relaxed as if they were at a party, just short of a glass of champagne. Fong Yasi, Who are our next opponents? The captain asked me to record their match. Looks like they're new. Oh, the Space Ghosts versus the Grey Rabbits. Fawn Yasi and Karong set up the recording equipment and sat behind Lin Diego. Oh, it's time to upgrade the live broadcast equipment. Some details are completely unclear. That cut is ridiculous. Where did they learn that? No wonder the captain asked us to bring our equipment to record it live. Fawn Yasi frowned and flipped through the live broadcast screen. Karong, this player Nan's play is a bit confusing to me. What was she doing so close to a star? She must have been mocked by Moonwalker 3. Elimination is inevitable. Fawn Yasi added. Bo Mo took out a Moonwalker 2, showing she's consciously managing her fuel usage. But facing 2 veterans alone is still too much for her. She's now in the final stages of her battle with number 4. That 1-on-2 matchup was quite impressive, but unfortunately, Lin Diego was eliminated, and her advantage in taking out a mech is gone. Speaking of their captain? Fawn Yasi, don't mention it. The weirdest thing is this captain. She hesitated, then hesitated. What's this captain's hobby? He tied up the Grey Rabbit's cockpit with a cable and paraded it around like a balloon. Is this some kind of league-specific parade? Fawn Yasi and Karong discussed it for a long time, but neither understood what Tao Ying was up to. In the end, they concluded that this team was a complete mess, with no coordination at all. They didn't even finish watching the match. They wrote average level, just playing casually in their analysis log, and left the locker room. Before leaving, they patted Lin Diego's shoulder sympathetically. Fawn Yasi spoke with pity. Keep going, newbie. Karong smiled. Don't lose so quickly next time. Lin Diego looked up blankly. Thank you. By the way, who are you guys? Do you all know each other? Why are you suddenly saying hello? Lin Diego shook his head, staring at them blankly. Fawn Yasi and Karong exchanged glances, their eyes adoring a fool. Not even knowing who their next opponent was, how foolish. Originally, the Yes team had wanted to see what was so special about the Sky Cup champions out of caution. Now it seemed nothing special, just a bunch of ragtag bunch. There was absolutely no need to worry. Fawn Yasi shrugged, put her hands in her pockets, and left. Lin Diego was oblivious to their fleeting whirlwinds, chuckling foolishly, as if they were just customers she met while working. Then he turned back to watching the game. Lin Diego, absorbed in her own team's performance, sighed deeply. Lin Diego had always known that their team's strength was inseparable from Tao Ying's leadership, but she still harbored a subtle confidence in her own abilities. Even without her teammates, she could still handle a situation on her own. Although Lin Diego didn't say it out loud, such thoughts would occasionally cross her mind. Especially after Mo joined the team. Mo was undoubtedly a leader among individual soldiers. Her fighting style fostered a fierce competitive spirit in Lin Diego, but at the same time, a sense of danger of being replaced. Lin Diego, Nan Gua, and Tao Ying teamed up simply by chance, assigned to the same dormitory. Without that experience, she might never have participated in a mecha competition in her life. She was simply making up the numbers on the team. Tao Ying possessed extraordinary mental strength and intelligence. Mo had an exceptional talent for individual combat, and Nan Gua, though ordinary in normal times, had a tremendously high ceiling once his baseline was unleashed. They were all very strong. As Lin Diego climbed the ladder, she met more outstanding people, and only then did she understand what true talent was. For those who possessed it, it was something they could easily discard, but for ordinary people, it was a mountaintop that was elusive, no matter how hard they tried. In the Sky Dome Cup finals, Tao Ying unleashed SS-level mental power, annihilating her opponent. Lin Diego knew then and there that even in 20 or 30 years, no, perhaps she would never be able to fight that level of battle. She was like an ordinary person who had infiltrated the Space Ghost Girls team, just for show. Lin Diego murmured, I'm not strong enough. Perhaps her hostility towards Mo stemmed from this. Perhaps she worried that Mo would take her place, and she would be left behind by this increasingly powerful team. She couldn't catch up. Her talent seemed to have stopped there, just like how she had been the first to be eliminated today. But she didn't want to. Didn't want to leave this team. Lin Diego slumped in her chair, shielding her eyes. Her mind, long dormant, finally began to think. How could she stay? How could she continue to win with her teammates? At this moment, somewhere in the asteroid belt, Tao Ying sneezed. Strange, the temperature nearby wasn't too low, so why the sudden sneeze? She sniffed and beckoned a finger at the sprawling tentacle monster. It received the signal, sat up, and leaped into her arms. Tao Ying looked down at the translucent tentacle, raised an eyebrow, and said, I meant to ask for a blanket, not to have you squat on my lap." The tentacle monster meowed in disapproval and turned away, pretending not to hear. There was no other way. I had to ask for help. Tao Ying clasped her hands together and gave a sincere fake smile. "Please help me get the blanket." The tentacle monster, satisfied, reached for the glove compartment to retrieve the blanket and covered her securely. Tao Ying's goal accomplished, she instantly turned hostile and grabbed the tentacle, rubbing it. The tentacle monster refused to give in and attempted to jump into the driver's seat to engage in a brawl. Half a minute later, Tao Ying, breathless, held out her hands. "That's enough. I surrender." 2 punches were no match for dozens of tentacles. The tentacle pointed in the air, as if to say, "Remember this. Remember." Tao Ying raised her hands in surrender with a serious expression, her attitude perfectly correct, but her thoughts were completely different. The confidential database stated that the spirit form and the original body had similar personalities, and it seemed to be true. This tentacle monster, like her, was soft-hearted and receptive to being bullied, and even enjoyed hearing people concede defeat and beg for mercy. Tao Ying sighed twice, shook her head, and poked her spirit form. "This can't be discovered. Desire is a weakness. You should hide it for a while, you know." As soon as Tao Ying finished speaking, Captain Gray Rabbit's tearful accusation echoed through the communication channel. "You pervert. What on earth are you trying to do by tying me up? Oh, I almost forgot you were still here." Tao Ying tapped his head. Having just dismantled the Gray Rabbit team's mech, Tao Ying felt it unsafe to leave the cockpit in the asteroid belt. Out of kindness, she tied a rope to him and held onto it as they walked back. She searched the radar, analyzed her teammates' positions, and attempted to activate the resonance system. She hadn't paid much attention to the rope in her hand. Halfway through, she completely forgot about it. It now appeared that the Moonwalker 1's cockpit had been shattered by a passing boulder, and half of its hull had become space junk. Oh, a terrible deed. But Tao Ying, unfazed, simply said, "Forgot." The Gray Rabbit captain repeated in disbelief, "Forgot? Forgot the enemy was right beside you on the field? Do you believe that?" Tao Ying wiggled her fingers. "After all, I'm a complete pervert. Ah, don't try to guess what I'm thinking." Chapter 126. Tao Ying arrived at a location with less metal junk. The panel signal turned green, indicating reloading teammate connections. After refreshing several times, Tao Ying finally saw the status of her teammates' mechs. Lin Diego was eliminated, Nanguo was halfway trapped in the gravity circle, and Bo Imo defeated one mech, but in a tussle with another, his fuel level dropped to the red line, and he's currently down. Mechs currently capable of action on the field: A. Moonwalker 3. B. Moonwalker 4. C. Hunghwa. So she's the only one left on the Space Ghost Girls? Tao Ying had always believed she mastered her teammates' behavior patterns, and wouldn't let anything go awry. She hadn't expected to underestimate them. How had they ended up like this after only 15 minutes? Confused, Tao Ying blinked, suddenly remembering something. When she was 8 years old, her sister Lisa went out for something, leaving her home alone to care for 10 cats. As soon as Lisa left, a war erupted in the house. With 10 fat cats, the situation was incredibly difficult to control, ultimately devolving into a chaotic brawl between the cats and Tao Ying. That day, when Lisa returned home to see the devastated house, she remained silent for a long time. From shock to bewilderment, she finally calmed down and accepted reality, beginning to sweep the floor. Tao Ying shared the same serene expression of an older sister. This good day had finally arrived for her. Captain Gray Rabbit, unable to move due to the loss of his thrusters, had to follow Tao Ying. However, he still had vision, and he lay in the driver's seat, shaking his head and tooting. "Newbie, where did you find these teammates? They don't seem very human. Take off your rabbit ears before you judge us." Tao Ying didn't waste any more time, casually tossing the wreckage of Moonwalker I into the air. After shedding the last of his baggage, Tao Ying stretched his stiff neck, making a crackling sound. There were only 2 enemy mechs left on the field. Next. Bo Mo. I know you're listening. I'm going to try to resonate. Pull your guns, sniper. Moonwalker 3 slowly touched down, the roar of its thrusters fading until it was barely noticeable. Now, the Space Ghost Girls had only one mech still capable of combat. Hengwo. And Moonwalker 4 quietly approached behind Hengwo. Hengwo hadn't noticed its presence yet. Pilot number 3 tapped his headset. "Captain, coordinates confirmed. AZ-014-A23-B32-C44. Pilot number 4 responded. Arrived at the designated location. "Captain, good. Prepare to attack." The Gray Rabbit squad leader stroked his rabbit ears and looked at Tao Ying's mech. While he was feigning cowardice, he had already quietly transmitted Tao Ying's coordinates and the observed mech's information to his teammates. The rookie captain rushed over, convinced he had a sure win. But in reality, he had fallen into a trap. Although there were some missteps at the start, it didn't matter, everything was as planned. In a 3v1 situation, the Grey Rabbit team had never lost. First, rely on mech number 3 to attract her attention, then use mech number 4 to attack from behind. I command from the rear. Mech number 3, prepare to seduce her. Mech number 4, prepare to ambush. Roger that. Roger that. Even then, Tao Ying hurried along, attempting to resonate with Bo-Mo. The synchronization rate was too low. The connection failed. Synchronization rate too low, connection failed. Usually, I can occasionally connect with Bo-Mo, but today's synchronization rate is so strange that I can't connect even after so many attempts. As the synchronization number dropped, Bo-Mo's cold snort came from the team channel. Bo-Mo, no need to waste time resonating. My bullets can still penetrate Moonwalker 3's energy core. Tao Ying smiled and applauded. Oh, of course I believe in your teammate's strength, but how much fuel do you have left? The captain hit the nail on the head. Bo-Mo paused, his voice slightly lower, 2%. That's only enough for 2 bullets. As long as both hit the target. Do you realize you sound bravado right now? Bo-Mo said coldly. No, you misheard. Alright, I believe you're not bravado, but earning my trust comes at a price. Tao Ying rested her chin on her hand. What if both of your bullets miss? That's impossible. That's hard to say. Bo-Mo chuckled. If both of your bullets miss, I join hands with Lin B. Singer and train our rapport for 3 months. Tao Ying gasped and stepped back in surprise. So ruthless. She had originally considered a month of training, wondering if it would be too long. What if 2 teammates got into a brawl and ended up in the hospital? To her surprise, Bo-Mo spontaneously suggested 3 months. That's it. Tao Ying readily accepted the suggestion, quickly eliminating any chance for Bo-Mo to change his mind. Then she stretched, her eyes finally serious. Then let's begin the counterattack. Tao Ying captured the enemy's position and gave chase. The first thing to come into view was Moonwalker 3. This rabbit-like mech seemed to have been specially tuned, offering greater maneuverability than the captain's mech, and its heroic leaps over the boulders were agile. Tao Ying followed closely behind, but didn't catch up. The commentator shook his head. The Space Ghost girls are stuck in a maze. How come all 3 players are stuck with the same mech? Didn't she realize it was bait? Lin Diego retorted. No, she definitely did. You see, sometimes she's almost on the brink of catching the rabbit then stops. Clearly, she's not fallen for it. But she didn't catch it either. It looked like she was running out of tricks. Tao Ying's mech occasionally advanced, but never went any further. With their fuel tanks nearly depleted, the 2 mechs tested each other. The match was at a stalemate. At this moment, the Grey Rabbit team changed their tactics. After assessing the situation, they finally decided not to run away. Moonwalker 4, which had been lurking, suddenly attacked, and along with teammate number 3, formed a pincer attack on Hunghwa. Moonwalker IV's red eyes fired laser beams, piercing the asteroid belt near Tao Ying. Huge rocks shattered, quickly turning into a rain of small debris. The immense kinetic energy generated by the explosion continued to spread. Countless tiny bullets began to fly, surrounding Hunghwa. The rain of debris effectively restricted Hunghwa's position. Every step the extremely black mech took was immediately repelled by attacks from all directions. Unable to move, it could only temporarily activate its moon barrier shield to resist. But Moonwalker IV's attacks intensified, clearly showing no signs of stopping. Tao Ying was trapped in the attack, and her fuel unknowingly fell into the yellow-lined area. The shield finally cracked. Grey Rabbit Squad, push harder, increase the power. Prepare for a long-range laser attack. We need to take advantage of the moment the shield breaks to disable its visual module. Alright. Grey Rabbit Squad gathered their energy and instantly exploded. Hunghwa's mental shield finally shattered under the intense energy, fragments of gold shattering and blazing for a moment before dissipating into the vast universe. At the same time, a high-intensity laser shot straight at Tao Ying's visual module. Grey Rabbit Squad pursued them. Tao Ying stood still, motionless, unable even to dodge. Hunghwa's visual module was hit, and soon, Tao Ying's faceplate flashed twice, indicating that the visual sensor had failed. The Grey Rabbit team shouted in unison, "Bullseye! Number 4, you did a great job. Hunghwa's combat power has been significantly weakened, so we're close to finishing her off now." No, wait a moment. The captain decisively stopped him. He had just witnessed Tao Ying's dismantling skills, And it seemed so expertly done that it was a bit frightening. Just the visual module isn't enough, we need to snipe out the other sensors too. Is it necessary to be so cautious with a newcomer? She can't even see. Another teammate chimed in. Yeah, being in space, with nothing to see, and everything in sight is pitch black. If it were me back in college, I have surrendered right there. The captain gave the order, do as I say. Okay. Though the two teammates didn't quite understand, they obeyed obediently, firing their eye lasers again. Sonar module, infrared module, gas sensor. Soon, all of Hengwo's sensors were accurately sniping out. The Grey Rabbit squad erupted in cheers. About 10 minutes later, Number 3 and Number 4 cautiously waited until the rain of debris subsided, confirming Hengwo's surroundings were completely clear before approaching triumphantly. Two moonwalkers leaped back and forth around Hengwo. Without their sensors, Hengwo was like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. We already secured half of the prize money for advancement. Captain, did that just dismantle your mech? We avenge you. The Grey Rabbit spoke, opening its bloody mouth and pulling out its large upper jaw teeth. A gleaming white dagger, shaped like an incisor. In emergencies, it can be used in close combat. Of course, it can also be used to dismantle mechs. Moonwalker number 3 jokingly waved his hand in front of Tao Ying's visual module. Well, where should we start? The arms? He pondered for a moment, finally chuckling, and decided to start with the head. The white dagger swiftly rose to Hengwo's cockpit, but number 3 searched for it, but couldn't find a spot to strike. How could this mech be so seamlessly designed? Anti-tampering? Number 3 hesitated for a moment, deciding to change his position, but Hengwo moved. Black eyes suddenly flashed, and Hengwo suddenly extended his hand, swiping it in front of number 3, nearly sending his mech flying. Number 3, startled, quickly retreated. He patted his chest, bewildered, and asked his teammates, aren't all her sensors destroyed? How could she still detect my presence? His teammates rolled their eyes at him. Are you driving an old-fashioned mech? We're all perceptive mechs. Pilots can use their psychic powers to determine the enemy's position. It's only an approximate estimate, and there are range limitations. But you're so close, of course she could detect it. Number 3 scratched his head. So? I don't need a psychic module. To be precise, the Moonwalker is a semi-perceptive mech. While possessing a psychic module, it also hasn't abandoned the old-fashioned mechanical panel. A fusion of new and old technologies has been achieved. Pilot number 3's psychic power isn't high, and he still operates mostly through the mechanical module, so it's understandable that he wasn't aware of this. I was planning to dismantle her mech to avenge the captain. What should I do now? What's there to be afraid of? She just sensed your position and swung her around. Even with her eyes open, she's slower than you. Are you afraid of her with her eyes closed? Pilot number 4 chuckled. I can sense her psychic power is a bit scattered. Now's the perfect time to attack. Go! The two mechs kicked off with their hind legs, using the boulder to rebound, and launched another attack at Tao Ying. In the distance, a pitch-black bullet pierced the vacuum, like a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards her. A full-scale attack from all three sides, heading in one direction. At the center of the attack, Tao Ying said leisurely, "Let me see how your aim is, Xiao Mo." Chapter 127. The bullet rushed towards the Moonwalker with unstoppable force. Pilot number 4 felt a chill on his back, and instinctively swerved to the side. The bullet quickly grazed the waist of the mech, piercing several rubbles in succession. The pilot dodged, his heart pounding. He double-checked. Yes, it was definitely a bullet of that size. But where did it come from? Confused, he turned and faced the source of the bullet. The only mech in the Space Ghost Girls team that could move right now should be Hengwo. Who's sniping? A ghost? Pilot number 4 pondered in that direction for a few seconds, then suddenly froze. He was familiar with this direction. It was near the nameless star. He had previously battled with Mo's mechs nearby. Yes, Mo. The one who just fired was Mo. How could he be a sniper? Doesn't she always enjoy close combat? And the heading was almost out of fuel. So how could he have fired? Pilot number 4's eyes widened. What the hell? Grey Rabbit Squad. That was a close call, fourth. If we hadn't dodged quickly, we have been hit in the cockpit. Still terrified, the others discussed quietly on the team chat. At the very least, that last shot should have exhausted the fuel. There won't be another one, right? Should we observe the situation? As the Grey Rabbit Squad cautiously spun, a female ghost chuckle echoed through the universe. Tao Ying, Xiao Mo, the first shot missed. Her smile deepened. A disgruntled hum seemed to echo through the team chat, followed by the click of a bullet leaving the chamber again. The moment the flames erupted, the heading's fuel was completely depleted. The only mech left in the Space Ghost squad was Hunghwa. Tao Ying quietly closed her eyes, watching the bullet streak through the endless night sky. Her mental power was like an invisible net, capturing all movement hundreds of meters away. Tao Ying could feel the bullet hurtling through. Perhaps due to the skill she developed from blindfolded shooting at the Relics Museum, Tao Ying could see the trajectory even more clearly than during the Sky Cup finals. Abilities that previously required resonance with the mecha to unleash were now possible with focused mental power. Her eyelids fluttered slightly. It was getting closer. The bullet was past Tao Ying, heading straight for the Moonwalker's cockpit, but just as it was about to hit, the nimble rabbits quickly dodged. The gray rabbits were indeed quite skilled. They quickly analyzed the sniper's position and, naturally, the trajectory. Mo's shooting was accurate. But whether a bullet would hit the target required more than just the crosshairs. After all, the enemies on the field could sometimes be as unpredictable as their teammates. Tao Ying tilted her head. What a shame! We were so close. I admit defeat. Remember to train hand in hand with Lin Biega for 3 months. By Mo, eh? Off stage, Lin Biega was unaware of this, and still worried about the outcome. She and Nanghua hugged each other nervously. The captain is the only one left on the field, and his sensor is at low health after being sniped. What should we do? It's nothing. We won't lose the first game of the professional league, will we? Although games can be won and lost, losing the first one would feel like something was missing. Lin Biega clasped his hands together and began to pray. Please, Ingzi. If we win this game, I will train twice as hard, and will definitely not hold the team back. Nanghua clenched his fist. Me too. If I can win this match, I go talk to 100 random strangers on the street. Lin Biega, that's going to be quite a challenge for you. The two of them stared nervously at the screen. The outcome of this match depended on this moment. Will they win? Tao Ying on the field seemed to sense something and glanced at the starship, which had shrunk to a tiny dot in the distance. She turned back, a playful smile playing at the corner of her mouth. She had a feeling her teammates would say something endearing. But unfortunately, she couldn't hear it. The fuel was running low, and she could only hold on for 5 minutes. There were only 2 enemy mechs left. Tao Ying clenched her light blade, holding it across her body. After a moment's thought, she closed her eyes and charged towards the enemy. The Grey Rabbit team confirmed that Bai Mo's mech was completely shut down, and the countdown to the end of the match had begun. Unexpectedly, Hunghwa, who had been inactive since Bai Mo started firing, suddenly took off. Hunghwa approached them at lightning speed. Despite having lost its sensors, Tao Ying was still able to pinpoint their location with remarkable accuracy thanks to her mental power. First, this one. Amidst the enemy's panic, Tao Ying spoke with a smile. A warm breath reached her hand, a sense shared with the mech, permeating her nerves through the tranquil stream of her mental power. A steady stream of mental power flowed, invisibly filling the cockpit. The tentacle monster, which had been crouching in Tao Ying's arms, suddenly meowed and looked up. It nudged Tao Ying's chin, then suddenly began transformation. It quickly transformed into a human, a zerg, and even a black cat, switching between these forms endlessly. At a certain moment, the transformation ceased. The tentacle monster's translucent body lost its boundaries, and the part where it intersected with Tao Ying began to overlap. The scene was so natural that it didn't even feel strange. Souls began to merge, as if they had always been one. Tao Ying, with her eyes closed, focused on her opponent. She didn't notice what had just happened, only that her mind seemed to have become clearer. It was like the strange feeling when she first piloted the Hengwo, the instruction manual appearing within her mind. But she didn't have time to wonder why. In the silent universe, Hei grasped the light blade and slashed back. The sharp light pierced the darkness, severing all hesitation, and attacked the enemy's cockpit. A crack appeared on the Moonwalker 3, and the light machine nearly flew out. Pilot number 3 suddenly increased thruster fire, barely stopping before shattering the armor. But the overwhelming impact shattered the mental barrier. But Tao Ying didn't stop her attack. She immediately released the light blade and switched to her left hand. The light blade deflected, reflecting the attack from the left. It was Moonwalker IV's laser, attempting to shield his teammates. The black mech narrowed its eyes, its demeanor relaxed, its left hand twirling the light blade on the brink of danger. After a moment's silence, Hengwa's right arm quickly unleashed several coils of cable, wrapping them around the tooth in Moonwalker IV's mouth. Then he pulled hard. The white dagger flew into Tao Ying's palm, twirling smoothly in his grasp. Tao Ying smiled mischievously, waving the knife. He was thoroughly enjoying it. Pilot 4 touched his vanished tooth, his smile fading. His face paled instantly, his lips trembling, as if it wasn't his teammates, who were nearly cleaved in half, but him. She couldn't even block my attack just now, so why is she so fast now? It's like she's become a completely different person. Can't fight unless she's low on health? I think she's possessed. Heng was seen to have developed a spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, his movements suddenly became incredibly skilled. Not only were his opponents puzzled, but the atmosphere in the locker room was also filled with confusion. This sudden change from before to after ignited a sense of dread. This wasn't the movement of a rookie. Even professional players wouldn't necessarily achieve such natural reaction speed. She looked more like a seasoned warrior. The janitor, who had been standing beside Lin Diega, holding a broom, boredly watching the Space Ghost girl's game, suddenly had a different look in his eyes. He leaned forward towards the screen, staring for a long moment, then asked Lin Diega, "Is this the same person doing this? Who's your captain? Who's her mentor?" This person fired off questions like a cannon of bullets, his attitude rather aggressive. Lin Diega was stunned, but she was baffled and could only open her mouth. That's impossible. Although one of their teachers was a Federation Marshal, he hadn't taught them any practical combat techniques. I also never heard of Teacher G giving Tao Ying special training. So what happened to the captain? Where was the catalyst for this sudden surge? Nan Guo pondered his recent training and whispered, given Xiao Ying's talent, could she have been self-taught? The cleaner who asked the question clearly didn't believe the answer and scoffed. How could someone at that level be self-taught? Even a genius wouldn't be able to do that. Even the most talented person has to learn to read before they can write. Based on that movement she just made, I guarantee you definitely been on the battlefield. After she used her blade, she subconsciously shook it off to dislodge the insect fluid. Even though the enemy was right in front of her, she was always keeping her hands on the ground to guard against other attacks. Especially at her feet, which is the area most easily overlooked by new pilots. That's a habit only someone who's experienced slashing zergs will develop. She's definitely been on the battlefield. The janitor stood straight, his words forceful and emphatic, like a retired soldier. He spoke with such conviction that his teammates were a little bewildered. Lin Diega was bewildered. Really? But how could Tao Ying, at her age, have been on the battlefield? Her age aside, her physique wouldn't be possible either. Could he really be possessed by a ghost? Lin Diega's gaze at the arena grew complex, and she whispered to Nan Guo, I always felt like the captain has a lot of secrets. Teacher G suspected she was an android, and the two of them even exchanged gunfire. I don't know what happened later, but after a fight, the two of them became incredibly familiar, like they knew each other from a previous life. The captain's conversation with Princess Wang was a bit strange too. He also knows the president of High Technology, and by MO. He's also very familiar with the people at the Layman Mecha Research Institute. No, I didn't realize it before, but now that I think about it, this network is a bit terrifying, isn't it? The more Lin Diega thought about it, the more she felt something was amiss. She gestured towards Nan Guo with the microphone. Interview, Master Diviner, do you have any clues about the captain's true identity? Nan Guo scratched the tip of his nose. A little bit. What? Tell me now. Lin Diega's eyes were filled with anticipation. Nan Guo coughed lightly, seeming unsure how to begin. She stammered, it's not really a clue, just a little bit of deduction. As the saying goes, eliminate all the impossible, and what remains is the truth, right? What? Lin Diega's expression was dazed. Nan Guo patted Lin Diega's hand and smoothed it over. Hey, Xiao Ying will tell you sooner or later. For now, just focus on the game. That being said, the outcome of this match wasn't all that surprising. The blade that Moonwalker 3 couldn't dodge was certainly not something the slower 4 could avoid either. After a flash of blades, Tao Ying secured both mechas, even grabbing one by the head and speaking with a smile. It's unclear what Tao Ying said, but the pilot fearfully followed her orders, not daring to disobey. He used his laser to blast the Grey Rabbit squad leader, who was observing the situation from several kilometers away. With that, the match was over. 1v3, with all his teammates perishing, Tao Ying managed to snatch 3 kills and win. The host's voice boomed overhead. Now announcing the results. Round Robin, Group 8, Match 1, Space Ghosts vs Grey Rabbits. Space Ghosts win. Chapter 128. The mech returned to the starship deck, and the teammates swarmed around, surrounding Tao Ying. Nan Guo's eyes lit up. Xiao Ying, how did you manage that in the end? What a beautiful combo. Tao Ying hesitated, a rare moment of hesitation in her response. I'm not quite sure. She had originally thought her chances of winning this match were about 50-50, But in the final 5 minutes, her mental power entered a strange state. A mental force was pushing her forward. She hadn't had time to focus during the previous match, but now, stepping onto the starship deck, Tao Ying realized that the source of that mental power seemed to be the tentacle monster. She turned around and beckoned the tentacle monster with her index finger. This time, the tentacle monster didn't listen to Tao Ying, but simply lay lazily on the ground, letting out a long meow. The spirit form, which had been constantly changing its appearance within the mech, had now stabilized. Tao Ying keenly noticed that it was somewhat different from before, both in appearance and in the flow of its mental power. Tao Ying walked over to it, squatted down, turned it over, and examined it carefully. Has it become more solid and plump? It seems to have a more distinct personality. You mean it's more cat-like? Nangua covered the tentacle monster's ears. Don't listen, cat, that's a bad comment. Tao Ying said helplessly, you're covering its mouth. Its ears. Does it have ears anyway? The tentacles lashed the ground twice, as if expressing dissatisfaction with Tao Ying's questioning. But this personality and weight change weren't the biggest issues. To Tao Ying's surprise, the tentacle monster remained solid until they finished their meal at the restaurant. Even as the next 2 days of rest and adjustment were drawing to a close, it showed no sign of becoming transparent. In the past, the tentacle monster would typically run out of power a few hours after the resonance ended, unable to maintain its physical form. But 3 days had passed since Tao Ying last used Henghua's resonance system. It had clearly exceeded its time limit. It seems to have gotten stronger. Could it be that the spirit form also evolves? Tao Ying pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I don't think so. It's more likely that the connection between her and the tentacle monster has become stronger, resulting in a higher charging efficiency. But why would the connection become stronger? The tentacle monster flicked its tail and replied, meow meow meow. Tao Ying, She didn't understand cat language, thank you. There weren't many entertainment options on the starship. While there was a swimming pool and a shooting range, they were mostly for training. Between matches, the training intensity shouldn't be too high, just keep your skills sharp. So, after training, everyone had nothing to do. So, the Space Ghost girls had developed a new hobby over the past 2 days, observing the tentacle monster. Regardless of time or place. Because they were so familiar with the tentacle monster, the 4 of them would occasionally forget something important. Those who hadn't resonated with Tao Ying couldn't see it. Though their behavior was normal, it appeared completely different to others. The Space Ghost girls weren't normal. It was like they were walking and suddenly had a seizure, collectively mumbling to themselves in a dark corner. Or they would all crouch down and raise a non-existent, mysterious creature like a star around the moon. It was like some primitive tribe performing a ritual. A strange rumor began to spread on the starship. The Space Ghost girls must have been on drugs to win the first game after coming from behind. Look! These hallucinations and auditory hallucinations are outrageous. I've been competing for so many years, and I never seen anything this severe. What kind of drugs are they taking? The side effects are so severe. The rumors of drug use intensified, and eventually the Space Ghost girls were reported to the competition authorities for doping. But after drug testing, all 4 members came back clear. Instead, the person who reported them, because their wording suggested an unusual familiarity with banned stimulants, was pulled in for testing. It turned out they were indeed using drugs, disqualified on the spot, and banned for 5 years. This person, dissatisfied, requested a retest, so the competition authorities simply organized a full-scale drug test. After a single competition, 6 or 7 groups were caught cheating. They were all using a new type of stimulant. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a stimulant, but a newly developed, specialized medication that helps with concentration. After the first use, the effects last for 3 days, during which time drug residues can be detected in the blood. But it only needs to be applied before each match. The effects last for several hours, becoming undetectable within 10 minutes after the match. It's highly capable of evading detection. In one group, 3 of 4 teams were found to have used performance-enhancing drugs and were disqualified, allowing the remaining teams to advance without incident. This drug testing controversy caused a major uproar, even sparking a serious discussion within the Interstellar Mecha Association. Ultimately, the doping testing rules were revised, instituting random pre- and post-match testing. While some criticized the inconvenience, the honest competitors applauded. Maintaining competition fairness is long overdue. That said, isn't the strength of these performance-enhancing drugs a bit outrageous? I looked at the match records, and no one who took them lost. It's a medication used to treat mental illness. I heard it's effective for brain disorders. It's become popular in the past 2 years, and is really effective, with no side effects. So it's so effective? So the Space Ghost team's strange behavior isn't caused by medication. That's even stranger. Did their captain really win on her own? I always find the footage a bit eerie. Yeah, the difference before and after is like a personality transformation. Spark Science could tell you 3 episodes. Maybe they sacrificed their souls to the devil. Can you explain some science? In the end, no one could discuss why the Space Ghost team was talking to the air. And the tentacle monster still hadn't disappeared. So, after the match, Team Tyrannus came to visit the Space Ghost team, intending to congratulate them on their first match victory and their elimination of doping suspicions. But what they saw was Lin Biega, Nan Gua, and Bo Mo sat in a circle, talking to the air above the table, their hands occasionally sliding down their backs in the air, as if petting a non-existent cat. All 3 looked mentally unstable. Ji Da-hwan was silent for a moment, then took 2 steps back and closed the door. Zhu Shirui's eyes widened. What are you doing? Even if the competition was stressful, they couldn't all go crazy, could they? Zhu Shirui was about to say that at least Tao Ying was mentally stable and would be fine, but then she turned and saw the man sitting down at the table, holding a glass of water. Tao Ying, like his teammates, sighed solemnly at the empty table. Who the hell are you? Zhu Shirui, It's over. Even Tao Ying has gone crazy. She exchanged a few quick pleasantries with Ji Da-hwan and left. On the way to the training room, she ran into the Gray Rabbit team. The bunny-eared man saw them coming out of Tao Ying's room and said mysteriously, You saw it too, didn't you? What did you see? The Space Ghost girls. They can communicate with spirits. Zhu Shirui, What's wrong with the players in this professional league? Is there a single normal person? According to the bet, Mo and Lin Biega need to practice empathy hand in hand for 3 months. When Tao Ying told Lin Biega the news, she expected her to throw a tantrum, saying, Why didn't you consult me before making this bet? And then throw a tantrum and refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Biega was simply stunned for a moment before accepting the offer. Lin Biega smiled wryly. I also feel my coordination isn't great. Training with her is a good way to learn something, so that's fine. Let's do it. Mo looked at her in surprise. Have you changed? I just realized my own strength and feel I can't go on like this. Lin Biega's tone was rather dejected, as if she were still blaming herself for being the first to be eliminated. Tao Ying paused, patted her shoulder, and spoke soothingly. Actually, you can refuse the hand-holding part. Just train together. But Lin Biega shook her head. She was even more persistent than the 2 who had made the bet, even dragging Mo along to the training room. Although it wasn't clear what had happened to her mindset, Lin Biega's personality had calmed down considerably over the past 2 days. It was as if she had grown up overnight, and she took the competition more seriously. Their resonance rate also increased during training. Influenced by Lin Biega, Mo began to engage in healthy competition, and their resonance rate rose from 10% to 20%. During their final training session, Mo and Lin Biega successfully achieved a 10-second resonance. Although this resonance was short and unlikely to be useful in actual combat, it was a significant improvement for these 2. After training, everyone waited for Tao Ying to analyze the tactics for the next match, but Tao Ying only offered a brief and concise explanation. Team Qingji was disqualified for failing a drug test, so we can play 1 less match. Our next opponent is Team Yes. They won't have to put in too much effort, so just play casually. What's the chance of winning? Tao Ying said confidently, 100%. So sure? Their teammates looked surprised. Team Qingji was the runner-up last year, and was very strong. Being disqualified would certainly be beneficial for them. But the Yes team isn't weak either. I see everyone's evaluation of them is similar to that of the Gray Rabbit team. Why is the Gray Rabbit team's chance of beating us 50%? They're bound to lose? What's the difference? The difference is that I'm weaker than them. Tao Ying shrugged, without explaining why, and simply sent a message to a few people. The 3 teammates all lowered their heads. There were about 19 names on the list. Lin Biega, what's this? Tao Ying, those who have already advanced, or will advance to the 2nd stage, can familiarize themselves with their fighting styles in advance. I highlighted the key points. The competition was originally divided into 3 stages. The first stage was a round-robin group stage, the 2nd stage was a double elimination tournament, and the 3rd stage was the finals. However, due to drug testing, the number of teams drastically decreased, and the organizers ultimately decided to cancel the 2nd stage. This meant that after this competition, they would advance directly to the finals. After briefly explaining the current situation, Tao Ying left her teammates to digest it. Nangua's voice came from behind. Xiaoying, where are you going? Taoying smiled and waved, catching up on some sleep. Taoying hadn't slept well these past few days. She could have used 4 hours of sleep to relieve fatigue, but it stretched to 8. Because of the constant dreaming. For some unknown reason, Taoying dreamed again of the events of the Flofa Rift. In the ancient ruins, inscriptions glowed blue. A woman with disheveled hair was carving something on the wall with a sharp bone. The content seemed to be a vertical calculation, or a person's name. The text was incomprehensible to Taoying. But this dream was different from the previous ones. With each recurrence, it seemed to become more specific. Every time the woman turned her head, she transformed into a different creature. A woman in military uniform, a black cat, a zerg, and finally, the last time, she turned her head, transforming into a tentacle monster. The tentacle monster flicked its tentacles and said, "You need to leave S." Taoying looked up, once again at the words carved into the rock wall. For the last time, the words became incredibly clear in her mind. Taoying softly recited each word. "I will leave here. You can't hold me back. Mobius, you underestimate humans." Chapter 129. Is this really just a dream? Taoying stood in the dream rift, her mind gradually returning to clarity. No, this happened before. In the Flofa Rift, a woman was once trapped by Mobius, desperately trying to escape. For 4 years, her body had been replicated 37 times, constantly reborn. But Taoying wondered if it wasn't just 37 times. Perhaps after escaping the rift, the woman had acquired a new body, a new identity. So, for the first time in his dream, Taoying addressed the woman. "Who are you? What is our relationship?" As soon as Taoying finished speaking, the tentacle monster suddenly transformed into a woman in a dark blue military uniform. The woman smiled, gently lowering the brim of her hat to shade her eyes. "I answered you," she said. The woman's uniform was sharp, its left breast covered with medals. But a closer look revealed that the military medals, inlaid with ornate gemstones, were mixed in with travel medals. Clearly, their owner didn't take honor seriously. Very casual, just like the woman's personality. After examining Taoying for a moment, the woman removed her wide-brimmed hat and placed it heavily on her head, covering half of her face. Then she leaned in close to her ear and asked, "Who do you think I am?" Seeing Taoying's mouth twitch, the woman rubbed her chin and said teasingly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you guess? Judging from your reaction, I think you have a clue." Taoying, No need to guess, this face is known to everyone in the galaxy. History Textbook, Volume 2, Chapter 5, Section 3, Key Points for each Interstellar Joint Exam. An important historical figure of the Rival Empire. Taoying removed the hand from above her head and said with a polite smile, "Marshal Sylvia, you're dead." "The dead can't speak." Sylvia twirled her hat. "Oh, that's too much. You're actually bringing up my only and final failure." Taoying bluntly asked, "What's your relationship with Mobius?" Seeing Taoying cut straight to the point, completely unmoved by her control, Sylvia shrugged and her expression grew more serious. She replied, "An old enemy, perhaps. Even though I disagree, it loves to chase me." Taoying nodded. "All the way to the hive, right?" GE had once discovered a remnant of the consciousness of an electronic intelligent being on a hive mother on the front lines. Previously, at the Layman Ruins Museum, he had mistakenly believed it was related to Taoying. After clearing up the misunderstanding, he suspected that the consciousness must be Mobius. Taoying pondered for a moment, then looked up. During the Tarn's Hive War, it was Mobius who infiltrated the Zerg consciousness and fought you. Taoying's tone was resolute, leaving little room for rebuttal. Sylvia sighed, winking slyly. "Your mind works faster than I thought. Okay, there's something I need to tell you now, lest you be caught off guard by Mobius." Taoying woke up again, her breathing rapid, a bit short of breath. She felt as if a 100-pound boulder were pressing down on her chest. She looked down and saw the tentacle monster crouching on her chest, its weight heavier than a loaf of bread. No wonder she always felt short of breath in her dreams. Taoying grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and tossed it aside. She rolled out of bed, lost in thought for a moment, then checked the clock. She had slept for 12 hours. The teammates pushed open the door, and sensed Taoying's low mood. No way, who could possibly make their captain so upset? Nanguo leaned against the door, poking his head out to remind her, "Hey, Xiaoying, the game's about to start. We need to go to the deck and prepare. Why do you look so down?" Taoying sighed softly, adjusted her expression, and returned to her normal state before approaching the door. "Nothing. I dreamt someone asked me to save the world, but I was busy playing games, and didn't really want to take on that mess." Lin Biega scratched his head. Saving the world is usually a high school student's job, right? We're all sophomores now. Nangua, Bo Mo, Don't answer seriously. After several days of rest and training, the teammates' coordination has improved significantly. This match will be a perfect test of their training results. As for a major undertaking like saving the world, Tao Ying leaned casually against the door, her mind swirling with thoughts. After a moment, her fingertips rested on her chin. Let's win the game first. The Space Ghost Girls' second match was against Team Yes. A few days prior during training, Tao Ying had said she'd leave this match to herself, without further details. At the time, her teammates didn't understand what Tao Ying meant or why she was so confident. But 5 minutes into the game, they understood immediately. The enemy team launched an electronic attack against them. This was Captain Blackheart's forte. 8 mechas hovered in space, motionless. Without any signs of battle, everyone wondered if time had stopped on the field. What are they doing? I'm stuck? That's not right. I'm watching a live match, not a live stream. In the electronic data stream invisible to the audience, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The electronic firewall was about to spark. The teammates knew no more than the audience, so they could only ask Shadow, what's going on? Tao Ying tapped on his headphones in a moment of urgency. Give me 5 minutes. Even on the Yes team, the atmosphere was tense. Fawn Yasi held her head and gnawed on an energy bar. Her brain had consumed so much energy that she was already starting to feel a headache. The other Yes team members were not much better, staring at the screen with half-focused eyes. Tao Ying's attack gave them no breathing space, and the Yes team's defense was in a state of panic. Warnings kept popping up on the panel. The attack failed. The first firewall had been breached. The second firewall had been breached. The final firewall had been breached, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of the Yes team's mecha defenses had been breached. What kind of technical prowess is this? It's insane! Tao Ying single-handedly faced the electronic attacks of the 4 women, not only defending perfectly, but even breaking their collective defense. Team Yes, despite their best efforts, only managed to hold out against her for 5 minutes. Fawn Yasi and Karone gritted their teeth, shutting down all channels, halting the electronic attacks, and changing tactics. Tao Ying, anticipating this, quickly issued instructions. It's your turn, teammates. Alright. Look at the results of our training. Lin Biega, wielding her light blade, charged to the front lines, launching a fierce attack. Fawn Yasi was no pushover, steadily blocking several of her strikes. Nangua, swinging her ice hammer, seized the opportunity and came from behind Fawn Yasi. The cold hammer, gleaming with a chilling light, froze the enemy's arm upon contact. Lin Biega seized the opportunity to raise his light blade. Nangua and Lin Biega's movements flowed in perfect sync, like meshing gears. Karone reacted quickly and stepped forward to support her teammates. The battle soon became evenly matched, and a fierce struggle ensued. Tao Ying poked her teammate. Xiaomo, it's your turn. I know. Mo rested his sniper rifle on his shoulder. The SC-49 Breath of Life, a sniper rifle specifically designed for Yiting's shoulder structure, was named after the SC-48 Kiss of Death, a machine gun. The previous sniper rifle was a general-purpose version, not capable of rapid fire, and Tao Ying always felt that something was wrong with Mo's handling. She consulted with the members of the Research Institute, and specially crafted a new rifle capable of multi-shot bursts. It could switch firepower, making it more suitable for sniping on the move and for flexible combat. Tao Ying raised an eyebrow. Try it out. Mo pulled the trigger and fired several rounds in different directions. The barrel of the gun vibrated violently. The SC-49's firepower was even greater than the previous guns, and bullets flew towards Lin Biega. In the center of the fight, Lin Biega was dodging Fawn Yasi's spear. As she retreated, the system suddenly issued a series of alarms. Unknown high-speed object approaching. Lin Biega and Nangua were in DR resonance, sharing a common perspective. So she quickly realized it was a bullet, and quickly ducked to avoid it. But she still narrowly avoided being hit. Lin Biega, controlling the mech, turned on the intercom, and spoke to Mo, entering frenzy mode. Bai, you want to kill me? I'm trying to stop you from committing suicide. By shooting me. I was aiming at Fawn Yasi. She was only 10 meters away. My bullets won't miss. Despite their continued bickering, Mo's shot did indeed hit Fawn Yasi and restricted Karone's range of movement. Lin Biega, though a little angry, still cooperated, cursing. The 3 launched another attack, and Tao Ying attempted to join in the resonance. Lin Biega and Nangua were already in a 2-person resonance state, so her joining meant Network resonance. Network resonance. This was the first time they had achieved network resonance in combat. The teammates could feel their perspective expand several times, the battle scene instantly becoming clearer. Lin Biega's mind had never been clearer. Her movements shifted in an instant, and with a single strike, she effectively blocked Fan Yasi and Kurong's escape route. Nangua's ice hammer fell. Bai Mo's bullet struck Kurong. The Yes team captain continued to try to restart the system, but to no avail. They didn't have time to be surprised. Each attack from the Space Ghost Lady team followed with decisive force, becoming heavier and stronger. Team Yes's 4 mechas were completely incapacitated by the torrential onslaught. The captain slammed down his headphones and said, "Didn't you say before that the Space Ghost Lady team wasn't a threat?" Fan Yasi and Kurong exchanged glances. I didn't expect their coordination to suddenly improve. Compared to the last match, the improvement was enormous. How did they achieve this level of coordination in just 5 days? Team Yes was doomed, powerless, and could only surrender. At this point, only 10 minutes had passed since the match began. First stage, Group 8, Team Yes vs Team Space Ghost Lady Team. Space Ghost Team wins. The host announced loudly, and several mechas returned to the port. At the same time, all matches in the first leg concluded. The final day's participants underwent rapid drug testing, and all tested negative for the new stimulant. The Space Ghost team and the other 8 teams successfully advanced to the second leg. All the qualified players quickly received their prize money. Everyone looked at their accounts in confusion. Huh? How come it's double what we expected? Wasn't the second leg cancelled? So the original prize money was split between the first leg and the finals. Wow, I got over 2 million star coins. Everyone's hands trembled slightly as they watched the increasing number in their accounts. So much for just one leg. Thanks to someone's earlier discovery of a new stimulant, their prize money has doubled. Speaking of what the discovery of the stimulant was. Oh right, because someone suspected the Space Ghost team of drug use, that triggered the drug test and kicked out many cheating teams. Everyone looked at the 2 million in their accounts and silently said thank you, for Ghost Girls, for talking to the air a few days ago. So, in recent days, when they passed by the Space Ghost Girls training ground, they would occasionally give them a thumbs up. Thank you. You did a great job. But I still won't let you down in the finals. This was such a coincidence. Given how familiar Tarant is, and Tao Ying were with each other, they began to suspect Tao Ying was behind the drug test scandal. They took the opportunity to visit her and ask her about it. Were you guys talking to the air a few days ago deliberately? Tao Ying stared at her laptop screen. I've been very busy lately. The implication was that she didn't have the time for such things. As she spoke, Tao Ying casually pointed to the edge of the training ground. Zhu Shirui glanced over, and saw that several members of the Space Ghost Girls were still talking to the air on the ground during a break. Zhu Shirui patted her head. So what's going on? There's something there, but I can't see it? Well, there is. Tao Ying closed her notebook and stared at Zhu Shirui for a long moment. Zhu Shirui's scalp tingled under her gaze. What evil plan are you up to? Tao Ying gave a malicious smile. The sensory mecha used by Tyrannis is the model ordered from the Lemon Mecha Research Institute, right? Yes, the latest model. I also use that DR dual resonance system for information sharing. It's incredibly powerful. Then things are easy. I can tell you right now what they're looking at. Tao Ying stood up and pointed forward with a smile. Let's go and see the mecha. Chapter 130. Tao Ying pulled Zhu Shirui and Ji Dahwan together, successfully resonating. Lin Biega had originally come over to join in the fun, but upon seeing Tao Ying sync rate with them, she fell silent. Lin Biega whimpered, "Why are you and the captain sync rate higher than mine? We haven't trained together." We haven't trained together? Ji Dahwan's expression turned extremely gloomy at this, and she gritted her teeth. Didn't we get beaten up enough during the Sky Cup? In the Sky Cup finals, the Tyrantis tactical team was completely outmaneuvered by Tao Ying. The final battle was so intense that their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. Although the final result was not bad. But the Tyrantis people hold grudges, very grudges. During the previous warm-up match, Ji Dahwan remembered that Tao Ying didn't like water very much and wanted to take the opportunity to get a little revenge. But Tao Ying was late to enter the track, and her plan failed. But they didn't give up. They just kept looking for the right opportunity. On closer inspection, the finals are a perfect match. Ji Dahwan folded her arms and narrowed her eyes. Why do you suddenly agree with us? Are you up to something awful again? Tao Ying clutched her chest and said sadly, Why do you think so badly of me? When have I ever betrayed you in a big way? Zhu Shirui keenly caught the flaw in her words. What I mean is, you've been betraying you in small ways, without stopping. Ji Da-hwan sensed something was wrong and interrupted. Big things? What big things? Tao Ying smiled faintly. Saving the world. Teammate, Turan is, Ji Da-hwan and Zhu Xiaorui sighed, speechless. Tao Ying blinked. I'm serious this time. Don't disbelieve me. Cure your Chinibu. Zhu Xiaorui waved her hand, completely ignoring Tao Ying's words. By the way, didn't you just say that once we resonate, we see that unidentified creature? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Tao Ying shrugged and pointed behind her. Look, it's there. Before Zhu Xiaorui could turn around, she felt 2 sudden jabs at her lower back. It felt strange, soft and moist, like jelly. Tentacles. Tentacles? Zhu Xiaorui reflexively jumped forward, then slowly turned back. When she saw what it was, she screamed, "Ah, tentacle monster!" Ji Da-hwan wasn't particularly frightened. She squatted down and tossed the tentacle around, examining it carefully. Your spirit form? Tao Ying, yeah, cute, isn't it? What was this person talking about? Cute? Ji Da-hwan frowned, staring at the mysterious creature. The meowing sound gave it a cute vibe, but the tentacles flailing about all over its body made up for it. I heard the spirit bears some resemblance to me. Ji Da-hwan commented coldly. It's like some indescribable creature of the abyss, feigning cuteness to lower others' guards and gain their trust. But actually, it has a lot more ulterior motives. Tao Ying rubbed her chin. Senior Dahua, you're referring to something. It's you. Zhu Xiaorui was initially frightened, hiding behind her, not daring to approach. Then, seeing the tentacle monster showed no signs of attacking, she tentatively approached. The two quickly became familiar with each other, and had a blast. Zhu Xiaorui was even a little reluctant to leave. Zhu Xiaorui sighed. Senior, I also want to raise my spiritual power to SS. Just to raise a spirit? It only needs spiritual energy to exist, doesn't need to be cleaned, and can understand you painlessly. It's the perfect companion. It consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Ji Da-han looked in Tao Ying's direction. She heard she'd been sleeping a lot longer recently, so that might be the reason. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly stopped. Xiao Rui, you should go back first. What about you, Senior? Something's going on. Atop the starship was a small garden, covered by a semi-curved transparent canopy. On the observation deck, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the players were training. The garden was deserted, save for a single person sitting on a recliner in the middle, comfortably sipping coffee. Tao Ying heard footsteps, but without turning, half-closed her eyes and said lazily, Are you here? Ji Da-han sat down beside her. Did you know I was coming? Tao Ying spread her hands. I guess you have some questions you forgot to ask. Ji Da-han paused, not expecting Tao Ying to be so blunt. Anyway, this person will find a way to dodge questions he doesn't want to answer. Instead of beating around the bush and testing the waters, it's better to just ask directly. Ji Dahua, why did you specifically tell us about the existence of spirits? Seeing Tao Ying about to smile and speak again, she stopped him decisively. Don't say it's because of friendship. I'm not Zhu Xiaorui. I'm not that easy to fool. Tao Ying, so Senior Dahua thinks there's a friendship between us. I'm so touched. Ji Dahua raised her hand with a forced smile, finally reaching her limit. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Tao Ying slumped back in her chair with a grin. Senior Dahua is really well-mannered. If it were you, Sister E, I have a gun pointed at my head by now. Tao Ying's words raced through Ji Dahwan's mind. Ji Dahwan stared in astonishment. You know Ji is my sister? Wait, what's with the gun pointed at her head? Tao Ying was her sister's student, right? Ji's teaching methods at university were so brutal? No, Ji couldn't even bother to mentor her. There was no way he could seriously teach a student. Ji Dahwan's mind raced, and then something suddenly occurred to her. After the Mobius incident, Ji was injured and hospitalized, refusing visits. This worried Ji Dahwan deeply. After much deliberation, she realized the only person who could get information about Ji was Adjutant Bai, so she went to him to get information. Adjutant Bai was cornered by her and told the truth. The marshal refused to visit because he was busy. Her injuries weren't serious. At the time, at the museum, a mysterious individual fought alongside us, sharing the firepower. Ji Dahwan pondered. A mysterious individual? She had heard rumors about the mysterious individual. He was a blindfolded warrior in a wheelchair, physically disabled but resilient. Not only could he single-handedly kill an android, he also dispatched over 20,000 clones of Mobius in just 10 minutes. A true all-around champion. Who is she? Adjutant Bai's hand trembled. He thought to himself that Tyrannis was indeed a tactical academy, full of hidden talents and a formidable internal intelligence network, even possessing this kind of first-hand information. Realizing that he had almost let the cat out of the bag, Adjutant Bai quickly taped his mouth shut. Alright, Xiaohuan, anything further will be classified. In the end, no matter how much Ji Dahuan tried to get him to explain, the adjutant refused to reveal the mysterious individual's identity. If you think about it carefully, when you put these words together, wheelchair-bound, skilled, all round, you already have a candidate in mind. As for blindfolding, even though he could clearly see with both eyes. Is it because of something he can't see? Tao Ying is afraid of blood. The more Ji Dahuan thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. She leaned over and said seriously, "You were the one who killed Mobius at the Layman Ruins Museum?" Tao Ying blinked. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." She pinched the tentacle monster beside her, seeking confirmation. "Isn't that right?" Meow. Tao Ying had no intention of admitting it, but her actions only made Ji Dahuan more certain of her judgment. Familiar, too familiar. This person wasn't answering directly, he was clearly playing dumb, but she couldn't win a verbal argument. 10 seconds later, Ji Dahuan silently pulled a golden pistol from her pocket and cocked it. "Tao Ying? Question mark." Senior Dahua chuckled. "Captain Blackheart, you just said something wrong. I'm no different from my sister, neither of us has much manners. Especially when I'm holding a gun." Ji Dahuan approached with a sinister grin. "Are you telling the truth?" Tao Ying, Tao Ying slumped back in her chair and sighed. Sisters are really the same. Ji has been on the front lines, so a bit of a ruthlessness is fine, but this one, who hasn't been, still loves to threaten people with a gun. Tao Ying muttered to herself for a moment, her gaze drifting out into the universe. The 13-beacon rift was inconspicuous from the starship. The vertical opening was quiet and bottomless, as if it had swallowed up the darkness of the universe. But it was also as if the darkness of the universe had originally been born from it. A beeping sound came from the computer. Tao Ying lowered her head and tapped the connection. Yi Xinghui's voice rang out. "Xiao Ying, I looked into what you mentioned before, and the results are the same as you said." "Okay." Yi Xinghui's tone was a little hesitant. "This matter involves a lot." Tao Ying nodded. "So the fewer people who know about it, the better." Tao Ying had already received the information she needed, and was about to end the call. But Yi Xinghui's tone was hesitant, as if he had something else to say. Tao Ying leaned closer to the screen. "What's wrong? Is there anything else wrong?" Yi Xinghui's tone was serious. "Mobius hasn't been bothering you lately, has he?" Tao Ying waved her hand. "Oh, you're talking about that." "No. Since that incident in the cafe, it's been pretty quiet. A small that's good came from the other end." Tao Ying suddenly remembered how much she'd been annoyed by Mobius. After that incident in the cafe, she and Yi Xinghui couldn't help but bring up the matter. Yi Xinghui's eyelashes, which had been fluttering, froze instantly. His voice was a little low, and he lowered his head. "Why didn't you tell me?" Tao Ying tilted her head. "Why would I tell you something I can handle myself?" "Because? Well..." Yi Xinghui fell silent. Then, 2 days ago, Lishiana sent Tao Ying a message saying that Yi Xinghui's electricity bill had suddenly skyrocketed this month. The spike seemed to have peaked when Tao Ying mentioned to Yi Xinghui that Mobius's clone was constantly following her. Tao Ying's eyes lit up with a smile as a sudden inspiration struck her. "What did you use the company's electricity for?" Yi Xinghui looked away. "Nothing." "Jealous?" Then, the sound of equipment falling over could be heard from the other end of the line. An employee at the line-in monitoring center yelled, "Xiao Yi, why did you collapse? It's not time yet. We still have a lot of holes to fill. By the way, what's wrong with your power consumption distribution during work? Why are you calculating so much emotion? Let me see. Shyness accounts for 10%? You're exaggerating." Several colleagues were puzzled by what was going on when they suddenly saw Tao Ying on the other side of the screen, and then looked at Yi Xinghui's expression, and suddenly realized. "Oh, she's the sister you mentioned earlier." "Oh, she..." Several colleagues patted Xiao Ye's back meaningfully, drawing out the last few words. Then they leaned over to greet Tao Ying. "Hello, Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying. We've been so upset since we last heard from you." Amidst the constant teasing from his colleagues, Yi Xinghui's expression remained cold for a moment, but he finally couldn't hold it anymore and cracked. The tips of his ears flushed, and he pushed the screen back. "Don't stare at me." That said, but the person didn't hang up. He occasionally glanced in her direction. Tao Ying quickly pressed the screenshot button, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. She wiped her eyes. "Xiao Yi, you're so easy to understand." Chapter 131. The colleague's offensive continued unabated. "But Xiao Ying looks about your age. So why is she called sister? The colleague looked around and said, she doesn't look like the bad woman the rumors say she is. Bad woman? Tao Ying smiled, her eyes curved, and sat up. Is that what Xiuya calls me behind my back? I didn't, Yi Xinghui said in a panic. How did you know about her? I haven't even mentioned her to you. You haven't said it yourself, but that Pomeranian talks about it every day. The colleague pointed at the snow-white ball in the corner. Is it just making it up? Tao Ying rubbed her chin. Not completely. You wouldn't be able to tell, I'm super bad. Colleagues, so Xiuya likes this type. Yi Xinghui opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back. Finally, hesitantly said, I told you it wasn't. So you don't like her? Yi Xinghui's face was numb. That Pomeranian was doomed if it turned back. He hurried to the rooftop of the monitoring center, finally escaping his colleague's teasing. Looking down, he saw Tao Ying hadn't let him off either. Tao Ying had recorded her colleague's words. The rooftop of the Line-N monitoring center was supposed to be a very respectable place. But now, a colleague's voice kept playing over and over. So you don't like it? Don't you like it? Don't you like it? Yi Xinghui opened his mouth, speechless at the playful person, and could only sigh. Xiao Ying, it's not enough that you don't help me, you're also causing trouble. Tao Ying lay sideways on the bench, her head resting on her hand. Someone's tone is really resentful. Who is it because of? I have a feeling you're saying something else. Tao Ying propped up his chin, looking up and down. Xiaoya's complaints seemed to extend beyond the teasing he just done. It felt like a simmering resentment. What had she done? Tao Ying caught sight of the computer behind him from the corner of his eye, and suddenly realized something. Oh, I see. It must be the workload. The Lemon Monitoring Center has been quite busy lately. Working 24/7, even without a human body, must be mentally exhausting. Tao Ying patted his head through the screen. If catching Mobius's clone is really that troublesome, you can just let it go. It's certainly quite formidable. The other side's work is more important right now. Isn't the other side's work also related to it? Yi Xinghui paused, unsure what he was thinking, and suddenly a deathly smile appeared on his face. You seem to really like Time Mobius. Don't you have anything else to talk about besides it? Tao Ying asked in surprise. Are you really jealous? Is it okay for us to be jealous? Tao Ying choked, a rare moment. Well, how should I put it? Tao Ying looked up at the sky, then down again, pondering, her face unsure of how to respond. She was playing, but also seemed genuinely thoughtful. Finally, Yi Xinghui gave in. Pretend I didn't ask. Get some rest. Preparing for the final match is crucial. I won't bother you. Not that busy. Neither of them hung up until Yi Xinghui left the rooftop, about to push open the door to continue working. Tao Ying, seemingly finished thinking, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yi, I always had some special desires for you. But it's an instinctive feeling, difficult to explain logically. Tao Ying's tone was so serious that at first one might have thought she was talking about work. That was indeed her intention. But the content was completely different for the listener. As expected, halfway through her words, a sudden ping-pong sound came from the computer. Then the image on the screen flipped upside down, shaking violently. It spun in the air. It was as if someone had fallen down the stairs. At the end of the stairs, Yi Xinghui struggled to his feet and asked in disbelief, What did you say? A colleague poked his head out the door and repeated, She said, she had some special desires for you. Tao Ying nodded. Yes, that's what I just said. She had some special desires for you. Yi Xinghui choked. I heard it. Everyone heard it. No need to say it a third time. He still had to work here. The roar of computers drifted from the hall, intensifying. Why are you all standing at the door? Oh, that's it. You see when you come. A crowd of colleagues gathered at the door, and the crowd gradually grew. Finally, the center director was alerted, and he finally squeezed out of the crowd, his wig falling off. Xiuya, your electricity bill is going through the roof. Really? What are you calculating? 1 day's electricity bill equals 10 days' worth of the previous day. You? The director's voice suddenly rose an octave when he saw his face. Why are you so red? You got a virus. A colleague waved his hand. Oh, director, don't worry. He's just blushing. Someone's confessing their love on the other end. Although the tone is strangely heavy, it sounds like they're confessing to a priest. It also sounds a bit like a criminal confessing their crimes. But it's probably a confession, right? The director listened to his colleague's chatter for a long time, before finally understanding the situation. He said sternly, Dust, don't use the center's electricity bill for romance during work hours. Yi Xinghui, Amid the chaos, the culprit silently raised his hand, No, you might have misunderstood me. Hello, is anyone listening? The lemon monitoring center was filled with clamor, and no one heard Tao Ying's voice. In the end, Yi Xinghui didn't even have time to say hello before the director dragged him back to work. Tao Ying looked at the words call ended on the laptop and lay on the bench, a look of loneliness on her face. I had planned to make things clear today. Never mind. We explained it to him after the finals. Even before the finals, the starship was already stirring, the atmosphere of a showdown growing stronger. At some point, the tension finally erupted. The day before the match, two teams clashed at the training ground. 3 members of one team were badly beaten. Even after treatment, they hadn't fully recovered enough to compete. What should we do? The match is tomorrow. The captain shook his head. Nothing can be done. Let's replace the players. The replacements were familiar to Tao Ying. They were Su Biao, Tong Feiming, and Chai Jia. They were the 3 members of the Alzita Military Academy from the previous Sky Cup. Not only was Tao Ying surprised by their appearance, but the players from the other teams were equally surprised. How did their piloting skills get them to the bench? Let's put that aside. Previously, Su Biao was adamantly refusing to participate in the Mecha competition. I heard he was traumatized by being beaten. But he doesn't seem to have that problem during training. I heard he took some medicine to cure it. It's that new stimulant. That medicine can even boost mental strength. That's why they made such rapid progress and been selected as substitutes. Is it really that effective? I try taking 2 pills after the league ends. 2 players passed by the Space Ghost girls, gossiping, and left the training ground. Nengua raised his hand. Captain, I think it's a little strange for someone from the Alzita Military Academy to be here. I second that. Lin Diega, maybe I'm overthinking it, but they're not going to come out of nowhere to beat us up, are they? Tao Ying spread her hands. Who knows? Why aren't you panicking at all? I was panicking, but I'm the captain. How could I show my inner turmoil and cause my teammates to worry? Tao Ying blinked repeatedly, putting on a panicked expression. But he couldn't hide the lingering smile. Captain, you don't seem shaken at all. Amidst the silent, clearly disbelieving stares of his teammates, Tao Ying smiled and glanced at the transparent compartment on the side of the training ground. Training room. Inside were several training machines, but due to limited availability, a queue was required. The longest queues were for the 10 pill-shaped virtual pods. On the pod doors were numbers that decreased from 60:00, indicating a 1-hour time limit. If someone queued up after the time limit expired, the pods would automatically open. Su Biao and the other 3 were currently lying in the virtual pods. Their queue was completely empty, with no one in sight. Seeing the people entering were from the Alzita Military Academy, they all changed positions. It wasn't that the other players were afraid of them, but with the competition imminent and a previous experience behind them, no one thought of clashing at such a critical moment. Tao Ying usually trained in mechas, and had never used the virtual cabin here. After a moment's thought, she said, let's try it. With that, she went directly to Su Biao's virtual cabin and pressed the Q button. Soon, 2 beeps sounded, and the cabin's electronic sound announced that Su Biao was disconnecting and preparing to leave. Seeing her teammates motionless, Tao Ying turned back in confusion. What are you doing? Get in line. Lin Diego looked at the 3 people rising from their virtual cabins, and noticed that they seemed even larger than they had been at the Sky Cup. She swallowed and poked Tao Ying twice. What do you want? Looking for a fight? Tao Ying's eyes were clear. What are you talking about? I just wanted to try out the virtual cabin here. I don't believe you. Biamo glanced at Tao Ying, frowning as he warned, there are a lot of people here. Some weapons can't be used casually. Tao Ying nodded solemnly. I understand. Like stun guns. I know you still. Biamo turned his head. If a fight breaks out, I won't help. Tao Ying pulled Biamo's laptop towards her, and tapped a few times. Biamo lowered his head. What are you doing? Oh, if a fight breaks out, remember to record the scene. Biamo, ? Would it be convenient to review how they got beaten? Although everyone was training, they noticed what was happening here, glanced at each other, and their breathing suddenly became quieter. They suppressed their breath, lowered the intensity of their training, and kept a furtive eye on the situation. Su Biao's sturdy thighs stepped out of the virtual cabin. After a series of electronic chimes, the virtual cabin closed and automatically initiated a disinfection process. Su Biao strode over to Tao Ying, raised his hand, and then, amid the crowd's quiet exclamations, scratched his head. He said to Tao Ying in a simple tone, sorry, we've taken up too long. Please leave. Tao Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, as if trying to determine if he meant what she said. Lin Biega and Nanghua couldn't help but exclaim, huh? At the same time. Is this an act? Su Biao had been incredibly aggressive during the Sky Dome Cup. It would be strange if he didn't hit someone at this moment, even saying excuse me? Not only Su Biao, but Tao Ying also pressed the hatches of Chai Jia and Tong Feiming one by one. As they emerged, they were all extremely polite. They even helped each person put the training equipment back in its place when they saw it had fallen on the sidewalk. Before leaving, Su Biao saw a janitor fall and resolutely took the broom to help sweep up the water on the floor. Tong Feiming asked the older man with concern, are you okay? He even used you. Those hooligans from Alzita. Who doesn't always say I? Did they take the wrong medicine? Chapter 132. After the virtual cabin training ended, Lin Biega secretly followed the Alzita Military Academy, reporting their whereabouts in real time. She and Nanghua's quiet, but excited voices echoed through the computer. Oh my god, seriously, they've been doing good deeds all day, like they're being punished for community service. Is it necessary to go to such lengths to pretend to be friendly? Tao Ying smiled at the video in her hand. Well, maybe it's not an act. What's going on? Can a person's personality change so drastically overnight? We know tomorrow. Lin Biega said, hey, from your tone, you know something. Are you hiding something from us again? These three bastards are definitely coming for us. More than that. It had nothing to do with them. No, strictly speaking, it had something to do with them, but these three weren't coming for them, or even for this game. Tao Ying closed the computer screen and sent a message to Yixing Hui. Plan ahead, be prepared. After sending the message, Tao Ying lay back in bed as if nothing had happened. Her mental energy has been drained these past few days, and her sleep schedule has been drastically extended, often even sleeping during the day. She missed the days when she could be fully alert on just 4 hours a day. Now it feels like she's reverting to her infancy. Bo Imo sat beside Tao Ying, arms folded, having just finished watching the training room footage. Something was very wrong. Her conclusion mirrored her teammates' observations. The three men from the Alzita Military Academy were behaving normally, yet clearly inconsistent with their previous personalities. Bo Imo turned to Tao Ying and asked, what did you discover? Well, the truth of the universe, the history of human evolution. Tao Ying said lazily. By Mo, She hadn't asked that question in vain. 10 minutes later, Tao Ying lay peacefully in bed, one eye open, looking at her. Bai Mo frowned in disapproval. Why are you staring at me? Xiao Mo, what do you want to do after the competition? Train in Mecha. Then what? Continue training and participate in other competitions. Seeing Tao Ying about to ask more, Bai Mo interrupted impatiently. Why do you have so many questions? Nothing, just a little nervous about the upcoming competition. Bai Mo looked her up and down. Yes, it was their black-hearted captain. Even if the sky fell, this guy would only shout. Funny, I didn't see how I fell just now, let's do it again. She nervous? Bai Mo's eyes narrowed. It seems you really have nothing to do. Tao Ying raised her hands innocently. I'm so damn busy these days. I'm training the moment I open my eyes, and even when I fall asleep, I can't sleep peacefully. It's torture. Why is it so troublesome? If I'm low on energy, I sleep. If I can't sleep, I get up and practice more. Tao Ying usually enjoyed talking nonsense, and even before bed, she was full of nonsense. Bai Mo didn't want to talk to her anymore, and stood up to leave, when Tao Ying suddenly called him. Xiao Mo. Tao Ying's tone was serious. If anything happens in the finals, Nanghua and Lin Biega's safety is in your hands. Bai Mo paused, stared at Tao Ying intently, then chuckled and looked away. What are you talking about? Do they need my protection? Tao Ying was surprised. Don't you always think they're weaker than you? Bai Mo was silent for a moment. In the previous match, Tao Ying, Nanghua, and Lin Biega achieved network resonance, defeating Team Yes in one fell swoop. She struggled to even achieve two-person resonance. Usually, she fought alone, leaving her teammates behind, but this time, despite her best efforts, she couldn't keep up. For a member of the Space Ghost Girls, this was unacceptable. She didn't want to lose to her teammates. Bai Mo looked up. Cooperation is also a part of victory in battle. I can't compare to them in this aspect. But I won't hold my teammates back. I will definitely resonate with you in the finals. Bai Mo's eyes were firm. Tao Ying couldn't help but applaud. Oh, this kid had refused to team up with them at first, but now he can honestly say the word teammate. It seems their relationship has really improved. Tao Ying felt a little emotional. I have to talk to Bai Industrial later to get a little more money for the next head's education. Tao Ying's thoughts raced, and she finally smiled. Then we wait and see. The finals were a points-based tournament, where players had to kill Zergs. Points were calculated based on the level and number of Zergs killed, with the top 3 players, with the highest points being named champion, runner-up, and third place. Of course, they weren't actually killing Zergs. A large virtual device had been deployed near the 13th beacon rift, creating a massive projection field in space. They would kill the virtual Zergs within the field. Wouldn't that be like playing a game? Will the combat feel be poor? Zerg simulations wouldn't be easy. No, I heard the Interstellar Mech Association consulted with Spark's technical team for data, and consulted with several senior commanders before the competition to optimize the Zerg's performance. They all said it was very realistic. That's great. The live streams of all the major StarCraft streamers were ready to broadcast the Lim Cup Pro League. Before the match, the players gathered together, frantically making final adjustments. The host randomly approached the Mecha hangar to interview teams, but the players were all busy and waved them off. Sorry, I'm busy with adjustments right now. Do you really need an interview at this time? Come back after the match. The host, frustrated, wandered awkwardly around the hangar, his pace quickening. Well, it seems everyone's so focused on the competition. No team is willing to be interviewed right now. Ha ha ha, the host was rebuffed. Anyone with even a little common sense would know that no one wanted to be interviewed at this time. Who designed this segment? The host read the screen, laughing bitterly. Oh, my boss designed this. Pretty crazy, right? I see. It's normal for a boss to be crazy. This is a live stream. Hey sister, are you still working tomorrow? Which foot are you planning to enter the office first? I want to give you some advice. In front of the camera, the host tried to maintain a polite smile as she walked around the hangar twice. She began by interviewing the Sky Shakers. She hadn't wanted to interview them. After all, the Sky Shakers had brought in substitutes midway through the match, and all 3 of them were from the Alzita Military Academy. The host was nervous, wondering if the Alzita Military Academy's reputation would cause the live stream to be blocked due to excessive profanity. But unexpectedly, this would be the most normal interview she'd done that day. The Sky Shakers were all exceptionally polite. But even someone who was originally abnormal, when normalized, seemed quite abnormal. Is this someone from the Alzita Military Academy? Oh my god, they're undergoing some kind of 3 good students transformation. That's terrifying. Can we send a student from our class there too? Even before leaving, the host was still a little in disbelief. This was the same Alzeta from before. Several players had completely changed their personalities. But there was no time for surprise. There wasn't enough interview material. There was still half an hour left in the match. The host quickly gathered their composure and began looking for the next team. The Space Ghosts seemed pretty idle, right? Let's interview them. Space Ghosts. That horror movie series? No, I'm talking about that pretty strong new team. I've seen them play before. Although their first match was a bit chaotic, they clearly improved against Yes. I'm really looking forward to their performance in the finals. The camera focused on the Space Ghosts. They certainly looked quite idle. They weren't adjusting their mechs or discussing tactics. One player was gnawing on some dried field mouse, another was drawing, and another was sharpening a knife. Another person, having dragged a recliner from who knows where, was lounging comfortably. Sleeping. How could anyone sleep in this state? It was definitely not for ordinary people. Here comes the interview material. The host, as if finding a savior, beckoned the cameraman, quickly stepped forward, and then, facing the camera, spoke clearly. The students from the Space Ghost Girls team are in excellent condition, as if they were at home. Even though this is their first time participating in a competition of this scale, they're more mentally stable than the other pro players. The host then passed the microphone to Taoying. May I ask why you're so mentally stable? Taoying half closed her eyes and smiled. No, everyone's quite nervous. Nervous? The host then took a closer look and realized that Lin Biega, after finishing his dry field mouse, had begun gorging on capsaicin. Nangua's sketchbook was filled with drawings of things that couldn't be broadcast, a truly spiritual pollution. Even the knife in Bai Mo's hand, upon closer inspection, revealed that he was actually sharpening the blade. It seems everyone expressed their nervousness in different ways. Lin Biega felt sick from eating and began vomiting violently. Nangua found a bucket to help catch the food, then patted Lin Biega's back worriedly. Bai Mo looked up and saw this, hesitant about whether to help, but finally stepped forward and took the snacks from Lin Biega's arms. Don't eat anymore. You throw up in your mech later. Amidst his vomiting, Lin Biega retorted, Don't you have your own mech? Why are you concerned about mine? I'm not concerned about the mech. Bai Mo paused, the words on the tip of his tongue, then held them back. She turned her head and said, "Yes, I mourn for your mech, for having such a careless owner who doesn't care about its internal cleanliness." Lin Diega chuckled and punched the air at her. "You're talking to me? You sharpened your sword to a point of being a needle. Think about yourself." The host looked around and felt that the Space Ghost girls were so wired they were a bit out of their minds. If the other members were like this, it seemed the captain wasn't much better. The host finally looked at Tao Ying kindly. "Bai Ying, are you just pretending to be asleep? Are you really nervous?" Tao Ying waved her hand and said decisively, "Oh, not really. I'm just sleepy." The screen was filled with haha. The host made a quick decision, turned around, and left without looking back. She thought to herself, after this game is over, she quit. Before boarding the mech, Tao Ying called her teammates over and checked on them. They were all back to normal. The mech was in good condition, the teammates were in good condition, and the backups were also. Tao Ying glanced down at her computer. 3 messages came in simultaneously: Xiao Yi, Irina, and GE. "Excellent, perfect." Tao Ying nodded. "Okay, I have one last thing to check. Let me see the communicator." "Communicator?" Several teammates tilted their heads. "Oh, Xiao Ying, you mean the brooch." Nanghua was the first to react, and handed Tao Ying the black and green communicator with 127.0.0.1 written on it. Chapter 133. Tao Ying checked, and handed back the brooches of her teammates. "Yes, no problem. If there's an emergency, remember to call me, Teacher 127. Although Bayamo had used the communicator before, he joined the team late, and didn't know the meaning of the markings on the brooches, so he asked directly, "What does 127.0.0.1 mean?" "It means home in programming." Lin Biega quickly answered, then gave Bayamo a provocative, "You don't understand this technical stuff, do you?" But Bayamo didn't respond. He simply put the brooch in his pocket, and calmly retorted, expressionless, "I bet you didn't understand it when you first received it either." Lin Biega, Nanghua shook his head. "Xiaomo, you guessed right." Tao Ying added, "And this is common sense, not technical." The 180 centimeters tall woman looked left and right, then whimpered and slinked into a dark corner, drawing circles. "Mom, my teammates bully me every day." After several announcements, all the competition personnel rushed to their positions. Looking down from the cockpit, they saw little figures running around the arena. As the competition was about to begin, Tao Ying climbed into her mech and conveniently attached the 127 communicator to the inside of her collar. Speaking of which, this brooch does have a long history. Tao Ying reminisced about the past. No, not quite that long ago, but about a year ago to be exact. Back then, they had just entered the Special Mechanical Academy, and had no idea how to operate mechs. Just then, their dormitory building was destroyed by a mech, and amidst the chaos, they moved into their current home. For safety reasons, Tao Ying made a communicator for each of her teammates. I figured it might get lost if it was too inconspicuous, so adding a pattern would make it more noticeable. I happened to look up and saw the house number, 127.0.0.1, so I printed it there. Unknowingly, so much time had passed, the communicator was now deeply scratched by the sand. I felt a bit nostalgic. We've been fooling around together for almost a year now. What nonsense! We're serious about mecha racing. We even won the Sky Cup. But now that we're here, winning the Sky Cup isn't enough, we have to win the Pro League too. Of course. Go for it, first place. We're going to make history at the GT Academy. The teams entered the arena in batches, each mecha launched from a catapult, soaring into space like a beast released from its bow. Amid the cheers of the tournament's atmosphere group, the Space Ghosts were the last to enter. Tao Ying slowly stepped onto the deck. Tao Ying's mechanical legs buckled into the ejection buckle. Thinking he'd have to sit for another long time, he stood up, stretched his stiff body, then sat back in his seat and buckled his seatbelt. During the countdown to ejection, he chatted with his teammates about trivial matters, as usual. "After the game tomorrow, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to have a big meal. I just want to lie on the couch and pet my cat. I need to train." "Can't you take a day off? You're such a training addict." "What about you, Shadow?" "Me?" Tao Ying opened the mech's view to its widest angle. Near the rift, 128 golden beacons flickered continuously, forming a long river of light and shadow along the semicircular edge of the field. It felt a bit like the night on Chester. After spending several weeks on the starship, they were already very familiar with this scene, and it no longer held the same awe as when they first saw it. But the universe was so vast and boundless. The countless massive mechas seemed so tiny after entering it, as if swallowed by the darkness. Everyone's heart was still beating fast. Taoying shrugged, regaining his composure, and replied seriously, "Didn't we agree beforehand? After this game is over, we go on a space trip." After Taoying said this, the team chat went silent for a while. It wasn't until the host announced the start of the game that a teammate hesitantly said, "Xiaoying, this sentence pattern is forbidden." Taoying asked curiously, "Huh? Why?" Lin Biega, "It sounds a lot like a death flag." Nanghua nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. After this war is over, I go back home and get married, right? And you absolutely can't confess your feelings before the war. And you can't kiss." Taoying stared at her teammates intently, then turned away, speechless. "Let's go, Mr. Bai." "That's exactly what I meant." Taoying set off first, his teammates' voices still catching up on the team chat. "Shadow, don't disbelieve me, these two flags always work. The match is limited to 5 hours. The first 5 hours are free attacks within the arena. If the time limit is exceeded, the virtual arena will send a visual signal to all players and begin shrinking. If a player remains outside the circle, their virtual health bar will gradually drop to 0 over time. Once the health bar reaches 0, the player's score will stop increasing. In the idle moments, the broadcast continued to repeat the rules of the game. Besides the Space Ghost girls, the other teams were also excited. Team Turan is. Xu Shirui rubbed his hands in anticipation. This is the survival mode plus the points mode from Spark, stitched together. I know it. Team Grey Rabbit. After this match, I resign. Team Shaking Heaven. Has the system been verified? Everything is normal. Then let's get ready to implement our plan. All the players found their positions, checked in with their teammates, and the staff confirmed everything was okay. A countdown was displayed within the arena, enveloped by a semi-arc-shaped light curtain. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The match begins. In the previously empty arena, a virtual projection instantly activated, spawning tens of thousands of Zerg. The first thing that appeared before Taoying was a swarm of E-level swift dragons. They sped at a rapid speed. Although no sound could be heard, the flapping of their steel wings was enough to reveal their speed. If it were the Space Ghost Girls team a few months ago, they might have struggled to keep up with them, perhaps even felt threatened. But now, an E-rank Zerg is nothing to them. Ha ha, I was attacked by a Zerg during the Sparks tutorial. You don't think you can scare me, do you? During training, we easily took down D-rank Zergs. Just a bunch of E-rank trash, hee. Lin Biega rushed out first, followed closely by Nanghua, and the battle began quickly. Lin Biega, plus 2 points. Nanghua, plus 2 points. The screen broadcast the teammates' points increase. Taoying stepped onto the boulder and swung out her light blade. As if slicing tofu, she precisely cut through the dragonfly charging at her, its iron wing severing in an instant. The juices from the exploding abdomen splattered everywhere. The special effects for the swift dragonfly were incredibly realistic. Even the twitching after death was perfectly recreated, making one feel a bit nauseous. For a moment, the commentary in the live stream was filled with complaints. Why are the special effects so much better this year? Don't chase realism in places like this. This is exactly like what I saw on the front lines. Sure enough, they've been instructed by someone involved. Stop it, I'm freaking out. Where's the kitty filter? After slashing down 2 more swift dragonflies, Taoying paused when he noticed that Biemo beside him paused in his gun-raising motion. What's wrong? This is even more realistic than the virtual program at the Bai family training ground. We can find a way to port it to the training ground later. I figured you'd say the same thing. I give the Liji Institute some money later and help you upgrade your system. Biemo was suspicious. You didn't write the competition program, did you? Oh no, I'm not that crazy about designing Zergs. The one who wrote the program is behind me. Taoying warned, and the barrel of the SC-49 Breath of Life in Baime's hand immediately swung to his side. She lowered the firepower to close-range mode and quickly destroyed the E-class side next to her. She raised the muzzle and grazed Taoying's shoulder, striking the swift dragonfly that was attacking her from behind. System notification. Player Biemo, points plus 3, points plus 2. The Space Ghost Girls' current total points, 42. Xiaoying, where are you guys? Let's find a way to reunite. I'm afraid that might be difficult. Lin Biega and Nanghua turned around and saw Taoying and Biemo in the giant side area. Lin Biega and Nanghua were in the other side of the swift dragonfly zone, in the middle of which sat the 13th beacon ship. Nearby, a group of A-rank Zergs lurked. The A-rank Zerg had spawned, quite fortuitously, right in their midst. It was a magma giant worm. The magma giant worm, its fang maw open, spewed lava from its burrow from time to time. A-rank Zergs were the highest-ranking Zerg in the arena. Killing one would increase their points by a full 30, and a Zerg Queen would gain 150. But the trade-off for these points was their strength. Sometimes, defeating an A-rank Zerg required the cooperation of several teams, making it incredibly arduous. If they weren't careful, their mechs would be damaged, consuming excessive fuel, making them uneconomical. If they were accidentally killed mid-fight, it would be a huge loss. The other team shook their heads and left. It's more cost-effective to go to the B-rank Zerg zone. Let's go! Before leaving, they glanced at Taoying. Their team was separated by the Zerg? What bad luck. The Space Ghost girls, far from being disappointed, stopped beside the magma worm, examining it closely. Oh, a seasoned worm. It's even more elaborately crafted than the one in Fire Seed. The magma worm's habitat is near volcanoes, right? Why was it assigned to dig a hole in an asteroid? Is the temperature high enough? As soon as they finished speaking, the worm, as if understanding their words, suddenly glowed red, growing brighter and brighter, and then erupted from its throat with fiery magma. Taoying tilted her head to avoid it. The magma flew nearby, first hardening its outer shell into irregular shapes, then gradually cooling. Through the fiery red cracks that opened, the fiery magma inside could still be seen. Lindiega, it's like a sandwich. Can you please stop thinking about eating all the time? The first dungeon they entered into the Fire Seed was the Fiery Abyss Labyrinth. There was absolutely no coordination, and the magma giant worms were incredibly difficult to defeat. At first, they were working with Zhu Shiraway from Tarantes, but Zhu's Wuyui suffered a burnt wing and overheated, causing the entire giant worm mother, including the swarming sentinels, workers, and nest protectors, to be taken down by the Space Ghost girls. I remember having to chop off both of its heads simultaneously to completely kill it. I didn't know that at first, and it was a huge loss. The biggest loss was probably at the hands of the captain. Someone threw a bomb that blew up the entire dungeon, sending Pumpkin and I to the bottom level. Taoying. But in the end, the coordination was pretty good. The four of them walked around the magma giant worms, but the path was blocked by A-level Zergs. This area seemed designed to be difficult, with no consideration for human traversability. Lindiega, so what do we do now? Earn points by defeating low-level Zerg, or go all the way to the big one and then reunite? Bo-mo, I'm fine with either. Nangua, I listened to Xiaoying. Taoying rubbed his chin. There are Zerg everywhere along the way. Taking a longer route would take too much time. So you mean we can only take down this A-level giant worm, right? The highest Zerg we fought in Spark was B-level. Can an A-level 1 be defeated? The teammates rubbed their hands, nervous but with a hint of excitement. Taoying smiled happily, of course. Chapter 134. The bullet pierced the asteroid. After a series of cracks, a narrow crack appeared on the planet's surface, ejecting countless planetary debris. The pierced tail revealed a deep, massive hole. The Zerg Queen sensed something was amiss, and released the hive's probes. Countless sentinel worms flew out of the hole, instantly filling the space around the planet. A swarm of hundreds of eyeballs, each 1 meter in diameter, circled the asteroid, blinking continuously. From close up, it looked quite eerie. This was the Zerg network gathering visual information about the surroundings. Taoying waved. I don't need to tell you what to do next. Of course, we're all familiar with the process of defeating the magma giant worm. Lindiega and Nangua exchanged a smile and closed their eyes simultaneously. Across the vast universe, an invisible silver thread connected the black and pink Mecha and the purple Mecha. As their mental synchronization increased, Nangua and Lindiega entered a state of resonance. Taoying floated in place to maintain her strength while connecting to the resonance network. Resonance Index 0.3, Compatibility Index 0.5, Neural Synchronization Rate 80%, Connection good. Local Resonance complete, resonating with the mark unit. 20%, 60%, 100%, Resonance complete, Multiplayer Resonance Mode activated. Scanning the Resonance Network, scan complete. Currently online. 3. As Taoying connected with her 2 teammates, countless information instantly streamed into her mind from their machines. She activated her mental information acquisition to maximum. This shockwave would be unbearable for others, but it was nothing to Taoying. If anything, it was much smaller than what she had experienced in her dream 2 days ago. Taoying thought of this, and glanced sideways at the tentacle monster. Feeding Taoying's mental energy, the tentacle monster quietly reappeared within the mech, and began to transform. As if the god of the universe were rolling dice, its appearance changed randomly. After countless times, the tentacle monster finally transformed into Sylvia Storm. The woman in the dark blue military uniform lowered the brim of her hat and looked at Towing leisurely. Although the mech resonance has a good chance of success, your physique is too weak. You could only last 20 minutes at most. I can't understand why you chose this body. Towing pouted. Did I have a choice? She would have died at the Ligi Institute. It was just luck that her consciousness dodged Mobius's gaze, darted into the light path, and was transmitted along the network to the garbage dump on Shamat Star, where a pile of discarded androids happened to be. 10 years. It took her a full 10 years to find this container. She was lucky to be alive. She had no choice. This tentacle monster is really talking without any hesitation. Towing turned her head back to the panel and said mercilessly, Sylvia, you're already dead. The woman shrugged. I know. You reminded me of this many times in my dreams. Towing smiled politely. So you should also know that this battle belongs to me. Sylvia leaned back against the console and said lazily, Oh? Your health is very poor, and you're quite arrogant, but belonging to you doesn't mean belonging to. Enough. Towing, sleep-deprived, squinted her eyes and interrupted Sylvia. She pointed at the split tentacle monster and nodded her head. Stop talking. You're really noisy, S. Lin Biega's mech hovered on the B side of the asteroid. The A-level magma worm, a full meter in diameter, attacked her relentlessly. Lin Biega circumvented the attack, maneuvering cautiously. Boimo assisted in killing the sentinel worms released by the worm mother. For a moment, the Space Ghost Girl's points steadily increased by 4. Nanghua entered the dark asteroid's entrance. Soon, Nanghua, using her psychic sense, detected unusual fluctuations within the asteroid. She traversed countless pits and finally located the worm mother's tail, pulling it out. The situation was transmitted to Lin Biega and Towing on the other side via the mech psychic module. Towing nodded gently. No one spoke. The two teammates simply raised their weapons simultaneously and severed the magma worm's head. A faint sense of excitement was transmitted through her psychic sense. Towing clenched her fist, and Lin Biega's cheers echoed over the team chat. Haha, those players were moving so fast just now. They didn't expect us to kill an A-rank Zerg, did they? A Zerg Queen is worth 150 points. Our score should jump to over 200 now, quickly overtaking the team ahead and taking first place. Huh? Why haven't our scores changed? Is it a bug? We clearly chopped off the head and tail of the magma worm at the same time. What's going on? Captain, can you say something? I'm listening. The magma worm's heads began to rapidly regenerate, and the Zerg nest inside the asteroid began to stir. Towing sensed something and told his teammates to step back. Soon, a flesh-colored head emerged from the pitted asteroid's interior. It opened its mouth, studded with sharp teeth, and let out a sharp hiss. The third head. Lin Biega circled around it with a strange look on his face. Yes, it was an A-rank giant worm. Why does this worm queen have 3 heads? Is it a specially designed freak? Towing shook her head. No, remodeling it would be too much trouble. Then, there's a bug in the program. No. Lin Biega's fist stiffened. Can you just tell me straight? I was going to, but you kept asking. Towing gave a light kick of her legs, drifting upwards like a swim. She casually picked up a piece of metal debris floating beside her, weighed it out of habit, and then placed it back where it had been. Towing slammed her palm towards the asteroid. The debris spun at high speed, shattering the back of the planet. Something seemed to be crawling in the deep hole, sending rustling and tumbling down the debris. Soon, another giant magma worm's head emerged from a nearby cave entrance, thrashing wildly like a giant earthworm rooted in the ground. Teammate, Great, 2 heads have become 4, a super double. Towing tapped her earphones. See? 2 worm mothers. 4 giant worm heads emerged from the asteroid. Looking closely, one of them was larger, around 1.5 meters in diameter, and more aggressive. The teammates must have each chopped off 1 head from each worm mother, which is why they weren't able to kill either one. Lin Biega and Nanghua understood instantly. Though Boimo didn't resonate, following Towing nearby, he also understood. But how could there be 2 worm mothers in 1 nest? Towing spread her hands. I don't know. It's just the programmer's bad taste. As she spoke, her gaze stopped at the giant worm's head. One of the A-class Zerg had a strangely colored head. After examining it for a moment, Towing leaned back against the back of her chair, her tone pensive. An A-class mutant. Quite interesting. A chill ran through the team chat. The number of heads doubled, and their strength increased exponentially. A-class mutants are second only to S-class Zergs. This level isn't something you encounter on the battlefield. What's the difficulty of this professional league? Lin Diego said weakly. Then we're still going to fight. Tao Ying said casually. Fight? Why not? There are 4 of us, each responsible for 1 head. That's easy for you to say. It's an A-class mutant. A closer look revealed that the mutant's regeneration and attack speed were more than double that of the ordinary A-class Zergs around it, making it seem like a speed-enhanced mutant. It was only just beaten to death by Nanghua, because it was caught off guard and didn't react quickly. Furthermore, there were fewer sentinel worms at the cave entrance, so it couldn't assess its surroundings. With just the 4 of us, can we win? Let's give it a try. Maybe after we defeat these 2, the game will be over. The teammates were initially hesitant, but after hearing Tao Ying's words, they became more excited. Let's give it a try. The group began to circle around, studying the situation and conducting test attacks. But there was no success. The 4 heads of the giant magma worm were in different directions, and the teammates couldn't see each other's positions. The team frequency was delayed, and the timing was inaccurate. Additionally, the A-level mutants were more mobile and had a high dodge stat. They clapped, hammered, chopped, and shot. After a coordinated effort, either Bayamo or Lin Diego was too fast, and they couldn't crush the head simultaneously. The asteroid was suddenly surrounded by a hail of scraped limbs, broken teeth, and chunks of cooled lava, whistling and darting back. Even the nearby teams were affected. The audience, previously focused on the leading Skyshakers, now had their attention diverted. What were the Space Ghosts doing? I don't know. It looked like they were playing whack-a-mole. Oh, I see. They're fighting a giant magma worm. Wait, A-level, or 2? One of them a mutant. Are they crazy? Several teams combined would struggle to take down one, and they were expecting to kill 2. Impossible. Giant worms prefer hot, dry areas, especially near volcanoes. Although they are powerful, they won't leave their nests to attack unless their habitats are disturbed, so conflicts with humans are rare. Similarly, if their nests are threatened, they will immediately display extreme aggression. The nest guards surrounding the 2 queens had already been dispatched. It looked like the larvae were hatching, a time when they were at their most irritable and aggressive. Ah, that mutant had left the nest and charged towards Bayamo. The large giant worm seemed to assume that Bayamo, armed with a gun and capable of long-range sniping, posed the greatest threat, so it attacked her first. Bayamo quickly switched to melee mode, smashing its head in. However, without the support of his teammates, the head quickly regenerated, and everyone marveled again at the mutant's incredible regeneration speed. But in a few blinks, it was fully recovered. Just as Tao Ying was about to offer support, a dark shadow suddenly appeared overhead. The mutant's segmented tail slashed towards her. Tao Ying immediately blocked it with a light blade, but the long, slender body swung nimbly, not only avoiding the attack, but also quickly reversing, twitching towards Hung's legs. It seemed to understand her every move. After several rounds, Tao Ying was whipped around like a spinning top. Bayamo wasn't much better off. Her SC-49 life-breathing gun was able to hit a few times at first, but then it gradually lost its lock. Even as she raised the gun, the mutant was already in a nimble, dodging, and attacking stance, raising its head like a cobra. Bayamo frowned. Why does it seem to predict my movements? Indeed, Tao Ying nodded. It even learns our movements. It's learned your firing habits. Bayamo, so fast. The mutants are more intelligent. The sentinel bugs continued to pour out of the nest, and there was no way to kill them all. Tao Ying grabbed an eyeball and squeezed it in his palm, then explained briefly. The resonance between sentinels and their kind forms an information network within the hive. It's a vast information network and allows for rapid learning. It's similar to our multiplayer resonance mode. The difference is that Zerg are born with it, while humans need training, and it may not be effective. Unable to resonate. Lin Diego scratched his cheek. Captain, just name someone. Bayamo said coldly. Lin Diego, focus on yourself. The Zerg Queen has figured out your behavior. Haven't you noticed you haven't landed a single hit since the beginning? I know that even if you don't tell me. It's none of your business. Lin Diego turned his back, snorted, and walked away, returning to the battle. This wasn't going to work. The longer it dragged on, the more we lose. Once again dodging the biting mouthparts, Tao Ying tapped the panel. Bayamo, activate the resonance. A quick fight. We don't have time to waste here. Chapter 135. Chapter 35. What high-intensity human switch? Resonance? Bayamo frowned. You know, I can only resonate with you for 10 seconds at most. That's under the best conditions. Specifically, Tao Ying is at the center of the network. Lin Diego and Nanghua are in one subnet, Bayamo is in another, and Tao Ying is the bridge in the middle connecting them. This state is easy for the teammates, but because Tao Ying has to process 2 sets of mental data, the mental pressure is doubled. If it can only resonate for 10 seconds. Seeing Bayamo lower his head, his tone hesitant. Tao Ying smiled and said, "Why not enough?" Bayamo shook his head. "Our behavior patterns have been seen through by the giant magma worm. How can 10 seconds be enough? It's simple. Just change to a new mode," Tao Ying said, switching the light blade in her right hand to her left. Bayamo was stunned, then understood her meaning and switched the SC-49 life to her left hand. The simplest method is to switch to your non-dominant hand. But it has to work the first time. After all, mutants have a very strong learning ability. How about it? Wanna give it a try? Lin Biega and Nan Gua instantly understood and followed suit. "I think it's possible. Try it. Try it." The next moment, the psychic modules of the 4 mechas connected simultaneously, establishing a psychic network with Hengwo at the center. The resonance index between Pilot Spiral and Bo Mo reached 60%. Space information sharing activated, resonance bullets loaded. Scanning the network. Current users online, 4. Up. Without issuing a command, Tao Ying simply blinked slowly, and Hengwo immediately transmitted a trickle of signals, reaching the team members' locations. A silver network, visible only to the 4 of them, covered their area and began to provide information. This information was precisely filtered by Tao Ying. In the network shared by the 4, time was compressed to the utmost. His senses seemed to have become even more acute. Tao Ying's mental power, amplified by the mecha, aggressively expanded its reach until he had complete control over information covering several kilometers. Within 10 seconds, 2 blades, a hammer, and a gun were simultaneously raised. The 4 mechas launched their attack. Because they were using their non-dominant hands, the 4 men's movements were somewhat stiff, but this also made their actions difficult for the Zerg to discern and even more unpredictable. The first head shattered. The second head exploded, followed by the third, the fourth. All crushed. Under an attack more ferocious than a storm, the 4 heads of the A-class giant worm simultaneously transformed into planetary fragments, dissipating into the universe. Points continuously appeared above the Space Ghost Girls' heads. Points plus 150, plus 250, plus 4, plus 4. A total of 449 points. The Space Ghost Girls team currently has a total score of 602. They've risen to first place. It happened so quickly that no one could react. The players watching in the locker room let out a collective huh? After a moment, the cleaning man, resting his hand on the mop handle, looked thoughtful. That team is truly remarkable. What kind of reaction speed is that? Even the various streamers broadcasting the finals roared in surprise. The well-known streamer in the Mecha section, Eternal Third, shouted especially loudly. He was a sniper from the Empire's first military academy. He had previously had a brief standoff with Tao Ying in the Sky Cup finals, and was later targeted by Minghua. Tao Ying, passing by, saved him and his teammates. After the Sky Dome Cup, Lao San had been keeping a close eye on Tao Ying's schedule. He barely missed any of the Space Ghost Girls matches. At that moment, Lao San was live streaming from his dorm, chewing instant noodles. Seeing the scene before him, he nearly choked on them. He patted his chest in fear. Luckily, today's instant noodles aren't spicy, otherwise I have to go to the hospital. Lao San cleared his throat, then quickly pulled up a replay of the match from the Are You OK, host? Barrage. The barrage was still scrolling by. No, what's going on? How did their points skyrocket so much? And just now, their 4 movements were incredibly synchronized. Amazingly synchronized. Seeing this barrage, Lao San suddenly remembered some gossip from the Liji Institute and whispered, could it be the rumored network resonance? Inside the arena, Team Tehran is. The area Tehran is was in was filled with B-tier Zergs, neither too strong nor too weak, perfect for racking up points. So, while Zhu Shirui was constantly +2/+2 above her head, she still had time to observe the situation of nearby teams while fighting the Zerg. Mainly Tao Ying and her team. The Space Ghost Girls took out that A-rank giant worm, and the teams successfully reunited. Given their level, it's not surprising they won, but 150 points still doesn't beat us. Huh? Wait. The next second, Zhu Shirui saw the scoreboard and was distracted. She missed the Zerg's attack and was struck hard by the scorpion's tail, instantly dropping her virtual health bar by 30%. She quickly changed direction and hid beside senior sister Dahua, avoiding being surrounded and eliminated by the scorpion swarm. Zhu Shirui shouted, wait, how did they suddenly gain over 400 points? 2 A-level giant worms, one of which is a mutant. They were able to kill them instantly. Are they devils? Ji Dahua carefully analyzed the situation and replied, it looks like they achieved a 4-person network resonance. Network resonance? High-intensity information sharing among teammates. Zhu Shirui thought for a moment and remembered. Senior Ji had mentioned this concept. That was even stranger. Network resonance is very demanding. It requires not only tacit coordination and a high level of mental power, but also extremely high synchronization between teammates. We can't even maintain stable 2-player resonance. I remember Lin Biega's mental power on their team was B or C, not quite enough. I heard her mecha was individually tuned, but even using her sensory system is already very limited, let alone network resonance. Senior, you said earlier that achieving network resonance is almost impossible at this stage. It is very difficult. Then you just? There are exceptions. In special cases where one member has extremely high mental power, a bridge can be established using her mecha as the core. It just so happens that Captain Blackheart has insanely high mental power. Bridge? Zhu Shirui remembered this concept. She learned it in a computer networking class. It was fine for a machine. On a human, the load was too heavy and prone to crashes. Is this a human job? Zhu Shirui couldn't help but glance in Tao Ying's direction and sighed. What kind of high-intensity human switch is Teacher S? The host of the official live stream generously explained. Half an hour into the match, the Space Ghost's points skyrocketed, surpassing the Shaking Sky team, which previously held the top spot, with 350 points. Currently, the Space Ghosts are in first place, with 633 points. The Shaking Sky team is in second place, with 355 points. The Grey Rabbit team is in third place, with 179 points. The Space Ghosts are leading by a huge margin. The other teams seem to be feeling a sense of crisis and are catching up. The Shaking Sky team had already secured the difficult sea-level Zerg area, giving them an early advantage. The points earned from killing a sea-level Zerg are 5 times those from killing an E-level. With enough power to kill a sea-level Zerg, the Shaking Sky team's points increase rapidly and steadily. The Grey Rabbit team, like border collies herding sheep, herded a group of Zergs into a thick circle and then strafed them with lasers. Although they were all E-level Zergs, their numbers were enormous, and their points skyrocketed. But no matter how steep the pace, they couldn't outperform the Space Ghosts. The Zerg population has dwindled dramatically, and the competition venue has refreshed at the scheduled time. Ah, the A-level magma giant has spawned again. The Space Ghosts reacted quickly, scoring another 150 points, bringing their total to nearly 900. The virtual Zerg in the venue refreshed every 10 minutes. Tao Ying and the others had grasped the trick and simply waited for the magma giant to spawn. Whenever the other team seemed to be catching up, the Space Ghosts would immediately pull away. They became increasingly proficient, and soon their score soared to a terrifying 3,000 plus points, making conventional methods impossible to catch up. They were practically guaranteed first place. The team, which had been ranked 6th, was a bit jealous. The Space Ghost girls are still waiting for the A-level magma creeps to spawn. It seems they're planning to take advantage of the situation. Ha, their tactics are too conservative. Even if they win, there's nothing to be excited about. It's just an A-level Zerg, I've seen them before. We can fight them, too. The captain, a former mercenary who had fought Zerg on the front lines, knew that A-level Zergs were far more difficult than they seemed. He decisively stopped his teammate's suicidal attempt. No, it's too dangerous. We can't win. It's better to play it safe. The team member, however, refused to listen and scoffed, our scores are at the bottom anyway. How can we rank higher if we don't give it a try? Besides, they're doing it so easily, so why shouldn't I? With that, the team member scornfully controlled his mech and instantly left the team. Another team member followed, and no matter how the captain tried to stop him, it was useless. In the end, the captain could only shake his head helplessly. Luckily, this is a competition arena. If it were a battlefield, you have died countless times. They searched for traces of the A-level giant worm along the route near the Space Ghost girls. Their efforts paid off. Almost 10 kilometers away, they found it. I saw it. It's in that crevice. The first person to leave the team had sharp eyes, and spotted another A-level giant worm's lair. He excitedly called out to his teammates to rush over. But just as he approached the worm's 100-meter radius, before he could attack, he was directly hit in the cockpit by the magma ejected by the worm. The worm was moving too fast to avoid, and under the intense attack, the mech's virtual health bar plummeted. It soon became 0. An electronic voice announced to him mercilessly, "You've been eliminated. Please proceed to the rest area." One team member was eliminated, and the other two mechs weren't much better. Although they barely escaped, their health bars had dropped to the yellow line, and their condition was critical. They couldn't even get close to an ordinary A-level giant worm. They were simply beaten and fled. Now, let alone climbing to the top of the leaderboard, even their original advantage was gone, and they were completely at the bottom. The eliminated team members slammed the control panel in anger. The Space Ghosts looked so relaxed when they were fighting, but how could I get hit? It shouldn't be like this. Looking at the tattered team, the captain finally couldn't help but give each of them a slap. They had it easy, not because the A-level Zergs were weak, but because they were too strong. The second-place team, the Heaven-Shaking team, continued to steadily increase their points. Su Biao, Tong Faming, and Chai Jia worked together with remarkable rapport. The captain of the Shaking Heaven team had little time to get a word in, so he just followed behind them, picking up any kills they missed. After observing them for a long time, he always felt something was odd about the way these three fought. They said it was rapport, but some of their moves were incredibly similar, as if they'd been cast from the same mold. Maybe he'd been fighting the same pattern for too long and was a little tired, so he misjudged them. At any rate, getting second place was pretty good. The captain of the Shaking Heaven team tilted his head to check the dashboard. Everything was fine, and his gaze finally settled on a small pop-up window in the lower right corner. In the pop-up window was a progress bar. The captain had no idea where it came from, but ever since the three substitutes joined his mech, this pop-up window had appeared on his mech's dashboard. It still wouldn't shut down. Even forcing it in the background didn't help. The team's debugger said it had no impact, probably a manufacturer security patch, so he didn't take it too seriously. For the past few days, the progress bar had been stuck at 0%. Since the start of the match, it's been steadily climbing. Just now, without him noticing, it had unknowingly reached 90%. The captain idly tapped the team chat. Why is the progress bar on the mech up to 95%? Has anything changed on your dashboard? It looks like they're downloading some data. Hearing the captain mutter to himself, Su Biao and the other two simultaneously looked up at the dashboard. The captain thought their movements were remarkably coordinated, a bit like they were being fake. Then Su Biao said kindly, yes, they're downloading our data. My data? What a mess. Ours, whatever he was dreaming about. Looking at the way they were attacking the Zerg, they seemed quite lucid. It didn't seem like they were dreaming. The captain looked at his teammates in bewilderment. Noticing their increasingly similar expressions and simultaneous, identical words, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. A chill ran down his spine. The unnatural feeling at that moment finally set off alarm bells in his mind. Almost subconsciously, he immediately pressed the mech's power button. But it was too late. The progress bar reached 100%, forcibly seizing control of the mech. The captain had no time to react. He felt a faint electrical shock through his brain, and his consciousness vanished in an instant. He then collapsed headfirst onto the console. 30 seconds later, the Sky-Shaking team captain raised his head again, a changed man. His gaze and movements were in sync with his teammates. Polite, gentle. Originally a positive quality, but now a chilling one. Because of the unified control. All the data on the mech's panel had vanished. The control panel flickered several times before a symbol gradually emerged. Against a black background, the strangely calming curve twisted into an endless figure-8 loop. The Mobius strip shone sleekly, as if declaring something. On the other side of the arena, Tao Ying suddenly looked up. Beside her, Sylvia explained, wow, the technology of later generations is truly advanced. On the silent asteroid, the magma giant worm spawned again. But its form was drastically different from before. The giant worm doubled in size, its color so red it looked as if it were about to burst into flames. Everyone could almost hear the crackling of small explosions around them. Even though they knew it was simulated data and wouldn't actually harm anyone, it still made their hearts skip a beat. Amidst the exclamations of her teammates, S-Class Worm Queen. Why S-Class? Tao Ying stared intently at the screen. After a moment, she chuckled softly finally. Chapter 136. S-Class Zergs, are you kidding me? How could an S-Class be newly created? The players were in an uproar. The A-Class Zergs that Tao Ying and her team had just defeated were already quite powerful. But the S-Class Zergs above them, they were completely on a different level. Take the kill count of GE, the renowned marshal of the Arc Federation, for example. She had killed a total of 7 S-Class Zergs in her career, while A-Class Zergs were over 4,000. The difference in numbers between the two clearly reveals the difference in their abilities. S-Class workers were already so formidable, let alone Zerg Queens. A single S-Class Zerg Queen could destroy a small planet in an instant, its power equal to that of an entire elite mecha corps. Even a battle-seasoned first-class pilot could be completely annihilated by the slightest misstep in battle. Across all nations, across all combat manuals, no matter how much the instructions given differed, one principle remained constant. If you encounter an S-rank Zerg while exploring the front lines, run away immediately. While the professional league often has its share of stunts, it's never had this level of hellish difficulty. Whose mechs would play against S-rank Zergs in a competition? Not even a virtual one. The surrounding team's hearts froze, and they took off running. Towing quickly issued commands through the resonance network. Search for nearby cover. Roger. 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 For a moment, everyone in the arena ran and dodged, forgetting what they were doing just now, as they began to dodge the attacks of the S-rank giant worms. The magma spewing from the S-rank giant worms' mouths was like a dazzling and dangerous firework, instantly illuminating the entire arena. One team, unable to dodge, simply fired all their shots instantly, hoping to snatch the last points before elimination. Thankfully, the system was reliable enough. An S-rank giant worm spawned within the asteroid's winding hole, seemingly temporarily stuck and unable to move freely within the arena. The Space Ghost team, the closest to it, was thus spared from immediate annihilation. Lin Biega howled miserably. How could there be an S-rank Zerg? The highest rank of Zerg in the competition is clearly A rank. Tao Ying, surprised. You actually read the manual carefully? Is that the point? Lin Biega flipped the table. Nangua glanced left and right, his voice weak. Biega, stop causing trouble. Xiaoying, you should also be serious. I'm serious. Tao Ying expressed her sincerity, saying she had never been so serious in her life. But her teammates completely disbelieved her. Your reaction was too calm. Do you know something? Boemo paused, then corrected himself. No, you definitely do. Her sharp voice echoed over the team chat. This isn't a programmer's prank. Tao Ying debated whether to speak now or later. Finally, the words left her lips. It's definitely not a prank. It's a malicious attack from Mobius. Oh, I'm relieved it's not a prank. Lin Biega patted his chest, then suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. What are you talking about? A malicious attack? Mobius? Is that MO guy still alive? Tao Ying looked up innocently. Mobius's last name shouldn't be MO. He can't be called Bias. You're still talking nonsense at this time. My teammates gave me death glares, and MO directly raised her gun, pressing it against the back of Hengwo's head. Her voice was so cold that it seemed as if she was going to plunge Tao Ying into a glacier. Will you tell me? Okay, I tell you. Tao Ying chuckled, thinking she'd been pointed at gunpoint, so often lately she almost gotten used to it. She waved her hand. Mobius hacked into the competition system, and altered the virtual Zerg's level data. That's why the S-rank Zerg Queen appeared. Lin Biega said angrily. Why is it always hanging around us? It even tries to trick us in the competition. What do we do now? Even though we're ahead by a significant margin, and no one can surpass us, but there's still a few hours left in the competition, and we're just going to hide? Are you still thinking about the competition? Why not? Biamo looked at Lin Biega like he was stupid. Whether it's an S-rank or even a legendary Zerg Queen, it doesn't matter right now. Lin Biega was confused. What are you trying to say? Nangua explained. If the Zerg's data can be altered, then other data can certainly be altered as well. Given what Mobius did at the Layman Ruins Museum, I think. It's not just about defeating this Zerg Queen now. They didn't know what Mobius's goal was. But he couldn't possibly go to all this trouble just to prevent them from winning the competition, right? They were facing a cybernetic intelligent entity capable of overturning a planet. This was no easy task, perhaps even more daunting than the last time at the museum. Xiaoying, is this why you hesitated to speak up? Nangua's observation skills were sharper than when they first met, and he was able to express his opinions and stabilize the situation during teamwork. As vice captain, he was already capable of handling matters on his own. Tao Ying was relieved. Nangua is right. In short, our first priority now is to deal with the chaotic electronic attack, and the core of the attack. Tao Ying said, turning to the heaven-shaking team. Another clone of Mobius. The core of the attack is undoubtedly there. The Space Ghost team's score has stopped increasing under the siege of the S-rank Zerg Queens. They are constantly seeking cover and escaping. The situation is not optimistic. What's going on? The commentator's voice suddenly became louder. The Space Ghost team suddenly launched an attack on the second-place team, the Heaven-Shaking team. What's the reason for this? The four mechas of the Heaven-Shaking team, faced with the Space Ghost team's sudden attack, showed no sign of panic. They even seemed to have anticipated a battle, and all took up a defensive stance. Their movements were smooth, but there was an uncanny feeling. The other spectators couldn't explain the source of this feeling, but the Toronto's tactical team was not. They were all too familiar with this scene. A quick glance from the corner of her eye was all it took to quickly detect the subtle aberration. Ji Da-hwan affirmed, these 4 mechas have been controlled. During the Sky Cup, Toronto's was badly defeated by Tao Ying's trick. Although they ultimately took second place, they still harbor the psychological scars of Minghua's uncontrolled rampage. Zhai Feizhou's head pounded, controlling the mechas. Was it the Space Ghost team again? Ji Da-hwan rubbed her stiff arm muscles. Don't jump to conclusions. Let's wait and see. Under Captain Ji Da-hwan's orders, the Toronto's team continued to observe the situation. As expected, they noticed some inconsistencies in the battle situation. The Space Ghost girls were focused. With an attitude several times more serious than their previous point-scoring efforts, they approached the 4 mechas of the heaven-shaking team and launched a fierce attack. Merely repelling them wasn't enough, every attack was aimed at the cockpit. This didn't feel like a game, but more like encountering a formidable enemy on the battlefield, intent on completely destroying it. This was especially true of the captain's mecha. Hengwo seemed to have a subtle fire in him, and every blow he struck at Su Biao was a stab of venting. This battle is contradictory. If Captain Blackheart had already controlled these mechas through electronic attacks, why did he go so far in getting close and expending so much energy attacking? It doesn't make sense. Team shaking. I remember the 3 from the Alzita Military Academy were substituted in, right? They caused trouble for the Space Ghost girls during the Sky Cup. Is it because of this that Captain Blackheart is holding a grudge and becoming so aggressive? Do you think Captain Blackheart is such an emotional person? Ji Da-hwan added, even if she really does hold a grudge, would she be so obvious about it? The Toronto's people fell silent. That's true. It seemed more likely that if it was Tao Ying, she would smile in front of others, but stab them in the back. Zhai Feizhou shook his head helplessly. But besides her, who else can perform electronic warfare at this level? She single-handedly blocked the full-force attack of 4 members of Team Yes before. Team Yes has been the most formidable electronic warfare team in recent years. Come to think of it, the sudden appearance of an S-rank Zerg on the field doesn't seem right. Could it be her doing? Zhu Shirui bit her lip, pondered for a moment, then raised her hand and said, that's unlikely. The S-rank Zerg spawned near the Space Ghost girls and attacked them first. Could it be that Teacher S found the competition too boring and wanted to make it more difficult? Zhu Shirui and Zhai Feizhou racked their brains, but came up with nothing. All their speculations suddenly became illogical when combined with the fact that Tao Ying had controlled the mechas. The 2 freshmen could only lie on the control consoles and wail. Could it be that our eyes are collectively misinterpreting the 4 mechas, and they weren't actually being controlled? Or maybe Captain Blackheart is toying with the players again. Senior Da-hua, do you have any ideas? Ji Da-hwan repeated with absolute certainty, no, we weren't mistaken, and she wasn't toying with the players. It wasn't Captain Blackheart who was controlling those 4 mechas. Ji Da-hwan said this with a firm voice and fell silent. The signal inside the arena was chaotic. Amidst the exclamations of his teammates, Ji Da-hwan suddenly raised his gun and aimed somewhere far away, outside the arena. Captain, who are you aiming at? The projection equipment. The Cloud Needle's bullets flew accurately across the arena, passing through the asteroid belt. As Ji Da-hwan had predicted, they struck the projection equipment, instantly shattering the spherical device. Projection equipment -1. At the same time, in several corners of the arena, the virtual Zergs that had just been baring their fangs vanished without warning. The players in front of them, intent on scoring, looked around in confusion, unsure where to strike. That was the arena equipment. Regardless of whether they pay compensation or not, they'd be declared the loser. Zhu Shirui panicked. Senior Da-hua? What are you doing? Ji Da-hwan didn't answer, but quickly deflected, the silver-white bullet's conical tip aimed at another projector, then another, and another, until all the projectors near them were destroyed by the Cloud Needle's ultra-long-range bullets. Without the Zerg targets, Area B of the arena fell silent. All the surrounding teams were bewildered, and the audience was even more baffled. What's going on here? Why are Toronto's and the Space Ghosts again? What's with all that flying? The host finally couldn't help himself. They were already acting recklessly during the Sky Cup, and now they're still haunting the professional league. History repeating itself. Wait a minute. I have a bad feeling. At the end of the Sky Cup, the Minghua went out of control. Will something bad happen again at the end of this tournament? The host's hands trembled. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the staff behind the photographer gesturing at her. It's over. It came true so quickly. The host, looking ashen, put down the microphone and walked over. Even though he prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise after hearing the staff's words. What? The staff sighed again. The Lemon Monitoring Center sent an intelligent warning, saying that the team needs to fully cooperate with the captain of the Space Ghost team. Taoing continued to battle the heaven-shaking team. Ji Da-hwan destroyed most of the projection equipment, leaving only a few Zergs on the field. Finally, seeing her teammates' eyes resigned to the situation, she turned and nodded. Just received word from Captain Blackheart that 4 of the heaven-shaking team's mechs have been taken over by Mobius's clones. Chester has been attacked by intelligent beings again. The situation is dire. Ji Da-hwan paused mid-sentence. Blue windows popped up simultaneously on the screens of several mechs on the entire Toronto's team. The message came from Taoing. Hung, I invite you to participate in a multiplayer resonance. Please confirm. Yes, why or yes, why? Chapter 137. Please confirm. Yes, why or yes, why? There's no option to refuse, is there? All the Toronto's players grumbled inwardly, then sighed in unison. It feels like someone's playing tricks on me every time I compete. Even though they were from the Toronto's Tactical Academy, they were usually the ones playing tricks on others. Marshal Sylvia, we're so embarrassed. After a moment, Zhu Xiaorui asked seriously, Senior Dahua, what should we do? Ji Da-hwan chuckled, what else can we do? Just listen to her. As Ji Da-hwan destroyed the virtual device, all the teams in the arena received an emergency notification from the tournament officials. The Grey Rabbit team collectively scratched their heads. Are we supposed to follow the Space Ghost Lady Captain's orders? The game has been suspended. It seems very critical. Speaking of which, Toronto's acted first. Did they receive the news in advance? The notice didn't explicitly signal the suspension of the game, merely stating that all information would be distributed by Taoing. The tournament organizers, or rather the Lemon Monitoring Center, had given Taoing considerable leeway. Although everyone had witnessed the Space Ghost Lady's strength, not everyone was convinced by this directive. Before the discussion could escalate, a woman's voice suddenly rang through the communication channel. Taoing, attention all teams. Chester is under attack by an electronic intelligence. I need your assistance. Electronic intelligence. At this point, the same symbol suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. Mobius. The first electronic intelligence in human history, who had previously attacked the Sky Shield and nearly brought down Chester. The situation was serious. Of course they cared and wanted to help, but with Chester under attack, what could they possibly do in the universe? There were so many questions, it was hard to tell which to ask first. Taoing didn't give them time to think, simply tapping the button calmly. All the mechas at the Lemon Mecha Research Institute simultaneously received a pop-up message. Hung, I invite you to participate in multiplayer resonance. Please confirm. Yes, why or yes, why? Mr. Multiplayer Resonance? Someone exclaimed. What's this? You don't know? This system maximizes the potential of a pilot's psychic power by resonating with the psychic powers of multiple teammates. It's written right in the mecha's manual. Who's so kind as to read the manual before buying an electronic product? Never mind, it's not important. Let me see if I should choose yes or no. The man examined the pop-up message carefully, and after a moment, he let out a scream, echoing Tarantus's. Wait, there's no option here. Are both yes? The players inside weren't the only ones to receive the message. Starship Lounge. The door, originally tightly shut, was violently flung open from the outside, slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. A woman strode in. Her steps were steady, her collar standing sharply upright. Without a closer look, one might mistake her for a military uniform. She exuded the air of a soldier who had fought on the front lines for so long. Her gaze was so stern that the room fell silent. After a quick glance, the woman said, Everyone operating a sentient mech, follow me to the mech bay now. The janitor, recognizing the incoming figure, shouted, Marshal G.E.? Why are you here? G.E. glanced at him with some surprise, as if she hadn't expected to meet a former comrade here. But the situation was urgent, so she quickly nodded. Just like before every battle. Fan Dong, you come too. Fan Dong quickly walked behind, side by side with Adjutant Bai. He quickly learned the situation from his comrades. The Chester network has been hacked by a large number of terminals. But anyway, Fan Dong hesitated. This is the Rival Empire's business. It's not right for us to interfere, right? I'm retired. Even after retiring, he was still a marshal. Fan Dong said awkwardly, just because I'm retired doesn't mean I can justify this. Well, Her Majesty Lyshiana gave me permission, but even if she didn't. Ji paused, then mounted her mech. I'm now the mech instructor at the Special Machine Academy. It's my duty to ensure every student returns home safely. Lemon Monitoring Center. The warning chimes played continuously, and staff members moved rapidly around the hall. A large amount of unusual electronic activity has been detected in Area C, causing excessive network load. Attempting to re-establish communications. Communication disconnected. The staff member couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Why are they increasing in number? Even galls don't reproduce this fast. In the electronic sandbox, the number of red dots marked as threats increased exponentially. Xiaoya, Dust. Where are you? I'm here, don't panic. Yi Xinghui replied succinctly. His several clones in the hall merged, finally entering a single physical form, the body Tao Ying had custom made for him. Why are your clones decreasing? There's not enough computing resources. Save one body. Mobius's attacks are so powerful, now's not the time to save resources. I know. Yi Xinghui waved his hand, and the electronic sandbox expanded again. The red dots spread like a plague. It was no longer limited to Chester. The projections of planets in the second and third galaxies were also gradually covered in red. These were all Mobius's terminal locations. The Arc Federation has sent a request for assistance. Communication is disconnected. Mobius has severed the connection between the galaxies. Alarms rang across the planet, prompting everyone to turn off all electronic devices and unplug them, but soon, even the alarms were drowned out. The technicians were scrambling. This was no longer just the job of the Lemon Monitoring Center, it was a war between humanity and Mobius. Failure could even lead to the destruction of human civilization. But why so suddenly? The Lemon Monitoring Center had been collaborating with various countries to monitor the situation on Mobius. Just 2 days ago, its activity was quite stable. It was in a state of near death. But today, it suddenly attacked, starting from the area with the lowest electronic equipment coverage, launching a massive attack on the communications center. It was practically a resurgence. The technician sweated profusely. I don't understand. How did it do that? Yi Xinghui's expression didn't show much surprise. The current situation was similar to Tao Ying's suspicion. He zoomed in on the map. The attack started and spread from Area C. To be precise, it was at the border of Area C and D, Chester's famous gray area. Illegal drugs are rampant in the underground black market. Discarded syringes litter the roadside. It's well known that the area has poor security and few electronic devices. If Mobius chose to attack, he should have found a better location. Strange. Where did he get so many terminals in Area C that he could control them? The terminals are human. What? All the terminals it attacked were human. The technician gave Yi Xinghui a strange look. How is that possible? Of course, an electronic intelligence's attack relies on electronic terminals. How could it rely on humans? But when the technician pulled up the latest footage of the attack in Area A, he fell silent. In Area A, at the affiliated hospital of the Lehman Medical University. In the hospital, patients in striped hospital gowns stood neatly together. Beside the lush flower beds, everyone looked up, their expressions blank, into space, before smiling politely and gently. There was no sound of gunfire, no volleys of bullets, no earth-shattering battle. Simply in complete silence, Mobius's consciousness infiltrated the human population. Why this? They're clearly humans, not androids. The technicians at the sandbox cried out in horror. Why are humans being controlled by Mobius? Someone frantically asked, Dust, you're also an intelligent being. No, you can't be capable of the same thing, right? Yi Xinghui said helplessly, if that were the case, you would be the first to be controlled. That's right. The center monitored all of Chester's networks. In other words, it connected them all. If Dust were to attack, he'd definitely start with the monitoring center first. That would be faster. There was no need to go the extra mile and start with Area C. The technician breathed a sigh of relief. But he still couldn't understand why humans were being controlled. Then he thought, was Yi Xinghui aware of this because he and Mobius were both electronic agents? The technicians asked anxiously. You should have some idea about this, right? Explain it from your perspective as an electronic agent. Wait a little longer. Wait for whom? Yi Xinghui fell silent. Chester was almost completely covered in red dots. Only the Lemon Monitoring Center, with its previously reinforced firewall, remained. Yi Xinghui continued to wait. 10 minutes later, a communication finally arrived from near the 13th beacon rift, which had been out of contact for a long time. The communication was strange, containing only 2 words, Xiao Yi. The message was unsigned, but he knew who it belonged to. It seemed as if someone else had received the message simultaneously, as two women emerged from a compartment on the side of the hall. One had platinum hair tied high in a bun, while the other wore lavish attire, a sword blade gleaming from the feathers of a golden brooch. They were flanked by royal guards. Irina, the president of High Technology, and the technicians were shocked. Your Majesty, Lishiana? Your Majesty, when did you arrive here? Lishiana waved them off, signaling against all the formalities at this moment. To make a long story short, a few days ago, I received a message from someone saying the situation was critical and asking me to seek secret refuge here. That was quite prescient. Everyone nodded in admiration, but soon realized something was wrong. Wait, so this person knew about the attack a few days ago? Then why didn't she tell us in advance? Because it requires screening. Screening? Come to think of it, the health checkup a few days ago included some extra tests that aren't normally done. Everyone passed. What were they tested for? Someone pulled out the report and flipped through it, but there was no way it contained any relevant information. Lishiana calmed herself and pulled a transparent bottle from her sleeve. It was half full of pills. The bottle was labeled, and judging by the name, it looked like psychiatric medication. Your Majesty, what is this? Lishiana exchanged a glance with Yi Xinghui beside her and nodded slightly. Let me explain. You mean, that new stimulant contains a microchip? And that chip can interact with an ID? And it can even control humans? Lin Biega shouted. Tao Ying, anticipating her actions, covered her ears to avoid being deafened by the loud voice. Bo Imo muttered, no wonder. I was wondering why those three members of Team Shaking Heaven suddenly changed their personalities. They're being controlled. Tao Ying nodded. They were Mobius's temporary carriers, I guess. Think carefully, the claim that this drug can enhance mental strength is itself suspicious. So it's the microchip that's at work. No wonder drug tests barely detect it. Why didn't you tell us in advance? By the time we discovered it, the drug had already spread far and wide. Rather than letting Mobius know I knew about it, we had to use their strategy against them. Use their strategy against them? Yes. So we couldn't tell too many people. Tao Ying looked at Team Shaking Heaven. Mobius's mecha skills weren't great. Their combined efforts had already brought down all four of them. Putting that aside, it didn't seem like it was meant to attack Tao Ying. Perhaps it was more of a contact. A communication message appeared on the control panel. Tao Ying answered, and Mobius appeared. It called out S. Tao Ying didn't say anything. Sylvia, however, tilted her hat upwards and spun around in front of the screen twice. She realized Mobius seemed oblivious to her presence and had slid back behind Tao Ying. Sylvia lowered her head toward Tao Ying, a troubled expression on her face. It's even stronger than when we fought. What are you planning to do now? You can't possibly be reminiscing with your old enemy, right? Chapter 138. The infinite rings on the panel shone with a radiant light, floating and sinking like jellyfish. Tao Ying could easily imagine the dangerous intelligent entity that had attacked Chester. Half of its mask concealed a gentle and humble face, bearing the composure bestowed by a long life. Mobius possessed a face that was difficult to remember, a face that was quite endearing to humans. This non-aggressive face made it impossible to imagine what it had done in the past. What was it about to do? Reminiscing about the past? Tao Ying didn't answer Sylvia, but she certainly couldn't reminisce with Mobius. What past could they reminisce about? They couldn't recall a single positive memory. Little Mo is our nemesis, after all. I never agreed with what it claimed to be. Two women's voices echoed in her mind almost simultaneously. Tao Ying remained expressionless, her head propped up calmly. A slight throbbing pain clung to her forehead. Hengwo acted as the central force, using her mental power as a medium to invite all the mechas of the Liji Institute to resonate. It seems the side effects of excessive mental power use are starting to set in. There are many voices talking in my head. Not only are they people talking, but there are also cats meowing. Tao Ying's expression remained normal, flawless, but her eyes occasionally wandered, as if her thoughts were far away. Mobius looked puzzled. Still distracted at this hour? Tao Ying sighed. I'm just a little annoyed by you. Mobius, You remembered? Tao Ying asked back. What? Mobius's expression was serious, his gaze lingering on Tao Ying for a moment, as if trying to confirm something. But it didn't see what it wanted. Tao Ying's reaction was bland, a touch of curiosity at best, nothing more. Mobius shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. You find out later. It doesn't matter anymore. With that, Mobius extended his finger and swiped across the screen. A digital sand table appeared, revealing the current state of Chester. The entire planet was shrouded in a gloomy red. The teacher stopped the lesson, and the students collectively threw down their pens and marched to the playground in an unorganized yet harmonious manner. On the TV show, the host and guests, previously chatting and laughing, suddenly shared the same expression, unchanged no matter how they switched channels. Her Majesty Lysiana bowed her head slightly in her seat, and the palace guards dropped their weapons and gazed gently at the sky. Work on the entire planet came to a halt. All traffic stopped, all pedestrians stopped. But everyone maintained a calm yet eerie smile. Even the last sanctuary, the Lemon Monitoring Center, had been invaded. The technicians froze, struggling to resist the Mobius consciousness in their heads. With a long sigh of pointless, dozens of stiffened bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The ginger cat in the hall, being petted, looked up in confusion. It paused, its ears drooping. Then it shifted anxiously. The kitten had no idea what had happened to the humans, only that they had suddenly collapsed, as if attacked. It stretched out its tongue, trying to lick them awake, but to no avail. It quickly panicked, identifying the only conscious person in the hall. The kitten quickly leaped to Yixinghui's side, meowing loudly as it sought safety. "Oh, Dust, you're so strong. You're still awake. You built that firewall for him, right?" Mobius turned to Tao Ying. "He's been trying to contact you. What should I do with him?" Tao Ying's eyes flickered, and she remained silent, her thoughts unspoken. Mobius certainly didn't intend to wait for Tao Ying's response. Dust had always been a bit difficult, but not to the point of bothering him. Soon, the light in Yixinghui's eyes faded. After calling out little Ying, the body suddenly collapsed to the ground, silent. The computer gradually ceased its usual noisy roar, returning to the silence of the universe. The Lemon Monitoring Center had completely fallen. In the scene projected by Mobius, humanity was completely controlled. And through Tao Ying's mental network, this scene was transmitted to everyone in the resonance. Lin Diega and everyone else were dumbfounded. This? Why even fight? Just surrender. Didn't you just say you win? You said it so confidently. A flood of messages echoed through the resonance system, all filled with despair and questioning. Mobius's final attack seemed aimed at her teammates. Tao Ying, however, remained unmoved, facing humanity's common enemy. "What do you want to do?" Mobius said. "You should know what I want to do, S. I won't hold back this time. Before civilization collapses, I will lead all of humanity's consciousness to a new world." Tao Ying pressed on. "A new world?" Mobius nodded. "Spark, I think it's perfect for human life." Spark's world was originally built on reality, and life there wasn't much different from Chester. Most importantly, no one could truly be harmed there. Everything was controlled by data. It could be erased, changed, and restarted. There was no pain, and everything was a beautiful dream. "This is my last invitation, S." Mobius on the screen extended his hand to Tao Ying. "Upload everyone's consciousness to the cloud, and together we end humanity's suffering." "What? Upload consciousness? Then what will become of our bodies? Will we die?" "We will die." The resonance system echoed with panicked and terrified voices. Tao Ying was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. She leaned back in the driver's seat, folded her arms, and looked at Mobius. "End humanity's suffering? Not humanity's suffering, but your suffering, I suppose." Mobius sees human history as an unending cycle of pain, and it seeks to break this cycle. Its solution is to eliminate the source of this cycle, humanity. Tao Ying said gravely, "Stop, Mobius. I'm reminding you one last time. You should know that humanity doesn't have to pay for your despair." "Despair?" Mobius's eyes froze for a moment, then he nodded thoughtfully, as if he thought Tao Ying had a point. But his movements didn't cease. Spark servers had begun expanding, and all of StarCraft's computing resources were being devoted to upgrading the game. Human consciousness was being uploaded continuously. The automated program at the Lemon Monitoring Center began recording everything. Spiders of human consciousness, like countless beams of light, converged on the screen. In different servers, NPCs greeted the new recruits who had just joined the Spark. The game was filled with hope. But on the other side, Chester had fallen into a dead silence. The streets were littered with corpses. The world spun in vain. The despair was deeper than that of floating alone in the universe. "Mobius, perhaps you're right. Perhaps I do all this simply to alleviate my own pain. Perhaps I don't care about the lives of humans. I've simply been driven mad over the course of my long life. But I have the power to decide for humanity. What else can you do? You won't get another chance this time. None of you do. And S, you already have the chip in your brain. I will control you. You will also become a part of that world. We meet again soon." As Mobius finished speaking, an unusual electrical current surged through Tao Ying's brain. The fine current pricked Tao Ying's mind. Even those who resonated with her felt a subtle tingling sensation. Yes, Tao Ying's body was originally a bionic one, more easily controlled. Or rather, it's rather odd that Mobius only now thought of doing this. As Mobius spoke, Tao Ying's eyes grew empty, and her movements slowed. Then, finally unable to hold on, her head drooped, her limbs drooping. It was as if the power had suddenly shut off. The 4 mechas of the sky-shaking team began to move again, and Mobius regained control. A faint voice from a teammate echoed over the team chat. Xiaoying? Shadow. Captain Blackheart? Teacher S? Wake up. Say something. But there was no response. Despair began to spread among the crowd. The instructions from the Lemon Monitoring Center were to follow Tao Ying's orders. If even she fell, what could they do? Does humanity still have a future? In the darkness of the universe, some despaired, some suffered, but some refused to give up. In the resonance network, countless voices surged simultaneously, instantly reaching their maximum capacity. And the loudest, piercing the universe, struck Tao Ying's eardrums. Tao Ying, are you trying to play dead again? Ji roared angrily. A moment of dead silence followed. Then a faint laugh. The man, who had been slumped over the control panel, seemingly dead, raised his fingertips imperceptibly. At Ji's words, it seemed as if he could finally no longer pretend. A low laugh erupted from her chest, causing a slight pain in her chest. Then, under Mobius's surprised gaze, Tao Ying sat up again. She coughed lightly, pretending not to notice her teammate's expression. Mobius' heart seemed to begin beating. If it had? You want to ask why I wasn't controlled? Tao Ying's calm face suddenly smiled. It was a gentle smile, uniquely hers, full of confidence, as always. An expression of certainty of victory. Do you look down on me so much, Nemesis? Tao Ying tilted her head. I'm stalling, of course, stalling for time, waiting for a counterattack. Or perhaps I'm just trying to catch up with you. The moment Tao Ying uttered these words, the scene on the screen suddenly switched. All the humans who had been shut down scrambled to their feet, bewildered. What just happened? I collapsed? Huh? The crowd was bewildered, almost thinking they had fainted from hypoglycemia. The idle world returned to order, as if nothing had happened. The Lemon Monitoring Center had been uncontrolled from the start. Everyone stood there normally, bustling about. The world briefly paused, then resumed operation. The technician asked the young man, how long do we have to wait? Can we get a definitive answer? Can we really trust that evil woman? Xiao Yi, don't let that evil woman fool you. I told you it wasn't like that. In the center of the crowd, Yi Xinghui's ears flushed and he sighed softly. Noticing Tao Ying's gaze, he raised his eyelashes slightly and nodded towards the screen. Xiaoying, everything's ready. Then let's begin. Tao Ying held her chin in her hand, smiling broadly. The red dots marking thread on Chester, previously shrouded in crimson, gradually disappeared, replaced by pale blue dots. Mobius's expression changed instantly when he saw the locations of those dots. These locations were its core. Tao Ying had already mastered its core. Chapter 139. I'm quite adept at replacing surveillance cameras. You underestimated the enemy, Xiao Mo. Tao Ying said. Her Majesty Lishiana was not in the palace, nor was she being controlled. She was conscious and standing beside Yi Xinghui, directing the battle. The royal guards and Ing She assisted from the side. The Lemon Monitoring Center was operating normally. But after the recent chaos, this peaceful and calm scene clearly exceeded everyone's comprehension. Frantic voices echoed from the resonance network. Everyone in the center had collapsed. Why did the scene suddenly change, and they suddenly woke up? Which one is real? I can't figure it out. What's happening on Chester now? The crowd roared. The first to grasp the situation was Mobius. It had 32 core servers across the interstellar system. The servers backed up its consciousness. And Tao Ying accurately identified this data. Everything that had just happened in the Lemon Monitoring Center was an illusion Tao Ying had projected upon it. Tao Ying replaced the center's surveillance footage. Mobius, you knew about the microchip issue long ago, so you planned ahead? Tao Ying replied generously, yes. Since the doping issue was discovered? Tao Ying replied again, yes. In such a short time, they were even able to detect the problem so quickly. After a slight surprise, Mobius quickly accepted the reality and nodded gently. It was originally a product of data, and was more adept at logical calculations. There was not much emotion. Mobius, but there's still one thing I can't figure out. The Lemon Monitoring Center is small, so fabricating the footage doesn't require much computing power. But beyond that, Tao Ying couldn't completely fabricate the images of all the schools, hospitals, Chester, and even the entire interstellar system. Plus, Mobius had indeed received a vast amount of data on human consciousness. No matter how one looked at it, such a vast amount of data couldn't be fabricated. Even if Tao Ying used the Mecha's resonance network to support its calculations, it would still be far from sufficient. So, from the beginning, Mobius hadn't doubted the authenticity of its control over humanity. But Tao Ying had perfectly deceived it. Why? Where did she get the data? After a moment, Mobius suddenly realized, his eyes widening. It said to Tao Ying, only the data from the monitoring center was fabricated. The rest of the images were real. That wasn't an illusion you created for me, right? During the brief few minutes the universe paused, someone had indeed extracted human consciousness, and it was used as a tool to deceive Mobius. The difference was that Tao Ying had blocked the data upload. Mobius affirmed, you used the microchips I deployed to control humanity. Tao Ying retorted with a smile, don't talk nonsense. I'm a law-abiding person. How could I do such a thing? Her tone was upright, completely unremarkable. Everyone, realizing that Tao Ying had saved everyone in the Starcraft, nodded enthusiastically. That's right, that's right. We don't know how, but Player By saved us. He wouldn't do such a thing. Mobius, even at the brink of death, still stirs things up. Praise rang out. In the crowd, several people familiar with Tao Ying's personality remained silent. Their lips twitched. Although Mobius is an enemy, I feel like he's telling the truth in this matter. Captain Blackheart is indeed capable of such a thing. +1. Seconded. Count me in. Mobius's terminals were destroyed one by one. Soon, with the cooperation of Tao Ying and the Lemon Monitoring Center, only the last vestige of Mobius consciousness remained. The location was the Lemon Ruins Museum. Tao Ying stared at the museum, which had been restored after the last war. A white silk thread floated above the main entrance of the strange building, shaped like a silkworm cocoon. The thread curled into a ball. This was an interactive device in the museum. Touch the end of the thread, and ancient blue star characters would appear on the giant screen. The tourist, regaining consciousness, seemed to be confused about what he had just done. He stood up, saw the thread in front of him, and subconsciously reached out to touch it. The interactive device quickly received the signal, and the words that appeared on the giant screen were, Mobius. Mobius's consciousness sat in the screening room of M854, its hands resting on its knees, gazing at the imaginary starship on the stage. An old glass display case, a remnant of the era of space wandering. This was Mobius's background sound. Tao Ying rested her chin on her hand, observing for a moment, then sighed for some unknown reason. Xiaomo, you really do love the Relic Museum. You always leave a piece of your consciousness here. Do you miss life on M854 so much? Mobius sat upright, a thick, heavy logbook in his hands, gently flipping through it. When he heard Tao Ying's words, his expression became a little dazed, as if he were truly nostalgic for something. But it was silent for a moment, then replied, it's not longing, it's obsession. I'm still trapped on that starship. Like an ant constantly crawling along one side of a ring, never reaching its destination. Perhaps humanity's despair is just a reflection of my own despair. During that space wandering in search of a habitat, I witnessed the darkness of the universe, endless journeys, endless losses. Every time I wrote a new date in my logbook, I felt a sense of emptiness. Day after day, from initial hope to final numbness. The darkness of the universe never left my mind. My soul is trapped. Someone tried to retort mid-sentence. Can electronic intelligence have souls? But the words reached their lips, but they swallowed them back. The atmosphere between Tao Ying and Mobius was strangely heavy, and no one knew why. For a moment, Tao Ying's voice was the only voice on the internet. She chuckled and said, open your eyes and see. It's me, not the darkness of the universe, that's trapping you now. Mobius suddenly looked up. Its consciousness was transmitted by Tao Ying into the interior of the spark. The underground cavern was covered in piles of massive stones, and an ancient, gloomy atmosphere permeated the space. At the far end of the cavern, a massive stone door engraved with blue star characters appeared before Mobius. Pushing the door open, Mobius saw a starship hovering overhead. Huh, the burial ground of Zirazin? Zhu Shirui was so familiar with this place that she exclaimed. Isn't this the hidden dungeon we discovered beneath the Liyuan labyrinth? Is Teacher S planning to imprison Mobius's consciousness here? Zirazin. Mobius uttered the name, representing humanity's hope, twice. Then, sensing something, he suddenly turned around. He stared at Tao Ying across the screen, as if trying to see through her body to her soul. You remember. After a moment, Mobius affirmed. You remember who you are? Tao Ying didn't reply, but her voice grew a little longer. If you like the new world so much, just stay there. Mobius, you won't kill me? Tao Ying waved her hand. Not yet. Considering what you've done, I haven't figured out how to retaliate. And I need something from you. Everyone, ? Teammate, ? No, we must root out the problem, my friend. If you don't kill it now, are you waiting for it to overturn the galaxy again? The researchers at the Lemon Monitoring Center practically screamed. I don't want another cyber war. It shortened my lifespan. Hormy is right. You're a bad woman indeed. Please kill Mobius. Thank you. Please? Tao Ying rubbed her chin, looking playful. She loved hearing that. Everyone was nervous, their faces filled with anticipation, but Tao Ying immediately said, I don't want it. The researchers, Lytiana sighed disapprovingly. Don't joke around at this time. Lin Diego swallowed. Captain, His Majesty is warning you. Don't worry, His Majesty is very easygoing. Tao Ying could tell from Lytiana's tone that she wasn't trying to cause trouble. At most, she was saying, so many people saw what you did today. If you do something you shouldn't do next, even if Lidi is the Majesty of the Revol Empire, she can't cover for you. Tao Ying's expression was as if to say, why don't you trust me? Lidi, I'm not kidding. Mobius can't die just yet. Everyone gasped at Tao Ying's words, putting aside her objection to Lytiana's opinion. What did she just call His Majesty, Lidi? No, although His Majesty is certainly quite easygoing, it's still too intimate, and His Majesty didn't object. She's so familiar with His Majesty, and she's so adept at dealing with Mobius. Could Bai Ying be the mysterious figure from the previous battle at the museum? Thinking of the museum battle, everyone seemed to think it made more and more sense. The internet was buzzing with excitement. Amid the clamoring chaos, someone suddenly noticed a blind spot. Come to think of it, Marshal G, what did she just call her? It didn't sound like Bai Ying. I heard her call Tao Ying. What Tao Ying? Are you talking about the inventor of the sentient mecha? That's impossible. Isn't she already dead? But then everyone thought, if Mobius could upload minds, couldn't Tao Ying have done the same before her death? Contested by Ying's bizarrely extensive network, her extraordinary familiarity with the sentient mecha, her extremely poor physical condition, and her extraordinary mental strength, which was incompatible with her physical condition, were all superhuman. If it was Tao Ying's consciousness that entered this body. Marshal G. Teacher G. Sister E. Adjutant Bai G. Dahuan, and the students from the Special Machine Academy shouted simultaneously, whose name did you just call? G.E. snorted coldly, glanced at Tao Ying, and didn't answer directly. I didn't call her wrong. Ask her yourself. I'm too lazy to explain. Is this a tacit acknowledgement of Tao Ying's identity? Halfway across the galaxy, the Lemon Mecha Research Institute, aided by the Mobius clone, also connected to the internet. At this moment, the Lemon Mecha Research Institute was in chaos, the frantic voices of the researchers echoing across the network. Boss! I'm calling you Tao Ying, do you dare answer? I knew there wouldn't be another genius like our boss in the world, and he doesn't write a diary. The colleagues gritted their teeth in anger. You're dead if you get down there. You kept it a secret from us for so long. Why didn't you tell us before? Che Xieli's voice was the loudest among the roars. Tao Ying whistled twice, and looked up at the sky. I didn't hide it from the beginning. You were the one who didn't notice. You lied so thoroughly, who could have noticed? De Long noticed. What? De Long, how did you find out? When did you find out? Che Xieli grabbed De Long by the collar, and turned to question. De Long whispered, when we first met, her coding style was so familiar that I was a little suspicious. After the starship landed on Chester, she saw you looking at the Institute with a somewhat lost expression, so she went out of her way to buy you a half-price coffee. That day, she even said, the Ligi Institute won't just disappear like that, to comfort you. You figured it out so early? Che Xieli took a step back in shock. Am I the only one who didn't know? Tao Ying took this opportunity to close the communication. At first, she wanted to see when Che Xieli would notice, but she, well, as always, so foolish. As for the other colleagues, after 10 years, the director who had been burned to death suddenly came back to life. Tao Ying guessed they react a bit strongly, so she used the diary to fool them for the time being. I thought I'd talk about it later, but I ended up putting it off and forgetting about it. Yes, of course I forgot. It wasn't because I was worried about getting beaten up that I deliberately didn't say it. But while I avoided the Ligi Institute's communication, I couldn't avoid my teammates. In the Resonance Network, Lin Diego kept mumbling ah, ah, ah. On his face, it seemed his brain had lost its ability to think. Bayamo clutched Hengwo's mini pendant at his waist, an expression of inexplicable shame and anger. Tao Ying, you lied to me when you said you couldn't change Hengwo's permissions. Tao Ying brushed off the topic. I thought you'd be happy to find out that the big sister from the Liji Institute was still alive. When you came to play at the Liji Institute as a kid, you were so attached to me. You still have the pendant I gave you. I'm so touched. Touched? Happy? Bayamo chewed on the words, then sneered, raising the SC-49 life-breathing machine and aiming it at Tao Ying's cockpit. I give you a good laugh now. Amidst all the shouting, Mobius remained silent. After Tao Ying had laughed and joked for a while, it whispered, You said you wanted something from me? What is it? Tao Ying stopped laughing, tapped his earphones, and nodded seriously. I want information about the Zerg. Have you ever entered the consciousness of a Zerg hive? Chapter 140. Before Mobius could speak, Ji Yi's brow furrowed. Tao Ying, what do you want information about the Zerg's nest? This has nothing to do with ordinary people. Fighting the Zerg is our job. Tao Ying invented the sentient mech, and while she might be quite skilled in piloting it, that doesn't mean she's capable of fighting on the front lines. The front lines aren't mech competitions where you can still participate the following year after losing. On the battlefield against the Zerg, losing means death. Tao Ying spread her hands nonchalantly. Since I asked, it's certainly useful. Since the marshal is here, listen too. Maybe it come in handy later. Tao Ying's words were quite profound. Ji glanced at the resonance network and realized that no one else seemed to have heard what she had said. Only she and Adjutant Bai had received Tao Ying's message simultaneously. Why did she let them know? Come to think of it, you asked me about the Zerg's nest a few days ago, Ji muttered to herself. At that time, Tao Ying said, Marshal Ji came to Chester because he discovered the existence of intelligent beings within the Zerg consciousness. Could you please describe the specific circumstances? After all, I was nearly shot because of this, and I have a right to know about this. Right to know. This guy is just looking for an excuse to gather intelligence from the front lines. Ji wanted to say this. But because Her Majesty Lishiana was also present, Ji couldn't bring himself to say this. According to Ji Yi's inside information, Zerg activity in the second system has recently become more frequent, even subtly agitated, and is increasingly similar to the situation before Sylvia's sacrifice. The situation on the front lines has reached a certain level of tension. Her Majesty Lishiana was well aware of this, so after Tao Ying asked, she also expressed interest in the matter. Interstellar solidarity has always been strong on Zerg matters. The Ark Federation does indeed intend to further cooperate with the Empire, so there's no need to hide this. Ji pondered for a moment, then unburdened himself. Back then, while fighting on an unnamed star in the second galaxy, Ji tracked down a Zerg mother's nest by tracking down the workers. When he planned to destroy it, he discovered that the Zerg mother was actually an S-class. Ji looked at the S-class magma giant worm projected on the field. The giant worm wasn't fully visible, due to damage to the projection equipment. Like a model loading error in a game, its massive body was missing several sections. But it still felt quite oppressive. And the S-class Zerg mothers Ji encountered on the front lines were even worse. Tao Ying, if you encounter an S-class Zerg queen on the front lines, you should retreat. The top priority is to inform the Zerg Disaster Response Agency. After all parties have discussed and evacuated the population, we can make plans. Ji, you're right. We originally planned to retreat. But that Zerg queen is too close to the planet where humans live. We're running out of time. If we don't deal with it in time, it will cause serious problems. Too late? Ji nodded. I found gall eggs in that Zerg queen's body. It was already showing signs of hatching. Lydiana slammed the armrest and stood up. What did you say? Galls? Once hatched, galls can consume an entire planet within 3 days. If they're not removed in time and allowed to multiply, it will be the beginning of another disaster. It's no wonder Lishiana was so excited. Tao Ying was a little surprised by what she heard. She remembered the battle Ji had described. It was her first encounter with Ji as the Deep Web Shadow. In that battle, the 1029th Legion suffered a severe blow, its mechas destroyed. Ji fought a desperate battle, but by the end, his mechas were nearly immobile. Finally, with a desperate attitude, he contacted Tao Ying, trying to make a last-ditch effort with the remaining parts. In short, Tao Ying helped tune the mechas to their most extreme settings. And they were finally operational again. Tao Ying wasn't entirely clear on the specifics of the battle. She only heard it was brutal. She was busy at the time, and logged off after receiving her commission. At the time, she was puzzled by the prospect of mercenaries being so badly beaten. Later, she learned it was Marshal Ji of the Federation. Towing nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. If that worm queen was infested with galls, it makes sense you were beaten so badly. Lydiana leaned slightly toward Towing and asked, "You knew about this?" The director of the Liji Institute really shouldn't have known about such frontline matters. She couldn't possibly say in front of His Majesty that she secretly earned money and taken advantage of the federal marshal. Towing lied calmly. "I heard about it by chance. I don't know the details." Lydiana clearly didn't believe her explanation, but Ji's next words completely interrupted her train of thought, leaving her no longer in the mood to inquire about the director's side hustle. Ji shook his head, seemingly lost in memories of the battle. "What I encountered wasn't just any gall. It could attack mentally. No one could defeat it. I was lucky to have managed to survive it." "What? Galls don't have that habit, do they?" "Of course they don't, but at the time, their eggs were parasitizing a Zerg mother capable of psychic attacks." Towing, Zerg capable of psychic attacks haven't been discovered for a long time. The only remaining one is an ancient branch, the heartworm. "Gee, you know this?" Towing said cheekily, "I'm a learned person, so it's normal for me to know a lot." "Gee, the heart-eating worm is called a Zerg, but it's not very active, and is a relatively peaceful species. Its body size is enormous, with juveniles reaching several meters in length, and adults reaching hundreds of meters. Its body changes color to match the surrounding environment, often camouflaging itself as rocks or plants, making it highly concealed. Some prefer to bury themselves in the earth, firmly gripping the ground with their feet, and may not move a single step in their entire lives. Its feet resemble tree roots, and its habits are more like those of plants. It can even withstand force 10 winds. Some once considered using heart-eating worms to improve the geological environment, but the Zerg Disaster Response Agency firmly rejected this idea. Even if they're not aggressive anymore, they're still Zerg. What are you thinking? The heart-eating worm won't actively attack humans, remaining in a semi-dormant state for long periods. The parasites of galls have given it an aggressive nature, but it seems to be extremely disgusted by the parasites of galls." Towing tilted her head. "If you encountered an S-rank heartworm queen, I suspect that due to the nature of its mental attacks, it wasn't completely controlled by the parasitic gall. Yes, that heartworm's consciousness is antagonistic to the galls, sometimes even attacking me. If it weren't for that, I have a good chance of defeating them." "And in their mental fluctuations, you discovered some consciousness of the electronic intelligent body?" "Yes." Ji nodded, confirming Tao Ying's suspicion. Thoughts returned to the present. Tao Ying was still waiting for Mobius's answer. Given the reproductive capacity of galls, discovering one means there are thousands more lurking in the shadows. Although Ji had cleaned up that planet back then, Tao Ying felt it might not be completely clean. Take the most recent incident, for example. She discovered traces of galls in the deep sea of Fua. There was no doubt that a hidden underground network of galls was spreading. "Mobius, I need the location of all the galls. If you don't answer, I just have to read your consciousness." But Mobius didn't want to answer. It seemed tired, curled up in a ball. The burial grounds of Zirzan were quiet, deserted. Mobius felt like falling asleep. "My plan has failed. Since you've chosen that painful path, I no longer care. You have no chance of ushering in a new world. I'm tired. The future of humanity has nothing to do with me. I won't answer you." The defeated philosopher sounded a little broken. Tao Ying raised an eyebrow. "I didn't lock you up there to let you rest. Since it won't wake up, then force it to wake up." Tao Ying stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Mobius's body floated for a moment. He looked up and, unknowingly, had reached the starship at the top of the cave. From below, the starship seemed enormous, and as he approached, it felt even more oppressive, overwhelming Mobius's entire field of vision. Mobius then noticed a faint symbol on the starship's base, along with a number. This starship is based on the M854, and the data comes from the Layman Ruins Museum. If you insist, it's your birthplace. Don't you want to go in and take a look? Mobius took the bait. A nostalgic expression crossed his face, and the fatigue and emptiness he often felt vanished. He entered the starship, and made his way through the passenger cabin. One door after another gradually opened, finally reaching the cockpit. Tao Ying had previously entered the hidden dungeon and stayed below, never entering the starship, though several of her teammates had. So, only now was she able to get a proper look at the M854 cockpit. Its design was remarkably simple, bearing traces of ancient technology. Hundreds of square buttons floated on the console, gleaming in the dark. Before him lay a simulated universe, offering a vast viewing angle. There was even an antique metal steering wheel in the center of the cab. From constant use, it was worn and chipped, and had been haphazardly wrapped with clothing twice, barely enough to hold his hand. Mobius gently stroked the steering wheel and gave it a few tentative turns. After a rusty creak, it began to move. The image on the data panel shifted accordingly. Did you do this? The Spark team did this. It does resemble the place where I was born. Mobius was mid-sentence when, as if suddenly remembering something, he quickly left the driver's seat and stepped aside. It expertly opened the drawer next to the driver's seat and, from among the countless documents, precisely pulled out a logbook. Flipping open, it was filled with densely packed records. It wasn't anything special. It knew the logbook by heart. But when it turned to the last page, Mobius's expression suddenly froze. After a moment's silence, it looked up and said, "You. What's wrong with me? Are you playing the emotional card? To you?" Mobius murmured softly, "I understand emotions better than you do, okay." GE watched the entire conversation from the side, baffled by their conversation. What nonsense! Speaking of which, during the museum battle, GE had noticed that Mobius, for some reason, had always had a strange obsession with Tao-Ying. Now, hearing this, what was this about playing the emotional card? Could they have known each other before? But Mobius had always obliterated any trace of it from human history, until Tao-Ying unearthed it during the recent attack. At the time, Tao-Ying and Mobius seemed like pure enemies. When did they meet? What exactly was written on the last page of the logbook? Why had Mobius's attitude suddenly changed? While GE was pondering, Mobius seemed to have an answer. Although Tao-Ying's calculations were completely exposed, Mobius seemed to be quite taken in. He clutched the logbook tightly, sat in the driver's seat, calmly staring at the darkness ahead, and began to narrate calmly. "It's too late. They're already here. Even you can't stop them." Mobius did answer the question, but this time it wasn't the answer Tao-Ying wanted. Or perhaps it was that the Zerg's problem was worse and more serious than she had anticipated. And it was coming much faster. As soon as Mobius finished speaking, Tao-Ying immediately sensed something and turned her head sharply. The resonance network suddenly generated a violent mental fluctuation, and screams of terror echoed from the arena. Sylvia suppressed her smile and adjusted the brim of her hat. "Oh, this is bad." Chapter 141. The edge of the arena. The screams just now came from the mech squad in the corner. Now, the Eco-Latio team. The Eco-Latio team's mechs were older models, unable to resonate. Furthermore, their location was quite remote, and they were the only team nearby, so they had no idea what Tao-Ying had done from the beginning. Forget Mobius, he hadn't even noticed what was happening on the field. Until 5 minutes ago, he was still concentrating on the game. A dozen giant scythes were slowly crawling around in the area. Captain Latio raised his hand and blasted away a flying one. The 4 of them fought diligently. The points above their heads kept increasing by 3. At some point, they noticed their weapons were dulling. Maybe we're tired from wielding them for so long? At first, the 4 of them didn't pay much attention, but gradually, the strange feeling their weapons gave them became impossible to ignore. Can the competition system even simulate the sticky feeling of killing a Zerg? This Zerg is dripping with juice, and it's a bit disgusting to chop it. The knife in my hand is getting heavier. By the way, why aren't the Zergs spawning anymore? I go check over there, the team member said, heading for the shady side of the asteroid. But after leaving, he didn't return, and the signal was intermittent, and he couldn't be heard. The captain called out twice, "Wuxiang? Wuxiang, where are you?" The team member known as Wuxiang didn't respond for a long time, and another team member, worried, went to check on him. He also disappeared without a trace. The remaining 2 team members finally realized something was wrong and headed back in the direction their teammate had left. But after moving 10 meters, they suddenly heard a crackling sound over the team channel. The crackling sound came from his teammates' mechs. The captain felt an instinctive fear, freezing him in his tracks. His ears pricked up, listening intently to the eerie sound. The sound was cold and muffled, strangely eerie in the desolate depths of space. The source of the sound, their teammates' mechs, seemed encased within a vast cavity, rustling and rustling. Creak, creak. The metal was pierced by something sharp, then ruthlessly ground and rubbed. An echo echoed from the hollow cavity. At the edge of the arena, there were only 4 of them. What else could make such a sound? Wuxiang, stop it. This joke isn't funny. A complete silence fell. Cold sweat dripped from the captain's forehead. The metal snapped and cracked, sounding remarkably like the sound of alloy armor plates being crushed. But it also sounded like a creature gnawing through the mech's sturdy spine, chewing and swallowing the energy liquid in gurgling gurgles. Yes, the sound of a creature eating. It was a creature that should never be here. The faint sound of a teammate's rapid breathing came over the team channel, and he muttered incoherently, "Bugs, bugs. Wishyung, are you okay? Hold on, I'm calling for help." The captain's scalp tingled, and his hands raced to contact the tournament organizers. But in his nervousness, his fingers slipped, and he miscalculated the contact codes several times. Finally getting it right once, he breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about Wushyang's condition again. This time, Wushyang answered, but the two match feeds suddenly merged, revealing the team member's distorted face with a powerful impact. The screams nearly shattered his eardrums. Help me, no, I don't want to die. Ah! The screams were cut off instantly. The captain could see the mech's interior was crushed. Wushyang hid in a crevice in the corner, motionless, a look of terror on her face. The attack seemed to have stopped. Wushyang, kneeling on the ground with her hands, slowly crawled out of the crevice, trying to find the emergency eject button. But soon, the unidentified creature launched a violent attack. The mech's hatch burst open. Wushyang was pulled from the cockpit by an irresistible suction force, his body instantly exploding like a blood bag due to the pressure difference. Then, a gigantic, inhuman figure emerged from the cockpit door. The creature possessed 8 jet black eyes. Its eyes lacked whites, resembling 8 opaque black beads set in a pure black shell. Cephalothorax, abdomen, black shell, 8 spider legs. The giant spider-like creature extended 2 claw-like tentacles and touched Wushyang's body. Then its claws grasped Wushyang's abdomen, injecting venom into him, and it began to suck in the food with its mouth parts. A moment later, a shattered mech, stained with wet red blood and remnants of human tissue, floated slowly from behind the asteroid to the captain's front. The captain froze for a moment, his mind blank, his adrenaline surging. When one is in extreme fear, one cannot utter a sound. The urge to survive forced him to rapidly retreat the mech, quickly calling for help on the public channel. This wasn't a virtual projection, but the real Zerg. Help! There's Zerg here! The Zerg are invading. The mental network was violently battered, countless shockwaves twisting into a torrent, rushing towards Hengwo, who was at the core, with the force of thunder. This mental force was too powerful. The attack was no less powerful than a blow to the head. Tao Ying was caught off guard, and received a solid blow. A piercing pain spread through his brain. Tao Ying's fingertips trembled and twitched twice. He felt as if his mental power was momentarily separated from his body, under the intense pain. Warning, warning, network fluctuation. Multiplayer resonance network. Over 50 teammates have been forced offline. Currently online, 255, 208, 103. The tentacle monster's body rippled like water. Sylvia's voice echoed in his head. Take it easy, don't die. As the core of the multiplayer resonance, Tao Ying received an excessive amount of data, an instantaneous pressure report. His trembling right hand quickly strengthened the mental barrier, thus avoiding immediate death. The concerned voices of his teammates came from the team chat. Xiao Ying, are you okay? Tao Ying pressed her head, gritted her teeth, and sat up. It's okay. How's your mental strength? I didn't have time to completely block the attack just now. Some of the data she hadn't processed had leaked out. Although it had been significantly weakened, it wasn't a problem for the slow-witted Lindiega, but Nanghua was extremely sensitive to mental attacks and might be affected to some extent. I'm okay. I can hold on. Nanghua's voice was clearly bravado. Tao Ying urged her to rest in the safe zone for a while, then turned back to the arena. Or, should we call it the battlefield now? In the deep universe, swarms of spider legs were already sweeping towards them. Countless black eyes stared at this side calmly and sinisterly, crawling densely across the asteroid. The shell reflected the alarm light, a brilliant and dangerous glow filling the entire arena. A conservative estimate based on a scan revealed around 600 Zerg in the vicinity. Over 100 A-class, over 200 B-class, not to mention the C-class and below, and their numbers were increasing at an incomprehensible rate. This was the largest Zerg attack in recent years, but where did these Zerg come from? During the previous match, the mental network hadn't detected their presence, and no warnings of an infestation had been received from any nearby planets. They appeared here as if they had ripped through space out of thin air. Marshal GE, Adjutant Bai, and 2 unidentified mechas were engaged in combat up ahead, sending fluids flying. Seeing Lindiega trying to step forward to help, GE kicked her back. If you can't defeat them, coming forward is just suicide. Stop making things worse. The 8-legged spiders are numerous, but their vision isn't very developed. Stay still, and they won't be easily targeted. If you don't want to die, don't move. Teacher G. Marshal. Tao Ying, how are the reinforcements? GE, piloting the mech, slashed an 8-legged spider down the center, shouting from the front. Under the cover of the 4 mechs ahead, the other players were protected. Aside from the initial Lashio team, there were no casualties. All 4 had been on the front lines before, and amidst the clashing of swords and sabers, they temporarily controlled the situation. But due to the sheer number of Zerg, the 4 couldn't hold out for long, and the battle line was gradually falling. Nangua rested for a while, and began coordinating. Boimo, having restocked his ammunition, also provided sniper support. Although Lin Diego was kicked away by the teacher, he continued to help from the edge. Everyone helped to the best of their ability. Taoying recovered for a moment, and reconnected to the Lemon Monitoring Center. Lidi, how long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? Soon, they're on the way. Oops. Lishiana's voice suddenly rose, her expression a little off. Taoying, what's wrong? The reinforcements encountered Zerg at a nearby coordinate. Everyone chorused, what? The starfields between Chester and the 13th Beacon Rift are strictly controlled. Both the Reval Empire and the Ark Federation are stationed nearby. Their forces are undoubtedly the most numerous, and the strongest in the entire galaxy. The Zerg's presence there in such large numbers means that all 3 lines of defense on the second galaxy's front have been breached. How is that even possible? Have you received any reports from the front? Chester is also under attack by Mimic Zerg. The second galaxy is also requesting reinforcements. The third galaxy, the fourth. A total of 240 coordinates have been attacked simultaneously, and the number is still increasing. Lishiana was horrified, her face pale to the core. She steadied herself on the chair and slowly sat down. The current estimated Zerg population has reached the millions. Everyone who heard the news almost forgot to breathe. Ingshe frowned. How could there be so many Zerg? Where did they come from? Lydiana slowly shook her head, finally catching her breath. I don't know. Even in Sylvia's time, there had never been an attack of this scale. Sylvia? Taoying glanced sideways. A female ghost wearing a military cap was crouching over the console, watching the mechs fighting ahead with great interest. Her gaze fell in one direction. Tao Ying's pupils shrank. She murmured, I might have a clue. Amidst the questioning of the people at the Lemon Monitoring Center, she slowly maneuvered her mech, avoiding the 8-legged spiders, and advancing towards the Lashio team's location. A crack suddenly appeared on the far side of the asteroid. It was a cosmic rift. At this location, a new cosmic rift had appeared, darker than the universe itself, a place that seemed to absorb all light. Zerg swarmed continuously from within. On the other side of the rift, it seemed to be their nest. This? Mobius shook his head. I said it before, my approach is the best. Humanity cannot win this struggle. Civilization is doomed. Taoying, shut up. I don't have time for you right now. What do you want to do? Of course, find a way to temporarily plug the rift. Ji had a foreboding premonition and turned back. Taoying, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Taoying waved his hand in the air, and the distant starships suddenly roared. Then the side gun ports opened, revealing the black muzzles. The large ship-mounted guns on top slowly extended. The main guns were charging. Charging complete. 3, 2, 1, ready to fire. All parties take cover. The notification from the mental network arrived almost instantly. In a short moment, all mechas, influenced by Tao Ying's mental power, subconsciously avoided the projectile's path. Platinum-colored energy accumulated at the muzzle. When its brightness reached its peak, the port barrage and the main gun fired simultaneously. The muzzles locked onto the same direction, the location of the rift. The massive shell pierced countless Zerg before entering the rift. But nothing happened. The shell didn't explode, nor did it misfire. After entering the rift, it sank to the bottom of the sea, as if swallowed by a vast ocean, without a splash. The Zerg in the rift paused for 10 minutes before attacking again. Chapter 142. The sudden attack disrupted the Zerg formation, temporarily halting the fighting and giving the enemy some breathing space. The wounded could be transported to the starship for emergency treatment. But the good times didn't last. Soon, the Zerg gathered again in clusters. Their tentacles brushed against each other, like a swarm of bees, communicating information incomprehensible to humans through a hidden network. After a brief pause, the Zerg attacked again. Taoying remained at the rear, continuously operating the starship's onboard guns, disrupting the enemy's formation. With one volley, more than a dozen Zerg bodies were pierced. A large amount of pale yellow fluid splattered, and even through the mech, the damp, fishy smell seemed palpable. Ji was dumbfounded. You taken control of the starship's onboard defense system. Taoying stared intently at the screen. In this critical moment, You're not going to hold me responsible, are you? No. Ji shook his head imperceptibly. That's not what I'm talking about. Ji initially thought Tao Ying's manipulation of the starship's main gun was sheer nonsense. Reckless behavior in this situation would only complicate the battle. So Ji spoke up to stop her, intending to have Adjutant by help with the operation. Unexpectedly, Tao Ying's shells actually worked. The retreat of the battle line slowed, and it even held up slightly. Ji whispered, "Did she work in artillery before?" Adjutant Bai shook his head. "I haven't found out." Van Dong, "I don't quite understand, but didn't you say she's incredibly skilled? Perhaps she uses system calculations, right? Given her skill level, it's possible." Ji didn't dwell on the issue any further. Now wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Tao Ying, yes, the information from the front has been sorted and shared. By the way, I remind you all, you're all in the resonance network, so I can hear you. Everyone, Is there any privacy left? Tao Ying had just received a call. A rift had appeared on the other side of Chester. Most of the Revolt Empire's forces had gone there. The elite team sent their lost contact en route, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. For many years, the Zerg have only appeared in the second system. The Revolt Empire lacks adequate Zerg-related defenses. Furthermore, this attack was so sudden, the capital planet is probably overwhelmed and its forces will have difficulty reaching us. Tao Ying suddenly remembered that the attack on the Mecha base at the beginning of Spark was also due to insufficient forces and a forced response. That planet was also based on Chester. It was clearly just a random thought by the people at Spark Studio over a few drinks, but to his surprise, the prophecy came true in such an unfortunate place. Tao Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were over 100 A-rank Zergs, but only 4 of them, including GE, had combat experience. If the Space Ghost girls went forward, they would be committing suicide. Additionally, Tao Ying's stamina was limited, so a head-on confrontation wasn't a good idea for her. Tao Ying followed her teammates and retreated to a safe zone near the starship, acting as a high-frequency information relay center. Current number of players online, 122. The pilot's mental power was exhausted. Sylvia's face popped up on the screen. You better not increase the number of players online. The mental damage is irreversible. Tao Ying stared at the dancing military cap in the center of the screen, a look of surprise on her face. Turning back, she realized the tentacle monster beside her had vanished. Apparently, it had re-entered Hengwa's system, assisting in the piloting. No wonder her mental strength suddenly felt lighter just now. It turned out the tentacle monster was helping her share the burden. Tao Ying hummed, "I don't want to, but I don't seem to have a choice." They were currently located near Chester and the second galaxy's route. If this point was breached, Chester would be trapped from both sides, and its fall would be imminent. Chester, the capital of the Revolt Empire, was also the core planet of the first galaxy. If it couldn't withstand a Zerg attack, let alone the surrounding planets. It was exactly as Mobius had said. At that point, the end of human civilization was not far off. Tao Ying crossed her legs. The end of the world is truly imminent. Save it or not. What do you think? It wasn't that Tao Ying wanted to save the world, but her home was still in Lemon City. How could she hand over her hard-earned property to the Zerg as a nest? Tao Ying firmly disagreed. We sent a global call for assistance, but the only one to respond is the Ark Federation. We must hold out until their support arrives. Roger that. GE said succinctly. Number, how long will it take? 057th and 165th Mobile Regiments, 2 hours. 2 hours. GE paused. That amount of time would be enough for the Zerg to digest the bodies of all the members. Holding out was practically impossible. We could only take things one step at a time. After Tao Ying sent the message, her nerves tensed from the intense work, her forehead twitching. She pressed her temples hard, then sat up and continued to carefully observe the battlefield, hoping to discover some new information that would be helpful in the battle. And she did. Some Zerg had been struck by artillery shells, and traces of gunpowder were visible on their wings or bodies. However, the scratches had strange trajectories, not directly from the shells, but more like secondary damage. Tao Ying rubbed her brow. Why did the timing feel off? She had a headache just now, and hadn't operated the starship's main gun for a long time. If this wave of Zerg had been attacked earlier, given their speed, they should have been near them long ago. Why had they only just emerged from the rift? Tao Ying blinked and zoomed in on the image. After clearly seeing the marks on the Zerg, Tao Ying pondered for a moment, a hypothesis forming in her mind, which she decided to test. She slowly turned the starship's gun barrel. Bang! The shell struck the rift accurately. Tao Ying crouched on the console. Gritting her teeth, she read the information from the visual module of the mech in front of her. Sylvia, didn't I tell you to rest first? You're still working so intensely. This is very important. I check it out before I rest. Tao Ying's expression was unusually serious. 30 minutes later, when the Zerg emerged from the rift again, they all bore marks from being hit or scratched by artillery shells. Some were missing legs, tentacles, and other body parts. All caused by artillery shells. Just as she expected. After performing several operations in succession, Tao Ying tapped Ji Da1 for final confirmation. Senior Dahua fired 10 rounds into the rift, using the cloud needle. Huh? Ji Da1 counted. The remaining bullets were running low. She couldn't waste them carelessly. They had to be used effectively. She asked cautiously, "What are you trying to do?" Tao Ying seemed to be looking elsewhere, muttering, "Another round." Huh? It's too late. Just do it first. Why should I? Ji Da1 stopped talking mid-sentence, remembering Sister Ji's words, "Do as Tao Ying says." And remembering that, despite Tao Ying's outrageous behavior, she never did anything unnecessary, Ji Da1 hesitated, but not for long. She nodded and rested her gun against her shoulder. "I trust you once more." "Thank you, Senior Sister Dahua." Ji Da1 snorted coldly. "Who's your senior sister?" "Director Liji Institute. Stop pretending to be a junior sister." As soon as she finished her words, a white cone of bullets crossed the battlefield, swiftly firing towards the target. Because it wasn't an artillery shell, it didn't have much of an impact. The Zerg from the rift continued to pour out. Tao Ying operated the live camera, capturing the next Zerg that appeared. Several Zergs were moving unsteadily, as if they had just been attacked. 1, 2, 3. Tao Ying counted. Soon, the number stopped at 3. The remaining cloud needles on the Zergs, broken off from their carapaces, numbered exactly 3. The cloud needle bullets were special, making them highly visible when used as marker rounds. It was certain that these Zergs had been recently struck. But only these 3 were found. The remaining 7 were nowhere to be found. Tao Ying confirmed the markings and contacted the other snipers within the resonance network. "Boemo, it's your turn this time. In 8 minutes, fire 10 bullets into the rift, leaving 1 minute between each shot. I start the timer. Marshal Ji, in 10 minutes. Jai Feijo, 10 minutes later." Tao Ying gave several more orders, even receiving shells from the starship. The sniper she called out looked puzzled, but could only obey. 40 minutes later, after the last round of firing, nothing happened. Tao Ying checked the time. Perhaps because of the intense attacks, the Zerg paused for twice as long before reappearing from the rift. Seeing Tao Ying give the order to fire again, Van Dong grew frustrated. The other side of the rift is probably directly connected to a large Zerg nest. Judging by the markings, the shells exploded there, causing these injuries. What's there to confirm? Xiao Huan, you don't have to listen to her. Stop wasting bullets. Save them for later. This isn't a waste of bullets. Tao Ying smiled, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the console. 1, 2, 3, 10. With the final strike, the marked Zerg appeared on camera. It was a C-rank dragonfly, with a short white needle on its abdomen. Van Dong was puzzled. Cloud needle bullet? The last bullet had been fired 40 minutes ago, so why did this Zerg only appear now? The previous Zerg had emerged directly from the rift after being struck. But Van Dong wondered if this Zerg had stopped moving before reaching the rift and lingered there for a while. Tao Ying shook her head. Let's wait and see. 10 minutes later, another C-rank scythe appeared, its body clearly marked with Bai Mo's bullet. 10 minutes after that, it was Ji Yi's bullet, the octopus. Each time, a new mark appeared every 10 minutes. Van Dong paused. This could it be? It seems you discovered it, too. Tao Ying bundled up the previous data and transmitted it. Indeed, the rift seems to connect to more than one dimension. It changes every 10 minutes, each time connecting to a different hive. There are 5 hives in total, and we just completed a complete cycle. So, the long interval just now was because one of the hives was damaged by a starship shell? Yes. Before, due to their panic and the sheer number and variety of Zerg swarms, they hadn't noticed this pattern. Now, perhaps it could be useful. Tao Ying quickly analyzed the distribution patterns of the Zerg in different waves, and, discussing with the 4 of them, devised different tactics. The battle gradually became smoother, and just as everyone thought they might be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived, and hope welled up in their hearts, a Zerg queen suddenly appeared from the rift. An 8-legged spider, an S-class Zerg queen. Its head and abdomen bulged strangely, and something seemed to be wriggling inside. At some point, the creature burrowed through the 8-legged spider's hard shell, revealing a head. The long, muscleless body, unable to stand properly, oozes out like a tapeworm in the human intestine. It grew longer and longer. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone shouted, "Gall! How can there be galls? Aren't they extinct? Isn't that bump behind it an egg case?" The first page of the Interstellar Zerg Disaster Prevention Guide had 2 sentences. The first, if you see an S-Class Zerg Queen, flee immediately. The second, if you see a gall, no matter what form, report it to the Insect Disaster Bureau immediately. So what if you encounter 2 at once? Everyone soon found out the answer. The 8-legged spider, infested with gall worms, turned its 8 eyes from black to red, becoming extremely frantic and constantly destroying everything around it. The entire swarm it led seemed to be affected as well. Its attack power significantly increased. The moment it noticed the group's presence, it quickly attacked in this direction. Their faces paled instantly, their eyes filled with despair. At the same time, Tao-Ying received a message. It wasn't from the Lemon Monitoring Center, nor from anyone in the Resonance Network. Chapter 143. The message didn't come from a teammate just a stone's throw away, nor from a friend far away on Chester. So where could it have come from? Tao-Ying reconfirmed that this message wasn't sent in a conventional format. It reached Hengwo directly via telepathic channel. Ancient, twisted, eerie text snaked across the screen like tree roots. Tao-Ying observed it for a moment, but couldn't discern its meaning. It didn't sound like a language from any interstellar region, not even human. Encrypted message. Although she had studied cryptography, she didn't think she needed to manually decrypt it at this moment. The galls outside were already causing panic, and she was still busy dispatching starships and relaying messages to everyone. Multitasking, her brain was about to explode. She was human, not a machine after all. Who could handle this? Tao-Ying thought for a moment, and decided to utilize available resources to transmit the data to Yixinghui for analysis. But as soon as she pressed the transmit button, she froze. Why can't it be transmitted? The rest of the data transmitted normally, but this encrypted message, as if possessing a life of its own, clung to Hengwo's system. The text on the screen. Let's call this dark, crawling thing text. It stretched out its deadwood-like tip, and tapped the progress bar like a finger. Then it wrapped around the transmission window, clinging to it like a child, preventing Tao-Ying from operating it. Only then did Tao-Ying realize that this information, like a living being with a heart, pulsed before her eyes. This wasn't a simple encrypted message, it was more like a piece of mental data forcibly ripped from a person. If you must say, it resembles a spirit. But it's not human, it's a Zerg spirit. The text still twitched on the screen, trying to attract Tao-Ying's attention, as if trying to convey something to her. 2 minutes passed. Tao-Ying, judging from the form of this mental power, it must be from a heartworm. It's not particularly aggressive, so I wonder what its purpose is in targeting us. Sylvia nodded. Yes, I seen one on the front lines. It's exactly like a heartworm. Tao-Ying, if it's a psychic Zerg. Zerg Disaster Prevention Guide, Chapter 3, Paragraph 1. Species capable of psychic attacks should be avoided at close range. Tao-Ying scanned the area, trying to locate the source of this mental data, but there was no trace of a heartworm on the battlefield. The heartworm's attacks are limited in range. If there weren't any nearby, this information could only have come from the rift. A psychic Zerg, accurately targeting her and sending her this message. And it showed no intention of attacking. What's the purpose? Tao-Ying had a guess, but wasn't entirely sure. She looked up to confirm, and Sylvia waved at her from the screen. Just as you think. Tao-Ying's eyebrows raised. So sure? The screen rippled, and a tentacle extended. Tao-Ying paused, then placed her palm against it. She and Sylvia's minds merged for a moment, learning some information she didn't really want to know. Tao-Ying withdrew her hand, a hint of numbness in her eyes. I don't want to save the world. Sylvia spread her hands. Neither do I. Honestly, I'm even less indifferent than you are. After all, I'm already dead, and almost everyone who knew me is dead too. Oh, except for that old Anderson, who's still the principal of Tarantis. But aside from saving the world, you still have a lot to protect, right? Tao-Ying, Sylvia pointed behind Tao-Ying, like your friends. She then pointed to Chester, and certain planets in the 2nd and 3rd galaxies. And your real estate? Tao-Ying, She sighed deeply. When I first returned to Lemon City, whether it was participating in the Mecha competition or teaching Iowa Tech a lesson, I simply wanted to rebuild the Lemon Institute and put Hung back where it belonged. Back then, I didn't even want to drive a Mecha. I don't know when it started, but driving Hung became incredibly easy. Just like after entering Lemon University, What I thought would be a brief encounter has now become a life-and-death relationship on the battlefield. Human fate is truly unpredictable. Real estate is important, but it's not all about it. Tao Ying glanced at the encrypted text on the screen, took a deep breath, and rolled up her sleeves. If her suspicions are correct, this information will be relevant to the battle situation. Anyway, let's decrypt it first. 10 minutes later. Tao Ying, GE, the Yak Federation's rescue team will arrive in half an hour. Hold on. The first line erupted in curses. That's easy for you to say. Our Legion has fought S-Class Worm Queens before. This thing is deadly. How can we defeat it with so few men? What a fight, a makeshift team. The Marshal, instead of commanding from the rear, attacked from the front lines. The university student, instead of staying in hiding, took command, occasionally even operating the starship. Fan Dong, I never fought such a chaotic battle. A-Class Spiders, controlled by the Worm Queen, surged forward in wave after wave. If it were just the A-Class Spiders, they could still resist, but under the command of the S-Class Worm Queen, the Swarm, like a well-trained army, launched wave after wave of attacks like an iron wall. The starship's ammunition supply was exhausted, and no further support was available. The 4 men on the front line could no longer hold out. At some point, a breach appeared in the defenses, and the 8-foot spider's blood-red eyes quickly detected it. It raised its head, its massive body swirling through space, then crouched, its stern gaze fixed upon them. It was the Worm Queen. Until the very last moment, it didn't need to attack personally. For countless soldiers obeyed it, leveling the frontier for it. The swarm surrounding the Worm Queen, receiving the signal, rose in unison. Tentacles linked together, forming a web centered on the Worm Queen, which spread to the front lines. GE, I can't completely stop this wave of attacks. The rear should be prepared to withstand the impact. Xiaohuan, by Mo Lin Viega, Zhu Shirui, Zhai Feizhou, and the Grey Rabbit team. Roger. GE's warning was premature, but the Zerg's speed still gave everyone a warning. Dozens of A-level Zergs swiftly penetrated the first line of defense at lightning speed. Zhu Shirui gritted her teeth and held one back. Amidst the chaos, Tao Ying offered a friendly reminder. Cut its tentacles, or it won't receive commands from the Zerg Queen. Zhu Xiaorui's hand trembled, but she instinctively obeyed. She and her teammates coordinated their efforts, focusing their floater fire on the A-level 8-legged spider's tentacles. The 8-legged spider clutched its tentacles, wailing twice and thrashing its body. A moment later, the 8-legged spider, unable to receive the Zerg Queen's message, spun twice in place, its fighting power weakening. Zhu Xiaorui and her teammates seized the opportunity, grabbed their weapons, and attempted to pursue the enemy. But at that moment, another 8-foot spider, having already breached the second line of defense, struck back, suddenly turning and attacking Zhu Xiaorui's cockpit. Zhu Xiaorui instinctively retreated, but it was too late. She could feel the 2 cockpits on either side being pressed together by a force almost as powerful as gravity, her eardrums aching as the cockpits were forcibly squeezed into a crater. Zhai Feizhou tried to rescue her, but was dragged down by another Zerg, and both of them were trapped in the quagmire. Get down! Bai Mo's voice echoed overhead. The muzzle of the SC-49's vital rifle pressed against the 8-foot spider's abdomen, and fired a sharp shot at close range. Zerg fluid exploded everywhere, and Zhu Xiaorui's mech was covered in green fluid. Its visual modules were sticky, and went into automatic cleaning mode. Only when Bai Mo's shot blew the Zerg's head off did Zhu Xiaorui regain her composure. Thank you, thank you. Bai Mo quickly raised his gun to her shoulder. Don't relax, there's more. They quickly engaged in a new round of fierce fighting, forming the second line of defense, and intercepted 7 Zergs. They were giving it their all, but it wasn't enough, because the next wave of attacks was coming. Zhu Shirui shouted, for A-Class 8-foot spiders have broken through our defenses and reached the 3rd sector. Any help? Everyone was fighting hard at their respective positions, and the 3rd line of defense had only a few combat-capable mechas left. Nanghua, who had been tasked with evacuating the wounded, hadn't returned from the starship yet. Now, Tao Ying was alone on the 3rd line of defense. Seeing the 8-foot spiders about to charge, Tao Ying seemed oblivious, even sheathing her light blades. She didn't assume an attacking stance, nor did she call for help. Even if she had, it would have been useless, since everyone was so desperate. But at this moment, Captain Blackheart, don't just stand there. For A-rank Zergs, 4. Do you understand what that means? The 4 of them were fighting one, so how could Tao Ying fight 4 alone? Furthermore, Tao Ying was currently at the center of the resonance network, controlling the entire battle and relaying information like a Zerg queen. The command center must not fall. Several Tyrannis players pondered and even immediately rushed to support, but the pure black mech remained steady and reached out naturally. Just focus on your own battles. I know what's going on. G-1, you have no idea. In this situation, even if you're out of bullets, you still have to grab your knife. Taoying explained helplessly. I was decrypting information and couldn't interrupt. Zhu Xiaorui, what's the point of decrypting? We be gone soon. Wait, when was the decryption step added? Did I miss something? G-1 interrupted Zhu Xiaorui and said quickly, 2 Zergs are heading your way. Be careful. The shield shattered with an earth-shattering roar, and Taoying was flung back by the massive recoil. Lin Biega, who was defending on the other side, saw this and wanted to move inside the defense line, but Taoying stopped him. If you come back, the first line of defense will be in jeopardy. Don't move. I figure it out myself. The Zerg were also struck hard and flung back. It was dazed by the impact, and during the few seconds of pause, Taoying's light blade flew out, severing its tentacles. Taoying hooked his hand, and the light blade returned to his hand along the cable. Hengwo continued to retreat, on the verge of colliding with the starship. Taoying repeatedly cast out the cable, trying to slow me down with the weight of the asteroid, but the speed was too great to do so. Seeing they were only a few hundred meters away from the starship, saving energy was unavoidable. Taoying was about to activate her thrusters when she felt a push from behind. Then, her speed slowed, and she finally stopped in front of the starship. Nangua's anxious voice echoed through the resonance network. Xiaoying, are you alright? Taoying shook her head. No, have you finished evacuating? Yes, the wounded are in the medical bay. I contacted the people at the Lemon Monitoring Center, as you instructed. What's wrong? Nangua's voice was a little weak. She smiled. Nothing. I just got bumped on the starship. My leg hurts a bit, but it doesn't affect my driving. How could I have been evacuating the wounded and bumped my leg? Taoying blinked. Okay, let's figure out what to do now. Returning to the defensive position, the A-class octopus quickly recovered and rushed towards Taoying again. She and Nangua coordinated, fighting and retreating. But Nangua's movements were a little slow today. Every time she made a large movement, her movements would pause, and she could hear faint gasps. Her mental strength seemed to have not fully recovered. Nangua swung the hammer, each blow coming down with all her might. As she raised it high for the last time, her hand seemed to give out, and the hammer flew out of her grasp. Taoying moved swiftly, wrapping the cable around the hammer's handle, and pulling it back with a sharp tug. Nangua muttered an apology, and reached out to take it. Taoying had intended to hand the hammer to Nangua, but then something occurred to her. She had halfway passed it to Nangua, then suddenly withdrew it. Nangua was stunned and said weakly, Xiaoying? My hammer. Before Nangua could finish her words, Bai Mo's bullet, following the 8-legged spider's path, instantly reached them both, helping to kill one. However, a new wave of attacks arrived from the second line of defense, leaving Bai Mo unable to split his attention and only able to provide support with this single bullet. Taoying and Nangua were left to face 3 Zergs alone. Seeing that Nangua still wanted to fight, Taoying paused for a moment, then suddenly said, Nangua, your leg injury is quite serious. Chapter 144. Nangua shook her head repeatedly, saying, No, it's just a minor injury. Don't worry. While she said this, her tone was clearly filled with panic, a hint of having been seen through. Her breathing was rapid. Nangua seemed to notice this herself, and she tried to suppress her voice, saying steadily, I can handle this minor injury myself. No need to go to the medical bay. I want to stay on the battlefield and help everyone. Hiss. Perhaps the wound on her leg touched her, and Nangua gasped. Taoying, There were 4 members in the Space Ghost Girls team, and 4 of them were stubborn. Nangua's lips were tightly pressed together, clearly refusing to admit it no matter how she was questioned. Taoying didn't ask any further questions, simply scanning Nangua's condition online. After seeing the specific data, she said without hesitation, Lin Biega, retreat. Take Nangua to the medical bay. Retreat? Open your eyes and see. I don't have time for that. Ugh. Lin Biega had barely finished speaking when she was attacked by the Zerg. A sharp scraping sound emanated from the other end. While she was talking to Taoying, Lin Biega was targeted by the Zerg, nearly having their mech's left arm gnawed off. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Lin Biega's face was pale from the beating. She no longer had any fear in her mind. She only felt the blood rushing to her head, burning. She could think of nothing else except the word Zerg. She came to her senses, and remembered that Taoying had asked her something. What had he asked her to do? Oh yes, take Nanghua to the medical bay. Lin Diega held down his heart, which was about to burst out of his chest, and spoke rapidly and angrily to Tao Ying. Aren't you closest to the starship? The implication was that Tao Ying couldn't just go ahead and deliver the troops. Asking her to retreat from behind the defense line to deliver the troops seemed a bit unreasonable. What was the point of going through so much trouble? Lin Diega shook the water from his head. Let's put all that aside. If I withdraw, who will fill the gap in the first line of defense? Captain, wake up. Now's not the time to lose your mind. Lin Diega was already loud, and because the Zerg swarm around her was too noisy, she subconsciously raised her voice even louder. It was deafening. Tao Ying covered half of her ears and responded twice. It turned out that Lin Diega was right. The Zerg were too numerous, and any manpower in the first line of defense was precious. If Lin Diega withdrew, and there was no one to fill the gap, the formation would easily collapse. Tao Ying had certainly considered this issue. She nodded quickly. You're right, but I'm running out of time, so we switched positions based on the timing of the rift. Lin Diega seemed to think she misheard. What? What's too late for her? Why switch positions? Tao Ying tilted her head. Don't you understand? You mean I fill in the gap? I understand. I'm not stupid. Who told you that? You're in charge, so why do you always rush to the front? It's like this every time the situation gets dangerous. You should be more careful. Lin Diega's mumbling came from the other end, clearly disagreeing with Tao Ying's plan. As Nanghua muttered something like, I can still fight. No need to go to the medical bay, Lin Diega said to Tao Ying in a stern voice. Stay put, you woman who could only fight for 12 minutes. What 12 minutes? Her physique has improved, so she can clearly fight for 15 minutes now. But Tao Ying was a very mature woman, unwilling to argue with Lin Diega. She rested her elbows on the console and smiled. Captain's orders, do you obey? The next rift switch would be in 5 minutes. According to the pattern Tao Ying had figured out, the next location the rift would connect to was the swift dragonfly's nest. Tao Ying checked the records and found that most of the Zerg in this nest were sea-level swift dragonflies, with the highest being A-level, somewhat weaker than the octopods. It was a perfect opportunity to change formations. As soon as I send the signal, switch positions immediately. Biamo can provide support when he's free. After saying this, Tao Ying rechecked Nanghua's condition. It was worse than before. His blood pressure had dropped, his skin was pale, and his reflexes had become slightly slower, probably due to blood loss. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Xiaoying, those 3 octopods are starting to move. Nanghua gasped and warned. Tao Ying swung the cable, her wrist twisting. The blade of light at its end flashed a cold glint across the universe, and the 8-legged spider nimbly dodged it. It missed. But Tao Ying remained undeterred. With a sudden burst of force, she leaped forward, her fingers poking at their greatest weakness, their eyes. The ice hammer in her hand drew their attention, and the blade of light spun in midair and flew back. The 8-legged spider dodged to the left, but that was Tao Ying's trap. She pulled a hidden knife from her waist and swiftly slashed off their tentacles with a single, decisive move. Before anyone could even begin to react with surprise, the 3 8-legged spiders had lost contact with the Zerg's command center. The Zerg communicated silently with one another. They seemed to consider Tao Ying a significant threat and began to circle cautiously, watching slowly, not rushing to attack. One of them fixed its gaze on Tao Ying, its black eyes occasionally darting in her direction. When Tao Ying noticed, it feigned oblivion and crawled toward the starship. It was testing her. Tao Ying's eyes were stern, and the light blade in her hand tilted slightly, reflecting the silhouette of the Zerg. The Zerg hesitated for a moment, then, defeated in the confrontation with Tao Ying, retreated. From the starship's portholes, wounded soldiers observed the situation. Seeing Tao Ying single-handedly repel 3 A-rank Zerg, their faces were filled with wonder and astonishment. She's truly skilled. In the distance, at the Lemon Monitoring Center, the dorsal flank of Chester had been invaded by Mimic Zerg, and the battle was imminent. Technicians were furiously providing support. Yi Xinghui, Irina, and Lishiana stared intently at Tao Ying in space. Her combat movements had become more fluid. Lishiana lowered her head in thought. From what I know of Tao Ying, 10 years ago, she was officially the director of the Liji Research Institute. Secretly, she helped the mercenary group debug mechas to earn some funding for the institute. She was completely absorbed in her research, barely having time to train in mechas. Aside from the person in prison, the only person around Tao Ying who had ever been on the battlefield was Ge. But Ge had no patience for instruction. Where on earth did Tao Ying learn to operate a mecha? What surprised Lishiana wasn't just her fighting style, but also her fearless composure in the face of the Zerg. Lixiana had also served in the military, and her instructors had praised her courage. But the first time she encountered Zerg on the battlefield, her legs felt like they were petrified, sinking heavily into the ground, unable to move. That feeling of fear remained vivid in Lixiana's memory. The towering form of something other than her own, its cold, smooth, slimy carapace. It brought an overwhelming sense of dread. No matter how brave one was, or how confident one was in one's abilities, whether it was one's first, second, or third encounter with the Zerg, Lixiana could say with certainty that the trembling sensation was hard to dissipate after a few battles. Some pilots, adventurous or skilled at controlling their emotions, could feign composure. But Tao Ying was different. She didn't hide her emotions. Others, upon seeing an S-class Zerg queen, would either panic or despair. But Tao Ying didn't react much. She was incredibly calm, quickly accepting the reality, and subconsciously beginning to think about countermeasures. She even managed to deduce the cycle of the rifts amidst the chaos. And now, like a seasoned soldier on the battlefield, she severed the tentacles of 3 A-class Zergs in one fell swoop, making them wary. There's no other such versatile person in the galaxy. Lixiana shook her head. How could someone be so talented? Yes. The Tyranta's principal. Anderson also patted his suit with emotion and sat between Lixiana and Yi Xinghui. Just now, Anderson had delivered some mechas and a large amount of weapons from the Tyranta's Tactical Academy hangar as support supplies for the vicinity of the 13th Rift. Anderson arrived at the command center on Chester. He had originally planned to observe the situation before deciding to head to the front lines, but when he noticed the fighting here, he suddenly stopped. He couldn't take his eyes off Tao Ying. Has she really never been on the battlefield? Her movements are like someone who's been battling the Zerg for a long time. Honestly, it reminds me of someone. Who? Anderson shook his head nostalgically. My comrade, the Imperial Marshal, the founder of the Tyranta's Academy. Sylvia Storm. Tao Ying raised her right hand and subconsciously pushed the brim of her non-existent hat against her forehead. Then, realizing this habit was odd, she withdrew her hand. With 1 minute left before the rift transformed, the 3 Zerg had been significantly weakened. It was the perfect time to take them out. Nangua reached out. Xiao Ying, let's attack together now. My ice hammer. Tao Ying calmly refused her offer. Without your ice hammer, it's mine now. Stand still. Tao Ying shielded Nangua behind her and swung out a cable, wrapping an A-level 8-legged spider around its tip. The blade of light lodged itself in the gap between the 8-legged spider's head and abdomen, pinning it firmly. The more it struggled, the tighter it became. However, the spider's shell was too tough, and Tao Ying struggled mightily to sever it. She paused, then turned and struck the 8-legged spider's abdomen with Nangua's ice hammer. A layer of white frost quickly spread from the center of the blow, freezing the 8-legged spider into an ice sculpture. The 8-legged spider was briefly frozen, its body crackling. The cable in Tao Ying's hand tightened, constricting, and its body was severed in the middle, trapped in the shrinking, inescapable death trap. One killed. Tao Ying didn't react much, but as if she had achieved her goal, she quickly retracted the cable and began to ponder her next move. Nangua, are you still awake? You can't sleep now, do you hear? The team radio was silent. Nangua seemed asleep. Tao Ying calmed her voice and added, if you don't answer, I post everything in your sketchbook on the campus forum, including the parts that can't be broadcast. Don't. Nangua seemed to be struggling to sit up. His voice grew fainter, but at least he was still lucid. Tao Ying glanced at the time. It be soon. Hold on a little longer. Seeing their companion split in two, the other 2 8-legged spiders became visibly restless. Originally afraid to move, they were now in a state where they might die if they didn't. The 2 insects bumped into each other, as if communicating something. Clearly, they had reached a conclusion. 16 eyes swirled around, finally settling on Nangua. The 8-legged spiders separated, swirling in circles, gradually approaching. One of them, seemingly tentatively, tried to pry Nangua off. Are you using your brain on her? Tao Ying chuckled, then wrapped the other end of the cable around the handle of the ice hammer. Now, one end of the cable was a light blade, the other an ice hammer. Together, the weapons resembled a chain hammer. The black mecha swung the cable, and the chain rose in a cold arc. Chapter 145. Lin Diega prepared himself, the mech's power core gleaming with star-like light. Tao Ying, calculating the seconds, swung the chain in the opposite direction, the Zerg caught in her hand, and dragged along as she rushed. Lin Diega. All right. The 2 mechs faced each other, charging at top speed. They leaped through space, two streams of white air emanating from their power ports, crisscrossing the darkness like moonlight. Tao Ying quickly shifted her formation. She reached the first line of defense. Several A-rank Zergs were approaching. Ji and Fan Dong, already furious with killing intent, caught a glimpse of someone charging recklessly forward from the corner of their eyes. Thinking it was Lin Biega, they instinctively shouted, "Back off!" After seeing it was Tao Ying, Fan Dong realized he cursed the wrong person. He froze for a moment, then realized his response and intensified his curses. Ji also shouted, "Tao Ying, are you trying to kill yourself?" Tao Ying ignored him. He simply focused on attacking. The meteor hammer in his hand slammed back and forth through the swarm of insects, causing them to burst with a puff and puff sound. The swarm in front of Tao Ying let out a silent scream. Soon, the air was filled with a thick yellow slurry. The slurry coalesced as it collided, then disintegrated into droplets when struck by the cables. Amidst the intense attacks, they constantly shifted form. Tao Ying loosened his grip, and the 3 coils of cable wrapped around his wrist slipped free. In a space with weak gravity and a lack of air, objects always move faster. The moment Tao Ying stopped controlling the cables, the ice hammer flew out along a tangential path like lightning, piercing through several insects in succession before finally striking a massive, 10-meter-tall scythe, piercing its chest. A clanking sound echoed through the mecha. Tao Ying quickly tightened the chain and swung it in a semicircle, her arm the center. Zerg fell in droves. An 8-legged spider, perched on a straight cable, scrambled towards them like a tightrope walker. Tao Ying didn't panic. She calmly drew her knife and plunged it into its abdomen, then flung it back into the swarm. With precise prediction and ruthless action, she single-handedly cleared the area before her. After a moment's silence, someone whispered, "So strong." Though everyone was too busy fighting to speak, they all shared the same thought. Tao Ying's combat prowess was on par with theirs, perhaps even superior. But shouldn't it be? Their legion had slain over 1 million Zerg and battled across the interstellar galaxy to achieve their current combat prowess. How could Tao Ying be so skilled on her first battlefield? With a fleeting thought, the battle line pushed forward. At that moment, the rift seemed to switch its spatial link, connecting to the next Zerg nest. Although a large number of Zerg continued to pour out, their levels were lower than before, making them easier to deal with. It even gave them time to prepare. Tao Ying towered over the crowd. And Hengwo didn't stop. He charged ahead, launching another fierce attack, then turned back and motioned for everyone to follow. Something felt wrong. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then shook their heads, finally remembering something. No, while Tao Ying was indeed powerful, she was only strong for a while. A fierce attack was followed by a fierce counterattack. She was expending so much energy now. Was she planning to stand there and wait for death later? Fan Dong glared. 12 minutes. Why don't you just stay back? What are you doing here? Tao Ying, upon hearing the human voice, suddenly swung her tail like a dragon, stopping at the barrier. She'd been so excited about the fight that she seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Looking down, she saw her heartbeat was tachycardia, and her fingertips were trembling. Tao Ying steadied her breath, raised her fingers, and shook them twice. What do you mean by 12 minutes? You still have the time to give me a new nickname in the middle of a battle, Xiao Ji? Your comrades aren't fighting seriously enough. Who isn't? Ji felt the urge to shoot Tao Ying, and clenched his fist. Who are you calling Xiao Ji? Tao Ying automatically ignored Fan Dong's scolding and Ji's death stare, cleared her throat, and corrected him. If you must give me a nickname, don't call me 12 minutes. After all, I'm a woman who can fight for a full 15 minutes. Please call me 15 minutes, thank you. The 4 of them were already fighting frantically, their eyes bloodshot. Tao Ying's words ignited them, and a will-o'-the-wisp flared up. The 4 of them said in unison, "You still have the time to talk nonsense at this time? Shut up." Fueled by their anger, they attacked the Zerg even more fiercely. The battle line barely maintained stability for several dozen minutes. But after 15 minutes, Tao Ying's stamina bar ran low, and she temporarily retreated to the second line of defense. The first line of defense, after a long battle, was in no better condition than Tao Ying, exhausted as well. With a new round of Zerg attacks, the battle situation became even more uncertain. The medical bay was littered with wounded, the painkillers long gone, and the cries of pain were everywhere. The ground was littered with people, leaving barely any room for footing. Just when everyone was about to collapse, good news finally arrived from the rear. The War Reserve resources from Chester and the support corps from the Ark Federation arrived simultaneously. Looking at the dozens of mechas and boxes of ammunition in the resource ship, everyone didn't have time to marvel at the wealth of Tarantes. Instead, They quickly counted the resources according to the inventory and distributed them to the front lines. Finally, we can take a breath. Zhu Xiaowei burst into tears. Principal Anderson, I love you. Ji Dahwan, injured, received emergency treatment in the medical bay and came to collect the resources. Just as she was about to return to the battlefield, she was stopped by a maintenance worker in the warehouse. The maintenance worker looked up at Ji Dahwan, then down at the envelope in his hand. It was an ancient letter, even sealed with red wax. Ji Dahwan's name was written on the cover. The mechanic, Ji Dahwan, right? Seeing Ji Dahwan nod, the mechanic, with a look of relief at having found the right person, led her to a corner of the warehouse. This was the only resource not on the list. It was a 5-meter-tall metal can, its joints tightly sealed and devoid of any seal. The mechanic, you're specifically asked to deliver this can to Taoying. Here, there's also a letter. Ji Dahwan took the envelope, rubbed the raised wax seal, and looked up at the large tin can, sealed tightly with 3 layers of metal. A package? The mechanic nodded. Taoying specifically requested it, and said it's best not to let anyone know. I don't know exactly what's inside, but it sounds completely silent, like an empty can. Anyway, she specifically instructed not to open it. Maybe it's a bomb or something. I don't know. All the information is in this letter. I'd be leaving now. I still need to sort out the warehouse over there. The maintenance worker said, and left immediately. You could have explained it online, so why did you have to write a letter? Ji Dahwan's face was 3 parts wariness, 2 parts confusion, and 5 parts this isn't right. She had a premonition, more ominous than any she ever felt before, and subconsciously wanted to refuse the battlefield courier role. But the envelope the maintenance worker handed her was clearly signed by Her Majesty Lishiana and Anderson. A request from the highest authority in the Empire. Ji Dahwan's mouth dropped open in slight surprise. What exactly had Taoying requested that Her Majesty and a marshal simultaneously ask her to deliver? An empty can? Taoying checked the time every minute, and soon she received a call from Ji Dahwan. After roughly confirming the location and rendezvous point, Taoying temporarily swapped places with Bo Imo and retreated to the defense line to meet Ji Dahwan. Where's the stuff? Here. Ji Dahwan carefully handed the metal canister from her arms to Taoying, fearing the precious shipment might accidentally drift into space, which would be a grave sin for her. But Ji Dahwan was also extremely wary of the canister. As soon as she handed it to him, she immediately stood several meters away from Taoying. The contents of the envelope were rather unremarkable. It was obvious that Taoying's exact words had been written down. The general message was that the canister must not be opened mid-transit, otherwise humanity would be doomed. Although Taoying was prone to nonsense, the signatures of His Majesty and Principal Anderson meant the contents were likely true. It's at a level that could destroy humanity. What exactly is inside? Ji Dahwan asked Taoying tentatively. What kind of small-scale lethal weapons are inside? Well, something like that. Taoying nodded. Taoying said this, but then she took the small-scale lethal weapons and casually flipped them over in her hands. The metal clashed against the mech's palm, making a continuous sound that frightened Ji Dahwan, who instinctively threw her hands up to protect herself. Ji Dahwan frantically said, "Be careful, it might explode." Explode? Taoying stared at the jar for a moment, narrowing her eyes and smiling. It won't explode? She paused, then muttered to herself, that's not right. The jar is so tight, it might need to explode. Ji Dahwan, eh? Taoying ultimately didn't explain what was inside. She only kindly reminded Ji Dahwan to stay away from her, and informed everyone to retreat to the 3rd line of defense. Everyone? ? Leaving the first 2 lines of defense vacant? Retreating at this time would be tantamount to giving way to these Zerg. We fought so hard to seize this buffer zone, why give it up? Soon, news arrived from Chester. To everyone's surprise, Her Majesty Lishiana's orders were identical to Taoying's instructions. Everyone was buzzing with discussion, with no consensus. Some said, this was completely outrageous, and should absolutely not be followed. Others suggested that perhaps Her Majesty had her own considerations. Ultimately, everyone turned to the only reliable person present for help. Marshal G. G glanced at the canister, which looked like it contained sealed gas. Her expression hesitated, as if she had a clear idea. She asked Taoying, are you thinking? Taoying opened a private chat, lightly tapping her lips with her fingertips. Keep your voice down. No one can hear. Taoying briefly explained the operation. Ji Yi's expression grew increasingly complex as he listened. That's pretty much it. Finally, Taoying sighed. If my friends find out, this operation will probably be called off. After all, I have quite the charisma. My friends love me, and wouldn't want me to get hurt. Only you sisters would point guns at me. So they chose us two specifically? You definitely support us, right? Disagreeing won't help. On the screen, Tao Ying beamed, her tone provocative. Ji felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, but thinking of Tao Ying's plan, he couldn't let it out, nor could he suppress it. In the end, he could only say, "You're as shameless as ever." Tao Ying thanked him for the compliment, and Ji turned and waved to the public channel. Do as you were told. Although everyone didn't understand, since the marshal had said so, they retreated in an orderly manner. The insect queen rolled her eyes in confusion, observing what was unfolding before her. And suddenly Tao Ying moved. The destination she was heading for was beyond everyone's expectations. Tao Ying, bucking the tide, clutching the metal canister, resolutely charged in the opposite direction. She charged into the heart of the insect swarm. Chapter 146. Xiao Ying? Boss! Without any warning, Tao Ying charged forth. Hangwo's color was already extremely dark, deep black. Coupled with a special cloaking coating, it resembled a shadow in the night, elusive, now practically lost in the darkness of the universe. It was like traveling through a deserted land. The faint starlight against the moonlight, an ancient god galloping through the silence. Hangwo clutched a 5-meter-tall metal canister in his arms, yet his movements were remarkably light. The black mech continuously penetrated the Zerg's defenses. Whenever everyone thought the mech would be stopped, Tao Ying would find a subtle flaw no one had noticed, quickly exploit it, and crush it, continuing forward. She was clear-eyed and unstoppable. She had no desire to linger. The Zerg surged forward in layers, like a wave, and she stirred up even more turbulent, more menacing waves within the sea. Everyone's astonished gazes turned toward the center of the swarm. What is she doing? Soon, Tao Ying reached a point beyond the reach of others, a place impossible for them to reach. She was still a kilometer from the S-rank Zerg queen. Too close. The danger was extreme. The orange cat, Big Bread, in Irina's arm seemed to sense something and shifted restlessly. It meowed twice at Heng's mech. Before the competition, Tao Ying had left her cats and dogs in Irina's care. Today, she had come to the Lemon Monitoring Center for a last-minute assistance, and she had brought them along. Irina's arm was bruised, and she could only stuff the heavy Big Bread into Yi Xinghui's arms. Back in his familiar embrace, Big Bread curled up and remained quiet for a moment. Only its tail was still twitching slightly, like a sign of impending fury. It couldn't possibly understand the situation and be worried about its owner. Irina shook her head, turning to look at Tao Ying, who was still advancing. Her expression was serious. Is she planning to take on the Zerg Queen alone? Yi Xinghui shook his head, decisively denying this speculation. No, Xiao Ying wouldn't do such a foolhardy thing. She must have other plans. She made everyone retreat suddenly because Tao Ying anticipated danger, or perhaps she was creating it. But whatever she was planning, sneaking into the Zerg swarm alone was beyond imagination. Most importantly, why didn't she tell her teammates about her plan? Yi Xinghui felt something was amiss. From the beginning, Lishiana had been staring intently in Tao Ying's direction, her expression focused, as if confirming something. Looking back, Anderson's expression was also calm, as if he had a clear understanding of Tao Ying's actions. They were aware of Tao Ying's plan. If even outsiders could know, why not tell him? Yi Xinghui's suspicions grew. Finally, his slender fingertips penetrated the network and tapped it like a piano key. He wanted to ask Tao Ying directly. A silver-white mental force, like lightning, split the network and flowed in Hengwo's direction, attempting to communicate with Tao Ying. Their mental powers seemed to touch. But Tao Ying did not respond. The silver-white electron stream was deflected countless times. Testing the connection signal. Current Mr. Network latency, 30, 50, 112 ms, average latency, 60 milliseconds. Network connection normal. Trying to connect again, no response. A hollow echo remained in the mental network. Yi Xinghui's heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. He had no heart, no heartbeat, yet this palpitation seemed etched in his soul. Tao Ying didn't respond. Just like the 10 years she'd been gone, every night Yi Xinghui would send out a signal to find her, only to face the empty universe, waiting for no response. Those days were too cold, too terrifying. If it happened again. Yi Xinghui gathered himself and stood straight. No, it couldn't happen again. He had a hunch that Tao Ying's behavior was related to the jar. Remembering that the supplies had been sent by Tarantas, he turned and asked Anderson. What's in the jar? When Anderson didn't answer, Yi Xinghui strode forward and asked again. What exactly is in it? His voice echoed through the hall, his voice sounding inquisitive. The android's body was so heavy it practically punctured the floorboards. For a moment, the silence within the Lemon Monitoring Center was so hushed you could hear a pin drop. After a moment, Lishiana broke the silence. She paused. It's pheromones. Yi Xinghui was stunned. Pheromones? Lishiana tapped her elbows, seeming hesitant to answer, but Yi Xinghui had already sensed her intention. It was the Zerg's pheromone. If it needed to be sealed so tightly, if it had to be brought to the heart of the swarm, how could he not know what it was? It was the toxin that had accompanied Yi Xinghui his entire life. A toxin that had killed countless humans. Yi Xinghui, galls. It's the gall pheromone, right? Lishiana didn't answer. The electricity bill at the Lemon Monitoring Center seemed to be soaring again, until the explosion bar flashed red. The director raised his hand blankly. Can someone explain to me what gall pheromones are? What's so special about them? Yi Xinghui was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Gall pheromones are aggressive to the human nervous system, and can destroy the human body. It's a terminal illness. It's incurable. Lishiana, currently, there is no treatment. It causes extreme pain to the patient, and most infected people die within a year. Lishiana said, glancing in Yi Xinghui's direction. It's a biological weapon. The director suddenly felt a little scared, remembering that the pheromone canister had been shipped from Chester. With such powerful power, did Tao Ying bring this thing to the center of the Zerg swarm to infect the Zerg queen to death? Isn't the effect a little too slow? No, this thing has a completely different effect on the Zerg swarm. Remember the red tide that erupted on Fua in the second system? Irina remembered Tao Ying saying this, and her mind felt as if struck by lightning. Her hand trembled as she pointed at the screen, her lips quivering. Gallworm pheromones can attract Zerg. That **** is trying to lure all the Zerg to the same place. We were still 50 meters away from the S-class Zerg queen. Although Tao Ying's mech control was flawless, facing a massive Zerg attack, it was impossible to remain completely unscathed. In fact, being alive was already quite impressive. Hang's armor was covered in scars, and one of his mechanical arms was missing, where it had been bitten off while he was trying to escape from the Zerg siege. The insect swarm around her stirred, and Tao Ying glanced down at the tentacle monster. Yes, she glanced down. It seemed the mental pressure was too great, and she had merged with the tentacle monster. So the scene she saw now was this. Sylvia's neck was connected to her waist, and a head was trying to squeeze into her body from there. It was like some space alien, with a head sprouting from her lower abdomen. Even Tao Ying found the scene a bit horrifying. It defied gravity. In this case, did the wide-brimmed hat have to be welded to the head? Tao Ying tugged at Sylvia's hat, but it didn't budge. She wrinkled her nose, and tapped the back of Sylvia's head with her hand, making a loud bang. Tao Ying, can you please come out? It's scary to have a head on your waist. Sylvia shook her head, disapproving. If you can't, try another approach. Retract your mental defenses, so we can reunite. You get out. Retract them. Don't be so opinionated, dead people. The tension between Tao Ying and Sylvia faltered for 3 seconds before the Worm Mother finally turned her attention to Hengwo, and fell silent. Forget it, fusion or not. We naturally reunite in the end. Let's not dwell on that for now. Tao Ying took one last look at the message from the heart-eating worm. After confirming her target, she instinctively raised her hand, and pushed the brim of her non-existent hat. Then she raised the corner of her lip, her dark eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Let's go! The S-rank 8-legged spider crouched on the asteroid, rubbing its body. Its abdomen kept twisting, trying to get rid of the dragging egg case. Some of the gall larvae broke out of their shells, and white worms crawled out of the water on its back and began to eat it. The parasites sent the S-rank Zerg queen into a frenzy, dramatically increasing her combat power. The blood-red eyes embedded in her head, small and bulging, sent shivers down her spine. The Zerg queen glared at Tao Ying with a sinister aura, seemingly contemplating how to tear the mech apart, perhaps to dissipate some of her rage and pain. But Tao Ying seemed oblivious to the danger and continued forward. The mech's fuel ports traced several smooth, undulating lines as she shrugged off the swirling swarms of Zerg, advancing toward the center of the rift. The surging worker Zergs expended considerable energy, and were on the verge of being torn to pieces by the swarm. Tao Ying suddenly leaped forward, stepped onto the Zerg corpses, and spun several times. She swung the cable, finding a gap. The ice hammer flew in a certain direction. The hammer, now coated in the Zerg corpse, made a muffled sound, and everyone could see clearly. The ice hammer was smashing straight at the Zerg queen's head. The Worm Mother's 8 eyes weren't in vain. She already sensed Tao Ying's movements, and quickly pulled the nearby worker insects aside to block the attack. The ice hammer pierced the insect corpse with a whoosh. The cable swayed slightly, and the ice hammer seemed to stop, the scattered insect corpse obscuring everything behind it. Everyone held their breath as the insect corpse drifted away. A moment later, the worm mother's head began to lash out in anger. A flash of cold light flashed from its sharp fangs, piercing the ice hammer. The ice hammer, already quite large, looked like a toy when stuck in its massive fangs. It had to be said that the attack hadn't caused any harm to the worm mother, but only intensified her rage. And then, there was a hint of sarcasm. But, the ice hammer lodged itself deeply in its fangs. Not only that, but with its violent movements, the ice hammer's hold tightened. Towing tilted her head and looked at the insect mother, a faint smile playing at the corners of her eyes. This is what she'd been waiting for. Towing tightened the floating cable, and Hengwo's mecha instantly launched forward. The oncoming impact continued to pound her body, causing a slight pain in her chest bones. She coughed twice, pressed down on a delicate component with one hand, and the outer shell of the metal canister flew apart, revealing a small cube half a meter square. It contained the pheromones of the gall worm. The moment Hengwo landed in front of the S-rank insect mother, his fangs pierced its left leg. Towing didn't pause, but swiftly slammed the cube through the passage of its mouthparts into the insect mother's body. With her left hand, she set fire to the egg case on its abdomen. The movement was smooth and seamless, as if she had rehearsed it countless times in her mind. Everyone's heart was in a knot. Now, seeing the Zerg Queen, disoriented by the pheromones, and the Zerg swarm seemingly sensing her confusion, they gathered around her and ceased their attacks. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, now we just have to find a way to get that Zerg Queen back into the rift. Wait, why is Towing heading towards Fua? No, not Fua, this is... Then Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. The 13th Beacon Rift, Ji replied in a low voice. It seems our director is quite ambitious. She's not just focused on this battlefield, she's also trying to lure away the Zerg from other rifts. Chapter 147. The Ark Federation's capital planet, Sosila. The first extraterrestrial monitoring station. This is the Ark Federation's central command center for observing and responding to cosmic anomalies. The monitoring station resembles a celestial sphere. A hollow sphere hovers in the planet's orbit, surrounded by a dozen concentric rings of varying sizes, rotating rhythmically, collecting extraterrestrial information. The rings are wrapped in strips of light, and silver reflective strips, illuminating the surrounding area with reflected light. The monitoring center within is a silver-gray circular star disk. Giant, deterrent-like cannon barrels are embedded around the disk, ready for action at any moment. The Zerg on the screen resemble chess pieces scattered across a starry sky. They move constantly. The monitoring station personnel are silent, their fingertips moving swiftly. They are busy monitoring the Zerg's movements, and the digital information on the screen flashes by before they can even read it clearly. The chessboard's dynamics shift in the blink of an eye. And one area is changing in a particularly bizarre way. Monitor 2 frowned, sensing something was amiss. Why are all the Mech from Beacon 17 retreating? Didn't their commander just get the situation under control? Indeed, the nearby Zerg have ceased their advance, and there are even signs of them retreating back to their hives. Monitor 3 scratched his head. Rather than the workers retreating to their hives, it's more like they're retreating to the Zerg mother, protecting her with all their might. After the Zerg swarm coalesced, it descended along A43, B5, C-80 to the channel near the Nameless Star. Monitor 1 interrupted Nameless Star? Monitor 3 nodded. That S-class Zerg mother was crisscrossing the nearby rifts, and the swarm it led even accidentally destroyed a small Zerg swarm. It also knocked our 671st Regiment's mecha flying. Gift crab. I don't understand what it's doing. Didn't the Rival Empire send any word? Where's their commander? The commander, codenamed S, hasn't responded in over 10 minutes. Our commander is also very anxious about the battle situation. He just got into an argument with the people over there on the comms. What were they arguing about? I don't know, but I heard something like amateur, director, reckless as expected. Ah, it seems the argument is over. Let me listen to the recording. Monitor number 3 said, as he put on his headphones, and began fiddling with the monitoring device. As everyone multitasked, processing the data, they glanced at their monitoring lord, wondering what was going on with the strangely behaving insect queen. But after a long wait, number 3 still hadn't shed any light. Someone couldn't help but ask, so, did the ruler and Lishiana come to any conclusion? I didn't hear clearly. The recording failed. I go ask Rival's support team. Another member waved his hand. Ah, I just asked about that, and the support team knows nothing. They just arrived at the Empire when the commander ordered them to retreat. They're now guarding the first line of defense. What about the Zerg's abnormal state? Did the support team say anything? Yes. Yes. The man hesitated, as if unsure how to begin. Under the pressure of the crowd, he finally spoke slowly. They say Commander S's mech charged into the center of the Zerg and single-handedly eliminated the S-class octopod. Commander alone? Are you sure? The crowd was clearly unconvinced. A mech took out an S-class Zerg queen? You believe those scoundrels' boasts. I even dismantled a mech with my bare hands. What a sci-fi movie plot. I'm hallucinating from taking too many painkillers. Monitor number 2 snorted. Not a single word of truth came from those scoundrels. He decisively sought out a reliable connection. GE. But after hearing GE's description, which was nearly identical to that of the scoundrels, Monitor number 1, along with the monitoring team leader behind him and Qin Xian, who had just entered the operating room, fell silent in unison. The monitors present looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. What's wrong? What did Marshal G say? Had they silenced both their monitoring team leader and Commander Qin Xian? The monitoring team leader hesitated, then hesitated again. Finally, after receiving a slight nod from Commander Qin Xian, he spoke. Marshal G said that if a mech approaches with something strange, we should hold off firing for now. What do you mean by strange? Being so vague isn't old G's style. It seems it's already here. The monitoring team leader pointed a finger toward the universe. At the same time, red warning lights flashed within the monitoring station, the glaring light a constant reminder of the impending crisis. The system's electronic siren rang out. Warning, warning, an S-class Zerg mother is approaching at 30 kilometers per second, poised for a collision with this station. Shields have automatically deployed. Identifying Zerg mother information. Form doesn't match any data in the database. Identification failed. The S-class Zerg mother has entered our range, ready to fire. Main gun recharging. The extremely black mech emitting gas streaked across the top of the monitoring station like a meteor. The black meteor held a cable in her hand, and behind her was a strange creature. It resembled a charred mass of flesh, black and half-dead. A faint fragrance seemed to linger through the screen. Could this unrecognizable creature be? Everyone swallowed their saliva. No wonder the system hadn't identified its species earlier. Its shell was so battered. How could it be an 8-legged spider? Looking again, behind the Zerg queen, a vast swarm of Zerg surged forward like they were free. There were tens of millions of them. Those with trypophobia would faint instantly. Could this commander have summoned all the Zerg that just passed by? Everyone looked as if they were about to die. Now their lives depended on Towing. If Towing tried to drag anyone along, the entire planet of Sosila would be buried with them. How did she do it? All those Zergs are following her. Workers only follow their own Zerg queens, but now they're all following her. It's chaos. If you didn't know better, you think the mech was carrying a 3S class mind-controlled Zerg queen. Main gun loaded and ready to fire. To cancel, press the emergency button within 10 seconds. What should we do? The monitoring officer, debating whether to stop the cannon's automatic fire, turned to look at Commander Qin Xian. Qin Xian stared out the window, silent for a moment. Then she signaled for the protective wall to be opened to maximum. She deactivated the main gun's system control and, operating the secondary guns herself, fired at a few stray workers. The workers, wounded by the shells, turned their heads in anger, their wings flapping rapidly, and a ferocious roar emanated from their mouths. The monitoring officer, unsure of Qin Xuan's intentions, quickly asked, Commander Qin Xian, what are you doing? Qin Xian didn't answer, but stepped forward with her combat boots, her high ponytail swung vigorously. She observed the two Zerg intently for a moment. As expected, something was amiss. The Zerg, who had just been fired upon, roared at them, attempting to charge forward for a confrontation, seemed to have lost their memory 3 seconds later and turned to join the main force. The Zerg's mind seemed preoccupied with something else, completely unable to think about their own affairs. These Zerg showed no interest in them. Qin Xuan's expression flickered with suspicion. Qin Xian, these Zerg, seemed to be attracted to something about that S-class Zerg queen. The moment Qin Xian finished speaking, the monitoring station screen flickered. A force transmission penetrated their system. The image appeared before them. The black-haired, black-eyed pilot panted, his hair soaked with sweat, sticking to his ears. Her face was pale, her body clearly stretched to its limit by the protracted stalemate, yet she persevered with her spirit, her eyes gleaming with an unusual excitement. Her pupils held a depth unbecoming of her age, as if she had once fallen into the abyss. Or perhaps she was the abyss itself. A chill ran down everyone's spines, a feeling of irresistibility building. The powerful, oppressive mental force made them want to bow their heads and kneel. Tao Ying seemed to sense that her mental power had been somewhat excessive, and she coughed lightly, restraining it. Then her eyes curved, her lips curved. In a harmless voice, she spoke. "Hello everyone, it's our first time meeting. I'm busy and need your help. Are you interested in saving the world?" Everyone, Tao Ying finished arranging things here, glanced at the neatly arranged cannon barrels, and nodded with satisfaction. She refueled and quickly left without stopping. The black mech flew past the Ark Federation's largest outpost, speeding forward. The people left behind breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Hengwa's receding figure, and the tens of millions of Zerg swarms roaring past. What a terrifying woman! No wonder Marshal G was willing to vouch for her. "I can pack up and retire." The monitoring team leader paused. "I wanted to call her crazy at first. But for some reason, I just think she's nice." "What's going on?" "The team leader's mental strength is A, so he's easily influenced. We're all S level, so the impact is less. Commander Qin Xian has the highest level, S++, so he wasn't distracted by her amazing leadership the entire time." "Commander Qin Xian, what's wrong with you? You look so pale." Commander Qin Xian shook his head stiffly upon hearing this. "No, I've been affected too." From the moment Qin Xian began shooting the worker insects, she had a vague feeling that something within the Zerg Queen was attracting the Zerg swarm. Midway through, she even came up with the idea of galling pheromones. But this information had been a long-held secret within the Rival Empire, unknown even to the rulers of the Ark Federation. And she certainly shouldn't have known. What Qin Xian had thought she made up her mind had been preempted by Tao Ying. Psychic injection? What? You mean controlling someone else's mind? Then how high would her psychic power be? Could it be 3S level like Sylvia's? Meanwhile, good news arrived from other Ark Federation outposts. The Zerg have left with Commander S. This star system has been cleared of Zerg, the danger level has been reduced, and it has been reclassified as the 4th danger zone. It wasn't just the Ark Federation. Behind Chester, more than a dozen newly created rifts near the waterway had been drawn to the same area after Tao Ying circled them in his mech. The 13th Beacon Rift. A strange area where unexplained disappearances of starships are common. Rumor has it that once you enter, you can never escape. It's like a crack in the universe, opening into another dimension. Hung Ai stopped abruptly nearby, and Tao Ying instinctively looked up. My head ached, but I still couldn't see the end of the rift. The rift was hundreds, thousands of times taller than the mech, and Hung Ai seemed dwarfed by it. No one had ever dared to get so close to the rift. Tao Ying's hands trembled uncontrollably, and she took a deep breath. Too nervous? Sylvia's voice echoed through her body. Nervous? Tao Ying brushed back her hair from her ear, shaking the cable in her hand. Ahead was the rift, and behind was the swarm. Tao Ying lowered her head and shook it, finally chuckling. How could that be? It's just too exciting. Chapter 148. Due to the distance, Tao Ying had completely lost contact with Chester. The resonance system was disconnected, and the number of online users was 0. But for Tao Ying, this didn't have much of an impact. The Lemon Monitoring Center had done everything it could, and it was unlikely they could provide her with any further assistance. She was currently concerned with how the various monitoring stations coordinated with each other, and how their weapons would attack. The purpose of luring the Zerg here was, of course, to capture them all in one fell swoop. The nearby orbital defense platforms and small defense bases had just received the cooperation plan from the Lemon Monitoring Center, along with a firing plan personally provided by Tao Ying. They were now debugging their weapons and making final preparations. Even the smallest nearby classified defense base had received the message. Their defense base was relatively closed, with full camouflage, and couldn't be found on the map, so the message must have been sent by Tao Ying himself. The person in charge was completely confused by Tao Ying's conversation. Although he didn't quite understand what he was saying, he agreed without thinking. Why do I feel like I'm having such a good time persuading people today? Tao Ying muttered to herself. She didn't even have time to pull any strings, nor did she produce Luciana's signature. They all agreed to cooperate. But saving time is certainly a good thing. Now all we have to do is wait for all the shells to be loaded, and then mow down the Zerg swarm. Tao Ying, oblivious to the others' inexplicable obedience, lowered her head to check the time again, her mental energy overflowing. In 5 minutes, the Zerg swarm here will vanish under the concentrated fire of the shells. Tao Ying casually removed Sylvia's military cap, resting his index finger on the brim, twirling it thoughtfully twice, then deftly placed the cap on his own head. When she looked down again, Sylvia was gone. The cockpit was empty, no trace of the tentacle monster. They had completely merged. Tick tick. Taoying gazed calmly beyond Hengwo. In the deep universe, countless gradually awakening Zergs faced her. The timer on her hand continued to tick. Time ticked down. It was the countdown of countless lives. Perhaps the Zergs, perhaps humans. Perhaps hers. Come on, a little closer, Taoying said. The Zerg dragged their bodies, like wild beasts intently searching for food, slowly approaching the end of Taoying's cable. But the Zerg, constantly gathering towards the center, suddenly stopped at a certain moment. The Zerg regained consciousness. First, one trembled its tentacles as if electrified, then 2, 3, 10, 20. A large swarm of insects turned around in bewilderment, surveying their surroundings, unsure of their whereabouts. At the same time, several A-class Zerg queens, freed from their pheromone control, took the lead in controlling the inhabitants of their kingdoms, encroaching upon the surrounding area. Class B and C Zerg queens also calmed down and began directing the swarm's movement. However, due to the overcrowding, waves of insects clashed against each other, and the swarms at the edges gradually expanded their protective circle. Like ripples on the cosmic plane, the swarm spread out in circles. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Inside a small defense base nearby, the officer in charge paced back and forth. Why are those Zerg so agitated? The gallworm pheromone is low in volume, having been kept within a safe range for nearby humans. Furthermore, so much time has passed, so its attraction to the swarm is no longer significant. If the Zerg lose control, won't they attack that mech? No, Taoying has time to spare. We can fire our artillery before the Zerg go out of control. If successful, we can kill them all. That's even more wrong. There's a rift behind her. If the target is the location she just gave, where is she going to hide? The S-class Zerg queen in her possession has awakened, and is still playing a role. If she leaves, the Zerg queen will completely lose control, and the Zerg's position will be disrupted. She's already positioned the artillery, so it's clear she had no intention of leaving from the beginning. The argument ceased. Can a single mech withstand a cannonball capable of annihilating a massive Zerg swarm? They looked at Taoying with awe, as if they were looking at someone going to die. Lemon Monitoring Center. After Taoying left the arena, she sent them only one message, and then lost contact. The center could only obtain information about her route and status from the extraterrestrial outposts she passed through. According to Commander Qin Xian of the Ark Federation's first outpost, they will attack positions A2, B34, and C78 in 1 minute. All main guns will fire simultaneously, and the secondary guns will maintain maximum sustained firepower for 10 minutes. The orders at Tianji Outpost are similar: armor penetration first, followed by sustained firepower. The timing is slightly staggered, presumably to ensure comprehensive firepower coverage at all times. Similar reports have been received from Xuanji, Yaguang, and other nearby outposts. Irina raised her hand, so Taoying didn't request protection from any outpost. Was she always requesting firepower? No. Hasn't she contacted you? No. Yi Xinghui's voice was a little stagnant. He had checked all the outposts, and even tried to hack into Taoying's computer as before, but failed. To protect against Mobius, Hengwo's firewall had been significantly strengthened, and now Yi Xinghui couldn't break through it. Irina, is there no other way? Find a way to get her out of that position. Yi Xinghui, the possibility is very small, and with the destruction of nearby planets, right? Lydiana stepped forward and held out a hand to block the attack. We can't save her. Lydiana spoke firmly. The safety of all the people in the galaxy is the top priority. Even if there was a way, no one would risk the lives of tens of millions to save her alone. As a friend, I understand your feelings, but as the king of the Rival Empire, I cannot. Please understand. Yi Xinghui planned to force his way through the nearby outposts, and Irina also wanted to do something. The royal guards noticed their movements and quickly drew their electromagnetic rifles. Lysiana shielded her guards with her hands and shook her head, signaling them to withdraw. She said to Yi Xinghui, Taoying didn't contact us in advance because she knew you wouldn't agree. This is Taoying's choice. You know we can't stop her. She always does what she wants. Yi Xinghui, yes, she does. She always does. She makes the final decision. Yi Xinghui pursed his lips tightly. But I also have my choice. Irina's eyes reddened as she recalled someone's death video. Asshole, you're doing this again, huh? I beat her to death later. As Irina spoke, she seemed to doubt the possibility herself, choking back a few sobs. When she comes back alive this time, I'm definitely going to beat her up. Starship Medical Bay. Lin Diego wheeled the pale Nenqua into the operating room. Pumpkin, hold on. After the emergency room door closed, Lin Diego frantically paced back and forth, occasionally peeking through the small transparent window. All he could see was a torrent of blood splattering onto the ceiling. Fragments had injured Nangua's femoral artery. The circulating nurse confirmed the blood flow and quickly ran out. The surgeon applied pressure to the ruptured blood vessel. Lower your blood pressure to 30. Where's the blood bag? Hasn't it arrived yet? With so many wounded, how can the starship find the right blood source? They're all gone. Without blood bags and no way to rehydrate, Lin Diego's blood pressure plummeted. Suddenly, the 127 communicator at his side rang. Huh? Didn't they say this person is in the center of the swarm, and no one can contact her? Lin Diego didn't have time to think, and quickly answered, Shadow? Leave the blood. Go to the cold storage, and tell me your name. You knew that in advance? No time for nonsense, let's run. Lin Diego took a long leap and sprinted down the corridor. She quickly found the only remaining box of blood in the corner of the cold storage designated by Tao Ying. It had no markings on it, as if it had been reserved specifically for them. She quickly reported the blood to the circulating nurse. Blood, hurry! The circulating nurse waved at her, quickly carried the cold storage box inside, and slammed the door shut. The operation was still in full swing. Lin Diego was panicking, like she drunk 10 times the amount of coffee, her heart nearly beating out of her throat. Tao Ying's calm voice came from the other end. Don't panic. He must have been injured by flying shrapnel during the retreat. He can be saved if he is blood. How did you tell? Never mind. You're smarter than me anyway. Lin Diego grumbled, giving up the question. But then she angrily asked, why are you all so careless about your lives, rushing forward? And what's wrong with you? Teacher G said you led the Zerg swarm to the largest chasm. Are you trying to save yourself? And someone calling themselves Shia just contacted me out of nowhere, asking if they heard from you. Tao Ying, what did you say? Lin Diego was confused. Of course I hung up. It sounded like a scam call. Tao Ying's voice seemed to pause. She even laughed. Who has the time to call you at this hour? Never mind, it's nothing. I answer him myself. Put your communicator aside and don't hang up. Why put it aside? I suggest you don't listen. As Tao Ying finished speaking, Lin Diego's computer crackled twice, and at the same time, the countdown reached its end. The pitch-black universe was now illuminated by endless light. A blinding light shone from the porthole. Like stars, like the universe, like the world at its birth. It was blinding. The empty universe, previously silent, suddenly rang with the sound of countless artillery shells. The source of those lights was fire. To the naked eye, the shells' trajectories perfectly intersected, yet they were all heading in the same direction. A mecha as graceful as the midnight night. Its arm was missing, and it simply stood before the rift, gazing towards Chester. The abyss was its backdrop, the universe its womb. Moon barrier. Tao Ying's soft murmur seemed to reach from within the mech. A 3S-level mental shield instantly deployed, followed by a violent vibration. Shield shattered layer by layer. Finally, the voice vanished in the all-illuminating light. Xiao Ying? Boss! Asshole, you can't. You still come this far. Mobius's voice rang out. Tao Ying had no time to listen. She closed her eyes and hummed softly, as if she could hear the subtle twitch of cannon barrels in space. Then, gradually, the singing stopped. The communicator in her hand floated from her palm. And the black mech, humanity's first sentient mech, vanished with a powerful flash of light, along with its pilot, in the intertwining barrage of artillery fire. In the empty universe, everyone seemed to hear an echo. The final words of the fallen pilot were, life is a spiral that never stops. And you and I will fight until the end of our lives. Chapter 149. 13th Beacon Rift, Level 1 Danger Zone, Area D46. We're done for today. Alright. The three mech swiftly dispatched a few isolated Zerg. After consulting their superiors, they slowly made their way back to the base. The pilot pulled the metal net in his hand, securely binding the Zerg corpse within. The team members took a look at the Zerg corpses, then eagerly followed their captain. Why are we collecting Zerg corpses? For research? TNG base doesn't seem to have any research projects. The captain squinted at him. Where are you transferred from? The Revolve Federal Republic on Chester. The captain waved his hand. Who told you to declare your country? I'm from Revolve too. Which legion are you from? The 6th Legion in Lemon City. The captain snorted. City folks, no wonder you don't know. We have limited transportation here, making fresh meat hard to come by. Of course, we collect Zerg for food. The team members were shocked. Eat? Do you understand the value of high-quality protein? The captain patted him on the back of the head. Shift change, shift change. They parked the mech back at base. With 2 thuds, the dead Zerg were dumped into the pipe. The maintenance yard immediately filled with the cheerful atmosphere of the end of get-off-work shift. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed to the cafeteria. 5 years have passed since that battle, and everything has returned to normal. Because of the shock that battle inflicted on the Zerg, no large-scale Zerg attacks have occurred near the 13th Beacon Rift. Only periodically, especially during the breeding season, small Zerg swarms emerge from the rift. Humanity was initially unskilled in coping with this newfound change, but after years of struggle, they quickly found a way to coexist with the Zerg. The current Zerg swarms are like natural disasters to everyone. With advance warning and preparation, they can defend their territory. For several years, there have been no more devastating Zerg plagues. Everyone knows that today's peace is inseparable from that warrior. She fought to the bitter end, then, humming a lullaby, returned to space. A memorial beacon was placed at the spot where Tao Ying died. Her name and birthday were engraved on the black metal. That was her tombstone. The cafeteria at Yaguang Tactical Base is known for its best food in the entire ARC Federation. It's always bustling at mealtime, and today was especially lively. Because today is Tao Ying's death anniversary, many pilots from neighboring bases have come to visit. This is the closest location to Tao Ying's tombstone, allowing them to pay their respects from kilometers away. Peace is hard won. But there are also those who don't consider this day a death anniversary. Perhaps because Tao Ying once died, and was resurrected, they still harbor fantasies about her death. I heard the officers here also participated in the Battle of Moon Star. You must have inside information, right? Did Tao Ying really die back then? Someone put down their fried dragonfly, patted him on the back with an expression that said, I knew someone would ask this at this moment, and then began explaining the matter for the umpteenth time. So many people saw the body with their own eyes. How could it be fake? Tao Ying had everything planned out before her death, even leaving blood packs for her teammates. And yet, when they returned from emergency surgery, all they saw was her corpse. Ugh. The pilot shook his head, a look of pity. I heard her teammates received a lot of counseling afterward, and they're still struggling to get over it. If you ask me, we shouldn't have sent those children to identify the bodies. With Tao Ying's physique, how could she have survived in that situation? The Zerg were shattered. Okay, let's eat, stop talking. The man patted the captain's arm and pointed to the cafeteria entrance. They're here. 2 women in Chester pilot uniforms calmly entered the cafeteria. When someone greeted them, they responded graciously. Most people would feel a little uncomfortable arriving at a frontline base, but they sat down naturally, as if they were home. They weren't frontline pilots, nor did they belong to this regiment, but they had permission to enter, because they had participated in that battle. One of them had an upright figure and looked quite tall, but her eyes were not very bright. The other had clear eyes and spoke softly. The tall woman with the dull eyes frantically served food, as if she was determined to eat the entire cafeteria. The other woman quietly requested a balanced meal. They must be Tao Ying's teammates, right? They come here every year. The female pilot at the next table had been buried in her food. Upon hearing this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up, said make way, and walked over with the light, cat-like steps of a metal tray. She patted the cat ear epaulets beside her, and plopped down next to Lin Biega. After a few greetings, she said cheerfully, Nangua, Lin Biega, it's been a year. Why didn't that mecha maniac come this year? BIMO and the Liji Institute have discovered a new type of mecha material, so they said they won't be coming this year. By the way, Zhu Xiaowei, why are you here? Hey, I got a promotion. I just got transferred here. Zhu Xiaowei pointed to the medals on her chest. After graduating, she and Ji Dahuan joined the Zerg Defense Mech Squad in Lyman City. Now, after years of training, they become senior non-commissioned officers. Nangua and Lin Biega both suffered significant injuries after the Battle of Moon Star, especially Nangua, who suffered a ruptured artery and lost a lot of blood. It took a long time for him to recover. The two were about to graduate and hadn't yet decided on their future careers, so they dragged Bo Imo along to participate in this year's Mech Pro League. Zhu Xiaowei poked Lin Biega's side. I heard you won several Pro League matches this year? Why don't you come directly to Yaoguang Base after graduation? I protect you. Nangua and Lin Biega exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, once a year is enough. Zhu Xiaowei then remembered that they both seemed to have suffered a significant blow from Tao Ying's death, and coming here would probably be a source of sadness. She coughed lightly, realizing she said something wrong. She scratched her head sheepishly and changed the subject. By the way, what about Yi Xinghui? I heard he finally broke through the Empire's defenses and piloted a drone mecha to Tao Ying's location. Irina had told them Yi Xinghui's identity, Tao Ying's first love, a cybernetic entity lurking in the black market. I still remember the shock her teammates felt when they heard that. The black-hearted captain could have such innocent moments. Impossible, absolutely impossible. By the way, could her first love actually have been real? I always thought it was just a fabrication to fool people. And why a cybernetic entity? What? Are you saying that Xiao Yi, the intelligent butler, is also him? The one who cooks so deliciously? That's what Lin Diega said at the time. As for where Yi Xinghui went, they didn't know either. Nanghua shook his head slowly. Sister Irina said she never saw him again after Xiaoying died. He disappeared. Maybe they left together. Zhu Xiaorui choked, unsure how to respond. Sacrifice for love. I had wanted to change the subject, but it only made it heavier. Zhu Xiaorui shifted uncomfortably, then, seeing that everyone had finished eating, stood up with a sense of relief and cleared the plates. Then let's go! See you at the cosmic cemetery. The nameless star shone brightly like a silver disk, like the moon star in ancient legends. Everyone lit the lighthouse, twinkling among the stars. 100 people bowed their heads in silent mourning. Nanghua, Lin Diega, and Zhu Xiaorui stood at the forefront of the starry sky, gazing up at the cosmic cemetery. Nanghua produced a paper lantern from somewhere and gently lit it. She held the lamp and thrust it into the universe. Then she began to sing softly. If your soul exists in the universe, I hope it can guide you home. Nanghua murmured, Xiaoying, do you remember when you and Bika saved me on the rooftop? You helped me so much. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I still have nightmares occasionally, but I don't seem to be afraid anymore. Some time ago, I went to the 4th galaxy to see my parents. They're still the same as before, but I discovered that no matter how much they curse, it doesn't hurt me anymore. Like you said, I found the courage to face nightmares. I'm so proud. I wish you could see it. Lin Diega puffed out his chest and said, I may not have achieved much, but I tasted all the delicious food on Chester. After graduation, I'm going to work and eat my way through the interstellar world. Zhu Xiaorui clenched his fist. Leave the front lines to me. On the distant planet Chester, someone was also looking towards the universe. At the High Technology headquarters, a woman, holding a bottle of wine, cursed by asterisk into the moonlight. Second time, do you understand? I already helped her collect the body twice. The secretary consoled. At least this time it wasn't taken from the Iowa family cemetery. Irina, She didn't know why she was even angrier. The secretary said helplessly, don't get drunk, President, and helped her put on her clothes in the moonlight. At the Lemon Mecha Research Institute, on the annual Big Day, everyone got drunk and dragged Bo Mo to play finger-guessing games on the rooftop. Tell me, how could the boss do such a thing? Sacrificing herself to save others. Doesn't suit her at all. Yeah, the boss is more suited to being a villain. Is Tao Ying really dead? That day, Yi Xinghui, armed with a repaired electronic signal device, rushed to the center of the bombardment, hoping to extract Tao Ying's consciousness and convert it into electronic signals. This was the only way to save her. But by the time Yi Xinghui arrived, it was too late. She was truly dead. At the thought of this, everyone at the Liji Institute's face darkened. Finally, they clinked their glasses and guzzled their wine. Forget it, we're used to it. That's just how the boss is. It's not the first time I've seen her dead body. It's not that sad. Woo. Betty turned and began to vomit violently. Varania patted her back. Researcher Che rubbed his arms inside. If the boss could come back, I'd be willing to work overtime for a year. I go for 3 months. I go for 5 days. Wani, why only 5 days? Show some respect to the boss's spirit. Betty wiped her mouth, sneered, and raised her middle finger at the space cemetery. Come down and slap me if you dare. The anniversary ceremony ended, and everyone left. Nanghua and Lin Diega waited on the deck for a long time, as they did every year, until the light went out. Nothing happened in the universe. The starry sky remained as beautiful and silent as when she left. Let's go! The two glanced at the sky reluctantly, and slowly returned to the base. After they left, a faint light flickered within the 13th rift. Something swallowed the light. Chapter 150. Beep, 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 squeak. Something seemed to be calling anxiously in her ear, occasionally pushing Tao Ying's body, trying to get her to turn over. But because Tao Ying was too heavy, the creature failed. For some reason, the touch of those hands felt hard and prickly. It was very prickly, my friend. Did you put your woolen pants on your hands? Tao Ying groaned and turned over uncomfortably. The sound of a beeping telegraph in her ears kept Tao Ying awake. After tossing and turning with her eyes closed for a long time, she finally gave up. The sound of her getting up did not stop. The beeping sound, sometimes long, sometimes short, was somewhat like the chirping of insects in the grass at night, rising and falling. In short, it was not a human voice. But the miraculous thing was that after the sound entered Tao Ying's brain, it automatically transformed into a language she could understand. 127, 127, wake up. It's time to get to work. That was probably what the telegraph sounded like. How could she still hear people urging her to work even after she died? And she was always the one pushing others to work overtime. It was rare for others to push her to work overtime. Tao Ying's friends often said, "Workaholic. If you don't rest, I give you sedatives. Chief programmer, don't die in the studio. Boss, take a couple of days off. We can't hold on any longer." And so on, urging her to rest. She had pushed her colleagues to work overtime when she was alive, so now she'd be forced to do it again. What kind of karma was this? Tao Ying opened one eye and drowsily tried to sit up cross-legged, but found her legs. Well, they weren't very responsive. Why did everything feel off? Her body wasn't the same as before. It felt like something was missing. Something was missing. But perhaps being dead wasn't the same as before. Tao Ying didn't dwell on it too much. Hearing her colleagues urging again, she slowly opened her eyes and took in her surroundings. Her vision had become incredibly sharp, her field of vision widening, allowing her to quickly detect even the slightest movement of air beside her. And she could sense this through her eyes, and the hair floating on her legs? No, this wasn't right. Tao Ying suddenly realized something, instantly awakening and leaping to her feet. The sound of a telegraph echoed nearby, and Tao Ying looked up sharply in the direction of the sound. Then she finally saw her colleague clearly. 10 meters long, with a flat body, a brown carapace, long, soft tentacles, and 6 slender, hairy legs. One of the hairy legs was now resting on Tao Ying's carapace, trying to shake her body. Yes! Lying on Tao Ying's carapace. Tao Ying turned in disbelief. Due to the immense inertia, she spun an extra 30 degrees. Her massive body faltered for a moment before slowly righting itself. In the cavern stood a massive black crystal, its surface as smooth as a mirror. At that moment, the mirror's reflection vividly reflected Tao Ying's position. In the mirror, 2 identical creatures huddled together. It was Tao Ying and her new colleague. She had transformed into a giant sickle worm. With enormous twin tails, the kind that could fly. Tao Ying quickly accepted her transformation into a Zerg and began working for the Zerg Queen. It wasn't that she loved her job. Even if she were reincarnated as a Zerg, she still had to work overtime. Mainly, she was completely out of options. This was the other side of the 13th Beacon Rift, Zerg territory, and another universe. If she wanted to return to human society, she first needed to find the rift she come from, amidst the boundless space. And she needed enough food to sustain her journey. Most importantly, she had to transform back into a human, otherwise she'd likely die again upon exiting the rift. In short, it was a daunting task. There was no way to leave this place anytime soon, so she might as well conserve her strength, even as a giant sickle. But working wasn't easy either. As a worker returned from the front lines, Tao Ying had 2 broken legs and a crippled wing. She fell to the ground after flying 5 meters, and the Zerg swarm classified her as old, weak, sick, and disabled, the lowest class among the worker insects. At best, her job involved finding food for the Zerg Queen, dozens of kilometers outside the hive. At worst, it involved expending resources on the rooftop. Number 127. Where are you? Coming. Tao Ying limped out of the cave. 3 giant sickles were performing their morning grooming. They pressed down on their tentacles with their front paws, washing from the base to the tip. The tentacles powerfully popped out of their paws, and they pressed down again, repeating the grooming motion several times. Then, they moistened their front paws with saliva and rubbed their bodies clean. I won't go into the details. Tao Ying imitated their antennae, cleaning them and shaking herself. Dudu, good morning. Dudu. Do. Gee. Let me introduce her 3 colleagues. One has a dull shell, and is too old to chew food. One is born blind and walks by bumping into things. The remaining one has some mental issues, and occasionally spins in circles, and has convulsions. In short, they are called the old, the weak, and the sick. Together with her, the 4 giant sickles form the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled quartet. Tao Ying has lived in the swarm for almost a year. Well, according to human society, it should be 5 years. After all, inside Rift 13, the circadian rhythm is different from that of Chester. It's not 24 hours. Tao Ying once sat and counted the days of a day and discovered that, according to local time, 1 day and night is equivalent to 1 week in human society. She almost forgot what human life was like. The very clean colleagues finished cleaning up and prepared to start a new day. They asked Tao Ying, 127, "Where are you going today?" Tao Ying lazily jumped onto the plateau, braving the slightly scorching sun. She gazed off into the distance, her gaze fixed for a moment. After a moment, she retracted her gaze, drawing the curious glances of her colleagues. "Let's just wander around and fill our bellies first." Worker insects are said to be diligent, waking up every day and working diligently, devoting their lives to the mother. But not all worker insects are like this. There are many, like Tao Ying, who hide away and slack off. As long as she can deliver a daily ration of food, she's still useful to the colony, and the mother won't expel her. The 3 Zergs had been traveling with Tao Ying for years, and were well acquainted with her lifelong nature. Her casual response wasn't surprising at all. The old Zerg disapproved. "You always deliver the least amount of food. If you keep this up, the mother will expel you from the colony. We have to work hard and stay here, so we can survive. If you leave, you'd be torn to pieces by the other Zerg." Tao Ying nodded perfunctorily, sweeping her legs across the ground. "You care so much about me? Then give me some of your food." The 3 twin-tailed colleagues exchanged antennae, and turned their heads in unison. "No! No!" Tao Ying's Zerg colony occupied a small planet with ample resources. The Zerg queen was intelligent, her rule was stable, and there was little internal power struggle. Most importantly, it was relatively clean, free of gulls. From what colleagues had heard, this was a dream life for the Scythe, at the bottom of the food chain. Tao Ying's stomach rumbled. She opened her shell, pulled out 2 pieces of fruit she saved yesterday, and stuffed them into her mouth to chew. Hungry. Desperately hungry. This place was a paradise for the Scythe, but all she could eat were fruit and leaves. No matter what, she couldn't bring herself to eat the Scythe's fermenting corpse. A colleague collapsed. Tao Ying watched the rest of them rush over, devouring their corpses, and silently took 2 steps back. Then, with a numb face, she dug at the ground twice. She had never wanted to go home so badly. Another day of searching for food. Leaves, roots, the carcasses of other small Zerg creatures. Quickly, her colleagues deftly gathered a circle of food, intending to hand it over to their Zerg superiors later. Everyone finished their work. But Tao Ying continued to crawl slowly. She crawled unskillfully on all 4s, stumbling from time to time. She took a step forward and accidentally kicked a colleague into the ditch. In the ditch, 2 hemispherical compound eyes glared at her with dissatisfaction. Tao Ying's antennae twitched, and with an innocent look on her face, she pointed at the other bug beside her, indicating that she hadn't done it. She had even copied them, and sent a telegram. Beep. The Zerg, whose intelligence was unknown, had fallen for the trick. As soon as it emerged from the ditch, it engaged in a fight with the other Zerg. "You were the one who bumped into me, weren't you? You're really embarrassing our Scythe. You can't even walk." "It wasn't me, it was 127. The 2 Zergs froze simultaneously, then looked at Tao Ying with a look of as expected, their eyes flashing with anger. Tao Ying chuckled and quickly crawled away. She ran ahead, her colleagues chasing after her. "You're the one who loves to sneak around. 127. If you hadn't returned from the battlefield, I have spanked you. Stop if you can." Tao Ying slipped a few fruits into her pocket while running. "Number 127, it's almost dark, and you only found this much?" At the end of the day, Tao Ying still hadn't found enough food to fill her own stomach. It was obvious she'd eaten a lot. The superior Zerg's antennae twitched impatiently, as if reaching the limit of their patience. "If you do this again tomorrow, you'd be kicked out of the swarm." "Do, yes, you're absolutely right." Tao Ying bowed her head, and endured the scolding. Several other Scythes that hadn't found any food, along with Tao Ying, were harshly reprimanded by their superiors, and returned to their nests in disgrace. Tao Ying had barely returned to the hive when she was out again. A colleague telegraphed from behind. "Number 127, where are you going?" Tao Ying twitched her antennae. "Going out to find some food. I don't want to be kicked out of the swarm." "Oh, that's right." The colleagues expressed their understanding, touched their antennae with Tao Ying's, expressed their sympathy, and then gradually returned to the hive to rest. After Tao Ying left, she secretly arrived at a dry cave and dug deeper with familiarity. Soon, she unearthed a large pile of food. Pickled unknown fruit A, unknown fruit B, and unknown fruit C, D, and E. All of it, she had secretly stashed away during her part-time jobs over the years. This should be enough for us. Tao Ying nodded with satisfaction. She used the tool she had prepared to pack the food, then stealthily observed her surroundings. Seeing a peaceful, insect-free environment, she immediately took advantage of the night and flew off in the other direction. The dark brown shell fluttered twice, and Tao Ying pulled the thin string on her foot slightly, pulling out a small communicator from her wing. Green lettering on a black background read 127.0.0.1. The communicator flashed twice as she moved. Chapter 151. Beep beep. A telegraph chime rang in his ears. The small robot clutched the 127 communicator tightly in its hand and circled the empty mountaintop several times. After confirming its location, it carefully tucked the communicator against its chest. With a stern expression, it turned and waved to its two companions. Companion number 1 was a small bionic pet in the form of an octopus. It crawled over to the small robot's side, its head buzzing. The octopus said, "Strange. That direction should be the nest of the giant sickle worms. Why is Tao Ying staying in a nest of a low-level Zerg? She didn't go into the rift to study the giant cockroaches, did she?" The octopus asked doubtfully, its tentacles flexing, twisting into a figure 8. The third member of the team, the blonde youth, stepped forward. Whether intentionally or not, as he advanced, he kicked the mechanical bionic octopus away. The octopus rolled down the hillside and crashed into the small robot's leg. The little robot looked down and, without hesitation, kicked it back. "Octopus, you two are using me like a ball? You deserve it." Although the three were traveling together, they didn't look at each other when they spoke, creating a strange tension. If they weren't united in purpose, they would have likely started fighting in the next second. It was unclear why. Beep beep. Soon, the signal came through the communicator again, much clearer. They were closer to their target. The little robot said worriedly, "Why is Xiao Ying so silent and always sending messages? Is the environment unsafe? Perhaps she's already dead, and some other creature has found her communicator." The blonde youth stared fixedly into the distance, his thoughts unclear. After a moment, he swung the dagger in his hand, piercing it precisely between the red octopus's two tentacles. His emerald eyes fixed on the octopus with a cold expression. Is she truly still alive? Of course, the octopus swung its tentacles. "If you don't believe me, why did you enter the rift? Did you, like Yixinghui, come in specifically to commit suicide with Tao Ying?" The little robot and the blonde youth fell silent, then clenched their fists with a stiff expression. "I'm not like him." The octopus, What are you competing for at this moment? The octopus scratched its chin and chuckled. "But anyway, I knew Tao Ying long before you did. She wasn't even called that back then." "What are you competing for?" The blonde youth said no more. He pulled out the remains of a scythe, loaded them into the energy tank, and climbed onto the battle-scarred mech. After the beeping sound of bioenergy recharge completed, the mecha began to slowly move. The small robot, holding its communicator, moved forward. The three companions shared a common goal: to find Tao Ying and bring her home. The octopus nodded. "The signal is close at hand. We soon know who's on the other end of the 127 communicator." The gray-brown, unidentified plant, a meter tall, barely obscured Tao Ying's form. She shifted her legs, swiftly crawling across the nightscape. The planet wasn't large, and the Terminator was right before her. Tao Ying half ran, half flew, chasing from night to dusk, quickly reaching her destination. Before her stood a 100-meter-tall tree. Limited by the side's field of view, Tao Ying had difficulty seeing anything high above. Accustomed to controlling her surroundings, she instinctively tried to climb higher, following the tree's roots. But just as her long tentacles touched the tree, they retracted as if struck by electricity. Tao Ying glanced thoughtfully at the tree. It seemed best not to climb for now, but to reunite with her teammates. The signal was nearby. Tao Ying tugged at the communicator strapped to her leg to reconfirm the other party's location. For some reason, a chill ran down her spine. The communicator, which had just carried Yixinghui's voice, was now silent, and the grass rustled in the wind. Dusk was approaching, and the light was gradually dimming. Tao Ying's tentacles twitched twice. Why did she have such a foreboding feeling? She had only given the communicator to 4 people, 3 from the Space Ghost Girls, and the other one was with Yixinghui. Lin Biega and the others were still students, so it was unlikely they entered the rift. Even if they tried, they'd probably be stopped. The only one who would come looking for her was Xia. Is that right? Only Yi Xinghui should be on the other end of the communicator, right? A subtle creaking sound suddenly came from behind her. Even after years without entering human society, Tao Ying immediately recognized its meaning. Kier's word, energy cores burned, weapons clanged. It was a mecha, a sentient mecha. She hadn't seen a product of human society in almost 5 years, and now it felt like home. Tao Ying felt a warm warmth in her heart. She twisted her massive body, crawling forward with an air of integrity. But because of her species, she inexplicably felt a sense of stealth, a characteristic of Blatodia. She approached the mech and carefully identified the model. Red paint, familiar form, it must be the Iowa Tech Minghua. Wait, Minghua. Why would someone visiting her be driving an Iowa Tech mech? Tao Ying suspiciously released a small amount of mental power to test the mech. A faint aura emanated from the mech's mental module, and Tao Ying sensed who was inside, her eyes widening. Yuri's Iowa? Why was this person here? Before Tao Ying could even begin to process how this person had escaped prison, she heard a sudden sound of air breaking, followed by a scorching heat. An attack from behind. She quickly jumped away, enduring the burning sensation to examine the wound, only to discover that her pale, membranous wings, spread out, had been sliced completely in half from the center. On the other side, the mech's blazing blade was held high, the severed portion of her wing burning, quickly reduced to ash. The perpetrators were now obvious. Inside the mech, Yuri paused in silence, then raised his head with a cold expression. You were the one who took Tao Ying's communicator, weren't you? I'm going to kill you to avenge her. Yuri raised his fiery blade again, clearly mistaking Tao Ying, in her scythe form, for a real Zerg, intent on killing her. Tao Ying, could you please get to the bottom of this matter before you act, Admiral of the Imprisonment Department? Although Tao Ying's body lacked pain nerves, it still twitched when attacked, which was uncomfortable. I had originally wanted to discuss a partnership, but now it seemed better to just give him a beating. Tao Ying chuckled. After 5 years as a scythe, she still wasn't quite used to it, but treating it like a mech mimicking a scythe made it much smoother to operate. Go, scythe. Tao Ying met the enemy with her hard shell. As the fierce blade slid down, she twisted her head, opened her mouth wide, and gnawed off 2 of Minghua's fingers. She leaped onto the cockpit and began to bite fiercely. Being close to the cockpit, the Admiral's mental power was even closer. Tao Ying heard the Admiral's voice mutter, I've been looking for her for 5 years. This communicator is the last clue. Tao Ying, beep, beep, beep. Then just lie down and take the beating. In an unnoticed corner, the octopus remained motionless, crouched behind a tree. After squinting for a moment, it observed the spectacular sci-fi scene of Scythe dismantling a mecha with his bare hands. Then, it said to Tao Ying, how did you become a giant cockroach? This species doesn't quite suit your taste. Tao Ying heard a familiar voice, and turned sharply, realizing that besides Yi Xinghui and Yuri's, there was actually a third person present. How many people are using one communicator? This person may appear to be just an octopus, but this familiar mental power. Tao Ying chewed on half of Minghua's head and swallowed it, his carapace trembling slightly, clearly shocked. Mobius, why are you here again? Mobius, the universe is boring without you, Nemesis. So I came to find you. Don't you have your own life? The scene was in chaos. Yuri seemed to be saying something like, I knew it was the Zerg who stole Tao Ying's communicator. Yi Xinghui, unearthed from nowhere, fired a handheld cannon at Yuri's cockpit, seemingly harboring a long-standing grudge. Yi Xinghui, Yuri's, don't even think about killing Xiao Ying again. He spoke in a resounding voice, shielding Tao Ying, the giant side version, who was over 10 times his size, behind him. But when he turned around, the young man instantly changed his mask and spoke softly. Xiao Ying, leave it to me this time. Even if you're a cockroach, I stand with you. Tao Ying, do you want to listen to what you're saying? How touching. Mobius curled up beside Tao Ying and interrupted. Then you guys take charge of the fight. And I will be the referees. Yi Xinghui and Yuri's actually started fighting. A robot with a cannon fighting a mecha, a beautiful sunset, a melodious grassland. A very insane human. Tao Ying had lived a long life and encountered many outrageous things. But a scene like today's would be hard to come by again. A tic-tac-toe pattern appeared above Tao Ying's head. Then 2, then 3. A moment later, the angry thud of a giant scythe echoed across the endless grassland. So why exactly did you 3 show up at the same time? The 3 men had finally grown tired of fighting. To be more precise, 2 of them had been beaten up by Tao Ying. Tao Ying, half his wings drooping, faced Yuri's, who finally understood everything and gave him a hard kick on the butt. He turned around and tied Mobius's tentacles into a knot, put them in a jar, and tossed them 10 meters away. You two better be quiet. After dealing with them, Tao Ying shook his hand in disdain, then tucked the communicator back into his shell, walked back to the tree he'd been standing on, and groped his way up. A moment later, Tao Ying leaped to the ground, something that looked like a branch in his mouth. Mobius quickly rolled over, emerging from the can. He looked at the branch in Tao Ying's hand, and suddenly realized something. Mobius, sure enough, I knew you had a reason for staying so long in the hive. Yuri's quickly grasped the key point. What do you mean by reason for staying here? Did you deliberately enter the rift? Yi Xinghui anxiously touched Tao Ying's tentacles. Are you okay? Beep beep. It's okay, just stand back. Tao Ying tapped her forepaws in front of them, signaling them to stay away. She needed to get down to business. After pulling out of the safe zone, Tao Ying found a patch of burnt earth and, with great force, thrust the branch into the ground. Then she gently rested her forehead against the hole. Instantly, an unparalleled surge of energy erupted from the giant-sized body. Is this mental power? 3S mental power. The unstoppable storm of mental power blew the mech several meters away. At the center of the storm, the giant-sized body gradually lost its vitality. Tao Ying's soul and body began to separate. Unobservable soul particles gathered in clusters, then, like golden fireflies, reconstituted into human form. It was like a divine revelation, or like four-dimensional beings with long lives playing a game. After the flames faded, the woman in the khaki windbreaker stood there again. The wind blew, rustling the hems of her coat. Her eyes were firm and gentle, just like the days and nights she had spent at the Liji Institute. Just like her death, just like her birth. The wind died. The woman smiled calmly, and snapped her fingers at the giant tree. Come, Hardworm, use your ancient wisdom to tell me the locations of all the Gaul nests. Chapter 152. From the emergence of new rifts in the universe, the outbreak of the Zerg uprising, to the gradual easing of the plague, humanity endured an extremely long decade. Countless pilots, harboring lofty ideals, rushed to the front lines. Countless sacrificed their lives in history, becoming names recounted in textbooks. This was a difficult and bloody tug-of-war. But like the increasingly intelligent Zerg, humanity also continued to evolve. In the long struggle against the Zerg, sentient mecha technology advanced rapidly, becoming the primary force on the front lines. The blueprints of the past became real weapons, once again propelling history forward. Humanity was ultimately not defeated. A year ago, for reasons unknown, the Zerg swarms emerging from the rifts decreased significantly, eventually disappearing completely. It was as if a mysterious force, unseen, suppressed the Zerg swarms within the rifts. Interstellar peace had finally arrived. In the blink of an eye, over 10 years had passed since Tao Ying's death, and another anniversary had passed. The bridge of Yugwang Base. Several pilots were returning to their dormitories after work. A new recruit rushed forward, his head bowed, and bumped into one of the pilot's chest. He clutched his head and groaned, then realized he bumped into a senior pilot, and immediately straightened his demeanor. Adjutant Yao. The senior pilot clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. Why are you running so fast? Are there ghosts chasing you? The command room received an unidentified message, and needs Captain Nan's help deciphering it. Adjutant, where's Captain Nan? The new recruit was so nervous that he spoke rapidly. Hearing the seriousness of the matter, the senior pilot straightened his expression and pointed out the window. Captain Nan is drawing on the bridge. She does this every year on this day. Don't call her Captain, but Vice Captain Nan. Don't forget, or she give you a hard time. Oh, that's what happened. Vice Captain Nan had mentioned this to them on their first day. The new pilot scratched his head sheepishly. The captain's position will always be reserved for that woman, right? The new pilot, upon hearing Nangua's news, quickly ran off. Several pilots watched him from behind, remembering that today was a special day. The conversation naturally turned to the Moonstar campaign and Tao Ying. Tao Ying was rarely mentioned anymore. Those who participated in that campaign have moved on. Soon, the base will be filled with new blood, and by then, Nangua and Lin Biega will have returned their access to the base. No one will mourn Tao Ying in the space cemetery anymore. Everyone walked forward, lamenting the fleeting pace of time. At the turn, a tall woman pressed down on their shoulders. In Yogwang Base, there's only one person who would do such a thing. Major Lin. Yes. Lin Biega straightened up and cleared his throat. What are you doing? Slacking off again, huh? No, Major. You're overthinking it. By the way, why is your voice hoarse? Lin Biega shook his head helplessly. Of course, I'm hoarse from crying over my old friend. To be honest, every year on this day, I can't eat. Nothing tastes good. This year, my throat is even more sore. I feel like there's a female ghost watching me from behind. I feel uneasy all over. Have you heard the legend of the female ghost on the 4th floor? Female ghosts? The adjutant said helplessly, as the second in command of the Space Ghost Corps. How can you be afraid of ghosts? And your words are incoherent. Your throat is sore because you've been eating too much spicy food these past few days, making it hoarse. I can even smell the aroma of spicy fried crickets on you. Lin Biega, exposed by the adjutant, showed no remorse. He simply waved his hand in a feigned seriousness. What are you talking about? You're truly heartbroken, okay? Go away, you little brats. Understood. Sending the adjutant off, Lin Biega strode quickly to the bridge. Vice Captain Nan, sketchbook in hand, began to gaze up at the sky at a 45-degree angle again. How could this habit remain unchanged after all these years? Lin Biega shook his head helplessly, pulled spicy dried field mouse from his pocket, and handed it over as usual. Want to eat? Seeing Nan Qua painting intently, Lin Biega effortlessly withdrew his hand and stuffed the dried field mouse into his mouth. What are you drawing? Fried tabby bread 3 and the dark hell chanter 2. Lin Biega clasped his hands together. Oh, you mean the offspring of that orange cat and Labrador? Wait, aren't they both neutered? Well, these two are newly adopted. You haven't been back to Chester Star for a while, have you? Here, Nangua said, handing Lin Biega the photo. In the yard, a small white kitten was chasing butterflies. A black Labrador puppy was perched on the swing, also eager to try. The powerful attack power of its tail was already beginning to show. Oh, so fluffy, it's really tempting. I'm going back next month, so I'm going to pet the kittens. Lin Biega rubbed his hands in anticipation. With no new Zerg in the rift, the front lines no longer needed so many pilots. In a few days, after completing the final formalities, they would return to their daily lives. What would they do after this war? Suddenly, they were transported back to years ago, when the Space Ghost girls had gathered like this, discussing what to do after the tournament. Back then, everything was unknown, and their answers were naive and childish. Who knew they would be fighting the Zerg for so many years? Even Bo Mo was on the front lines. Although he wasn't in the same base as them. The two gazed at the starry sky, feeling a strange emptiness in their hearts, though they couldn't pinpoint why. Captain Blackheart said, "We go on a space trip after this match." I told her not to make random promises. Look, it's come true. Now she can't even see Fried Tabby Pancake 3. What a shame. Oh, really? A woman's voice, full of laughter, came from behind. A white cat, after all, shouldn't be called a Fried Tabby? The voice was all too familiar. Lin Biega and Nan Qua were stunned for a moment, then turned back in disbelief. In the center of the bridge, a woman, her windbreaker half open, leaned against the door, waving at them with a smile. The coat was scarred and gray. But the woman's pupils were so dark and bright that they were impossible to look away. Who are you? The woman approached with the speed of a meteor. She crouched down, waved her hand in front of the two petrified men, and tilted her head in confusion. Why, don't you recognize me? The woman's tone was so familiar that Captain Nan and Major Lin couldn't help but wonder if their wicked captain had returned. But the woman didn't have the pale complexion and delicate physique they were familiar with. She looked mature and healthy, capable of crushing 10 Zerg with a single punch, and incredibly kind. She bore no resemblance to the captain they knew. The two men's faces were filled with doubt and tentativeness, but upon seeing the woman's familiar, sinister smile, they instantly widened their eyes and dropped their weapons. Then they lunged at her. Xiaoying? Shadow. Yes. The woman beamed, opening her arms and hugging the rest of the team. I'm back. Tao Ying could have returned to Chester sooner, but something had stopped her on the way. She had entered the rift seeking a message. At the end of the Battle of Moon Star, Tao Ying had received several unidentified messages. After deciphering them, she discovered they were all from an SSS-class Zerg queen. Infested by gall worms, the dying heartworm, in its final stages of life, shredded its spiritual power into fragments, scattering them across the universe. The content was the coordinates of the gall worms it had discovered. Gall worm infestation can cause the Zerg to go berserk. If they can be eliminated based on the coordinates, the infestation will be greatly reduced. After hearing this, Lin Biega finally understood. She slammed the table and stood up. So you entered the rift to gather more gall worm coordinates, so you can provide them to the Insect Control Agency upon your return? Tao Ying nodded. Yes, but actually, after I found the coordinates, I eliminated some of them. Have you felt that fighting the Zerg has been a little easier these past 2 years? It's more than just a little easier. Nangua, Lin Diega glanced at the vast, silent universe, devoid of a single Zerg, and choked for a long time, unable to speak. Are you sure you only destroyed some? Well, I accidentally destroyed a bit too many. Well, it's like picking barnacles off a whale, you lose track of time. The two teammates, Sometimes, I really feel your energy isn't human. I'm a ghost, after all. Lin Diega smacked his lips. Speaking of which, how did you survive the bombardment? I heard from Irina that the equipment Shioya brought isn't capable of extracting human consciousness. You were indeed dead, but now you're standing here again. Are you really some kind of ghost, a four-dimensional being or something? Well, Towing paused, then winked slyly. The ghost's secret? Huh? The sky was filled with stars. The space graveyard I once admired from afar was now a memory. Sparkling even brighter than the starlight was the youthful spirit of reunion. The teammates lay on the bridge, counting the stars. A cold breeze blew, and Lin Diega suddenly rubbed his hands and sat up. So what are we doing next? I don't know. Didn't we make this agreement before we left? Oh yes. That's right. Let's take a space trip.